See.
I've definitely heard that ayahuasca can induce really profound experiences, and I've heard that it can make you feel as though you're experiencing like 1,000-year long sleep or dream, but it was only 10 minutes long. In your experience, have you ever had time dilation in such a way where you thought you were
Oh yeah.
experiencing tons and tons of time, years, but it was actually a few minutes?
Oh my gosh. People have all, yeah, that's very possible. These are the types of things, and that's just one explanation of something. But it's interesting when you see someone like an atheist, like someone who just doesn't, just rejects. Usually the rejections come from anger. Usually it's from feeling deceived by those that are supposed to trust you. You're supposed to trust most parents. And then when coming to this realization of like, hey, guess what? I just simply don't think that a guy 2,000 years ago actually created the universe. Sorry. And then they kind of like, oh, now you're like something's wrong with you. But you're like, actually, nothing's wrong with me. What I'm saying, rejecting that actually is more logical than you guys just blindly accepting it. You kind of pull the curtain back and no more Wizard of Oz. That would be a painful experience. So a lot of people reject the concept of even the soul and spiritual experiences from actual direct experience of pain. But ayahuasca can really deliver people a non-denominational spiritual experience. You can conceive of things that are so profound, like as a conscious like functionality of the fabric of reality, and witness like the mechanisms of how reality is formed. And you're just like, oh my fucking God. That's what you'll say in your mind.
It's
And
definitely
you
on
just,
my bucket list to try,
yeah,
maybe.
because,
Who knows? But
well,
one
if you
nice
don't,
thing about being is that I'm allowed to say things like, "Oh my fucking God," because as a Christian, I wasn't allowed to say that because you can't take the Lord's name in vain. One thing you said was that a lot of people leave their religion because of anger, or they reject God claims because of anger. And I think that part of what you said is right, where that there can be some anger and frustration when you pull back the curtain and realize you've been lied to, but it's not the anger that causes you to reject the claims. I think it's an honest evaluation of evidence that causes
oh,
you to
agreed.
reject claims. And
Yeah.
the anger can be the result of feeling as though you've been betrayed by people you trust, or the feeling like you've wasted a lot of time, money, or resources to a church or a religion that you no longer are convinced is true.
Yeah. That was my point. For sure. No one likes to be lied to and deceived, man. And if you've been deceived by a girlfriend for like 1 week or 1 month, that you may not talk to that person again. So to be deceived from the beginning from parents, and and then that would be rough. Like I get it. Like especially if they don't even really believe, but still put you through the indoctrination. Usually that's just based off of social, because we're very tribal. Humans are very tribal. So you're a part of the neighborhood. I found the questions. You ready?
One last thing on that
Okay.
note is that when it comes to parents and being deceived by them, I think most parents, when they indoctrinate their children, are doing so because they are honestly believing the claims. They're actually real Christians, so to speak. They truly believe what they're
Sure.
telling their kids is the truth. I don't think they're trying to be deceitful, but I
Sometimes
think,
one of them, and sometimes there's one of them that doesn't.
yeah, that's
Actually,
true. And then the parent
that's a
who goes
little
along
more
with
common.
doing so to keep their spouse happy, that can definitely be the case.
Happy wife, happy life.
And I think that anyone who teaches their kid that Christianity or any religion is actually true when they don't believe it themselves does deserve some level of anger in response, because they're being
Accountability.
intentionally deceitful.
Yeah, proverbial you, deserve a very serious explanation for that. That is absolute deceit. Absolute deceit. And shame on anyone who does that.
Yeah,
There are
agreed.
people that watch this and are doing that to their kids. Shame on you right now. And if you and it is a true dichotomy. You believe or you don't believe. And
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
if you kind of believe, then you don't believe. You understand? So either go find your belief and then try to tell someone that. Don't just bring your kids and hand them over to anyone for any reason. You wouldn't do that with some other ideology. So the idea that you're going to do that with a religious organization is crazy to me.
Yeah, you nailed it when you said you either believe or you don't, and it's a dichotomy. And
It's a
that's
true
why,
dichotomy.
yeah, that's why everyone is either a theist or an atheist. And agnostic is not some middle ground, because you can't just, if you don't know there's a God, that means you're an atheist because you're not convinced he exists or it exists. So you're either convinced a God exists or you're not, and there's no middle ground.
Agreed. Agreed. But well, the thing I respect about you is that you're actually on the search. You're going through the intellectual components of it, tapping into a little bit of the science of it, and so on. But there is a direct experience that would either lend you to the credence that, you know what, maybe actually, in a 50-50 thing, maybe there's a 1% chance more that there is in fact something that the mystery, I guess what I should say is, the mystery is not as mysterious. We actually have tools that our ancestors have always had, in the form of plant medicines and different types of experiences, transcendental experiences, breath, meditations, fasting, deprivation, lots of various ways for people to have those experiences. And although the majority of those things can be explained through an experience within the brain and the mind, and as we progress down time, we think we have more of the answers to that. As far as like science is concerned, science is irrelevant to the direct experience. So perhaps, trying out some direct experiences, whereas you can scientifically explain that if you do a holotropic breath work, what happens to the brain. Yeah, sure, but you still have that experience, and that experience is yours now, and that experience merges in with the brain and the other conscious experiences of it, and starts expanding more and more. And as a person like yourself, who's a thinker and a seeker, which you are a seeker, obviously, there is a whole chapter of things in the direct experience that I would suggest you looking more seriously into. Not the saying that it'll make you find, quote, God, but I think some of the stuff that I'm saying, as far as like, there has to be the mystery is not as mysterious as opposed to, as opposed to what sounds to be like a full, powerful rejection of that based off of those. It'll balance out the experiences that you did have. Okay, how about that?
Sure.
It'll take away. You'll never say he and his hand and all that shit.
One thing to definitely consider about experiences too is that sometimes our perception is unreliable. So we might think we're seeing something, but our brain is playing a trick on us, so to speak, not intentionally.
True.
But some people have schizophrenia, or you might see a floaty on your eye, which you think is something you're perceiving in reality,
Spaceship,
but it's just a bubble
UFO.
on your own eyeball.
Like it's
so
a UFO.
our brains can also fabricate memories after the experience. The more time that goes by, and the more we think about the memory, the more our brain can actually manipulate it and change the memory until it no longer resembles what actually happened. And we can convince ourselves of falsehoods by doing that. But you said you had some questions for me, and I think we're close to being out of time, so maybe we could get through a few of those before we move on.
There's other things like, do you believe, like, for example, like, can I send you a telepathic thought?
No, but I'll also mention that if we facial expressions and nonverbal communication is huge. So I can raise an eyebrow, and that might, relay a thought to you, but it's not telepathic. It's because you're picking up something with your eyes. You're seeing visual cues on my face based on things that you know from other people portraying emotions, or maybe you know me personally and I do this quirk with my eyebrow when I'm mad or something. So there's a lot of nonverbal cues that I don't think would constitute telepathic communication.
No, in the form of a sentence, like an entire sentence, right? And the answer is, everyone would say no. Well, then what's a text message?
Sure.
Right? The text message is a tool that we've created. So now telepathy is not so magical anymore, because now we've created a tool that I can, without any training, I can send something to you and you can receive it perfectly. And we're all doing magic through
they
machines.
Say that any advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic from someone in the ancient past.
Yet there's always stories of people being able to do these type of magical things without the tools. And perhaps, and this is planting a seed, perhaps we are magical tools. And the brain is a magical tool and more profound than we even think. And you may be looking at it only from specific categories. It's like taking a book and you're using the second half of the book, and I'm saying there's an entire other half of that book.
When it comes to people making claims about magical powers, it is interesting how we've never been able to actually demonstrate any magical powers exist within anyone. And I'm sure you're familiar with the James Randi Foundation, which had a $1
No.
million prize to anyone who could sufficiently demonstrate a magical power or supernatural ability. And unsurprisingly, no one ever won the $1 million because no one was sufficiently able to demonstrate it.
Is that still available?
Unfortunately, no. Mr. Randi passed away a few years ago.
Abracadabra.
Wow.
Death is very magical. So is birth.
Depends on your definition of magic, I suppose. If we're using it in a colloquial sense, oh, it was so magical. I saw the head crowning, but we have a full understanding of how biological reproduction works. So there's nothing magical going on. It's completely naturalistic. And we have a very good understanding of mitosis and meiosis and how cells multiply over time, and newborn baby can grow in a uterus, etc. I mean,
I'm leaving out all the spiritual stuff on this. I'll fucking dive deep into this. Where did we come from? What happens after we die? Good and evil, purpose in life. These are like 4 foundational questions that any time in space we know. We're all looking for the answers to this. And science doesn't have very good explanations that are good enough for me. That's why I went down the shamanic path of self-discovery.
Would you gentlemen like to move into closing statements? That sounded like a good wrap right there.
Can I actually ask one question? I think this is going to be an interesting one. Which is more irrational? An eternal source of being or existence that emerges from non-being?
Which is more irrational? I don't know.
Eternal source of being, like a source of being, right? Or existence that emerges from non-being?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I don't know which one is less rational.
Can a non-being have causal power?
A non-being, if something doesn't exist, then it can't cause anything. But
an existence requires an eternal source.
Well, existence itself could be eternal. So there doesn't necessarily need to be an eternal source if existence itself, if the cosmos extends back into the past forever.
And that would be God.
Or an eternal universe.
God, exactly. Yeah, I had like 10 of them.
Well, let's because we still do have we also still have Gauntlet, and I believe you both typically stick around for Gauntlet anyways.
Sarah, I enjoyed this. Thank you.
You're most welcome. And the also when we read the super chats, sometimes other conversations can come up as well. So let's go ahead and maneuver over to Jed, if you'd like to provide your closing statement, please.
Sure.
Do you even need closing statements? Do you feel like, Jed, you feel you need a closing statement?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief.
Okay.
So I think the biggest thing that we heard, the biggest argument we heard in the favor of God today was the argument from ignorance fallacy, where we're finding a mystery within the universe, why the universe exists, why things, or what's the necessary cause of all contingent things. We find these mysteries and then we call the explanation God, but I'm not convinced that we can ever be confident or that the explanation is God, because our lack of an explanation is not a justification to make up our own explanation. The word God carries with it so much baggage that I don't think it's a good idea to relabel things that we already have words for, like the cosmos or dark matter, as God, because if you tell someone you believe in God, their immediate assumption is going to be you believe in a guy who intentionally decided to create the universe and perhaps has thoughts of his own. When if you actually mean that God is a gender neutral force that's mysterious and all things are contingent on it and it creates the necessary grounding for all things, I think we're talking about two different things, and it can cause a lot of confusion to use the God label. And I think we'd all be better off if we stopped using the God label, because religions like Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are so harmful to our modern society. And I think we both agree that they're all nonsense. They make extremely outlandish, unbacked, unbased claims and cause extreme harm to everyone who's adhering to the religion and everyone outside the religion. And if we were to accept that or if we were to reject and stop using the God label to describe the universe and potentially natural explanations for things, then I think everyone would be better off. That's about it. I'll just give myself a quick plug. My name's Jed, the Flying Spaghetti Auditor. You can find me on YouTube at that handle I just mentioned, Instagram, TikTok, Flying Spaghetti Audits. I post mostly shorts, 1 to 3 minute long videos. I try to put at least one out a week, but it's hard with a full-time job. And a lot of people will say, why do you devote your entire life and existence to atheism and proving there's no God and talking about contradictions in the Bible? And I certainly don't devote my entire existence to this. It's a small part of my life, but it's a passion of mine. And one thing that's super cool about the topic of religion and God is that there's so many other topics that are ingrained within it. We can talk about history, ancient civilizations, biology, evolution, the cosmos, physics. Everything is entangled within theology and the God concept. So that's part of the reason I find it so interesting, because it forces me to learn about cool stuff that I wouldn't look into otherwise. And thanks again, Sarah, for hosting. Thank you, Shaman, for the cool and interesting and thought-provoking discussion.
Thank you so much, Jed. I have a very great appreciation for you, sir. Mr. Omar, to you, my love. Your closing statement, please.
Great debate, great conversation. I think, the position I was making would lean in towards the supreme force, right? So a necessary, continuously active ground of being, not some static first cause or first mover, like an ever-present, everlasting, ever-moving mover. I think I laid out what I'm trying to describe as God. I also do understand that every time I say the word God, that I'm bringing it back down into an Abrahamic framework, usually, or 22 million gods and goddesses in Hinduism. I understand, but half of the actual conversation that I would give would actually bring it down from this Ahura Mazda, from this ever-present, that which all came from and exists within. That existence itself, the collective perception, the collective experiences, the collective material, matter, space, time, et cetera, would have a component that would have some form of soul in our experience, at least in this five sensorial three-dimensional reality. And then when you get into that, now we're talking about densities, and we're talking about spirits, and we're talking about a lot of other interesting things which we didn't touch on tonight, and that would be a different experience. Ultimately, it's not about believing in something rather than nothing. When you believe in nothing, again, as I described, there's no such thing as nothing. Nothing is intelligible. It doesn't make any sense, right? And so even if you close your eyes and envision nothing, you're still going to be the perception that's seeing something. You are the something that's perceiving. And so as long as we have this experience in life, it is important for us to try to determine it's almost our responsibility to ourselves to try to solve this grand mystery. Conversations like this are great with our, Christian and Jewish and Muslim and Buddhist and Hindu friends. I'm sure that's why Jed likes to talk to them too, in the hopes that we can perhaps expand their consciousness even a little bit to get past the monkey explanations, which is, I think, what Jed was alluding to. I think that when we expand our understanding of what I mean by God, or what the totality of the concept means, we expand our understanding and our experiences, and we're able to have a much better experience in the human level. And I'm very grateful for this experience of sharing it with Sarah and with Jed. It was a great conversation. And I look forward to hearing some of these questions.
Thank you, Omar. I'm so thankful.
Was that neutral?
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm so thankful that you found us. We've had a lot of great conversations with you on board, and I appreciate you so much. All right. To the audience, we are going to, number one, congratulations to the chat. You take a big fat W tonight. You hit the goal. You are getting your gauntlet for the evening and then some. It was a really spunky chat this evening, and I've been really appreciating and enjoying all of you. So I will drop the link in the chat here in just a minute. And then number two, we'll read through the super chats. And then, of course, we'll bring up the panel once I drop the link into open panel Q&A to ask your questions and then go into full-time gauntlet mode. This was a really great discussion, guys. I have huge appreciation for the both of you. All right. Fourth Wiseman sent a lot of questions and statements this evening, so feel free to respond to them as you need be. Fourth says, God exists, but no matter how much you pigeonhole yourself attached to a cult of religion, you deny all that is there in evidence to know God truly exists. Continued. This is also a definitive reason why I'll never debate someone coming from a point of view from the cult mentality. Arguing with stupid only lowers oneself to the same level of stupidity, period. Any thoughts, gentlemen?
Well, one thing I'll say is that I think there is value in arguing and debating with people who have ignorant or quote stupid beliefs, because while it's true that you may never be able to get through to them, there could be a lot of people watching the debate who are more reasonable and more rational, someone who's perhaps on the fence who you could convince to come to reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Mr. Omar, any thoughts?
The common sense is not so common. So as usual, I agree with Fourth Wiseman. And maybe he's taking the wiser approach and just like staying out of it so he remains energetically, free of it all. But I spent 25% of my life serving medicine to people all around the world and helping people solve problems, addictions, and all sorts of problems. So now for this chapter is all about deprogramming the brain of the collective. So I think it's important. I think the narrative is important. We can do more by talking to people. That's why I spend a lot of time in the theological debates with people.
That's fair.
So I think it's important. I think it's important. Depends on what you're here for.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I'm here for hosting amazing people and their great topics and conversations. Iodan with the Big 10 says, pay your taxes, unlock the gauntlet, which it has been unlocked. Congratulations again. And of course, if you do want to join open panel Q&A, the link to get to the backstage is being dropped in the live chat right now. So please feel free to make way back there while we're going through these. Objective ethics with the Big 20. Objective ethics. What a kind gentleman. We need to get him back up here for some more debates. I'm at work, but here's a little something to show my support. Be kind to a stranger today and be kind to yourself. I love that. Very, very thoughtful. Tom Carpenter says with the Big 10, I thought this was a God debate. What's up with all the talk?
We didn't talk anything gay. No homo talk this entire time. We were good.
The opener. My opener. When I said homostasis, and all I was like, all that stuff.
Oh goodness. And of course, Tom sent lots of love and says, may your night be merry and bright. He sent $50 over on the Cash App, which is my favorite place for you guys to send money. Thank you so kindly. It goes very far there. James also says, fuck your goal, Sarah. For the Wiseman says, my God is your God and your God is my God. No matter how anyone tries to describe God, simple logic fails every time. It's not a linear format. The cult systems have divided truth, not united anything. Any thoughts?
I don't know if I think I disagree with the first sentence. My God is your God and your God is my God. There are definitely different God claims out there. So Shaman's God is incredibly different from the Christian God or the Muslim God, which is different from any of the 200 Hindu gods. There's tons of gods on offer. The flying spaghetti monster, they're not all created equal and they're not all the same God. And you can't conflate all of them into the same category because they can't all exist. They're mutually exclusive.
Well, yeah, I would agree. But I would say that every single God that he claimed and every one that he didn't mention would all return to that same source. And that source is God.
I would call it the human imagination.
The human imagination is the names. I don't have a name for this God. Otherwise, I'd have a very powerful religion.
Okay. All right. James says won't be up for Gauntlet. Of course, James never wants to join, but +1 to the goal anyways. Thank you so kindly, James. We love you. Iotin says, let's get the goal handled early so we can all just like chill for a bit. They did. They hit that goal like within what, maybe the first 30 minutes. You guys kicked ass tonight. And of course,
Amazing.
Tom allowed the matriarchy to tell the patriarchy what to do tonight. So he says, okay, Iotin, okay. Kaboom. And done. Very beautiful. And of course, Pass coming in to say, much love, Sarah. Keep being you and don't ever change for anything or anyone. You know how to reach me. Real one, family, and respect. God, I love the maters over here. So much love. Andrew, also known as Santa, says, nice to hear a calm and less hysterical exchange of ideas. For the Gauntlet donations, he wrote the wrong one. It's almost an insult, Santa. Almost an insult. But I expect
That's Santa?
Yes.
He didn't do that on purpose.
No, he didn't do it on purpose, but it was funny though, because sometimes people don't, some people know, some people don't know, but yes, he's backstage waiting to get up here. Fourth Wiseman says the human descriptions of God and the workings of how, who, what, why, all are mere fragmented descriptions of something much greater than any complete narrative that will ever encompass it all. Any thoughts?
I think it's interesting how a lot of times people will claim their God is beyond understanding. But if it's beyond understanding, then you're unjustified in claiming you understand it. How can you possibly claim to know anything about a God who's beyond understanding? Because if I can't understand it, then you can't understand it.
Well, I started off and I said, knowing that the unknown is known to the one, this is how we know that God exists. So it's just a matter of, do we think that there is a causation and a consistent grounding factor that exists, and the reason why order is order, or do we simply believe it's just random order through unordered chaos? Right? I mean, we could look at it just like that alone, right? That's like the farthest scope from that. So, you know, I get it though. I mean, but again, just to clarify also, if I were to have to genderize a God, I would say it's far more logical that God would be a woman than a male, because we would just be, because the sperm still doesn't exist. You know, what are we inside of this? The sperm? We're inside of the male God sperm? Probably not.
What?
We would be inside of a womb of some sort of eternal mother. If I had to pick a gender, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that there is a gender, but it would make more sense that it's a woman, not a male. So the idea of like God the Father, it doesn't make sense. Like,
yeah, it's entirely because of the misogynistic nature of the men who made up these God claims. I mean, I agree that it would make more sense for a creator God to be a female, because females generally, at least with humans and most tetrapods, are the ones who, quote, create life. So yeah, why would you make the creator of life a man? That doesn't make any sense.
well, I mean, there's control, but it's the oldest trick in the book. By the way, the God as a male only is like a few thousand years old, because of, and actually, if you go to the biblical, if you go textual Hebrew, even every Friday night, like tonight, when Shabbat Shalom, by the way, to all of you, you know, the first prayer you're doing is you're praying that God, the Father, in the form of Yahweh, which they would say Hashem, that in his Shabbos bride, which is called the Shekhinah, right, which was Asherah. So you're praying that God and his Shabbos bride will come together in union and bless your table. They're literally praying for the divine union every Friday, but for the rest of the week, this is God, the dude, rolling solo. So it's actually the oldest understanding, because Asherah was the queen of Baal, and then later in the early Yahwist, Asherah was the queen and the bride, so to speak, of Yahweh for the very long period. She was actually, it's similar to Council of Nicaea during the beginning stages of Yahwism becoming the national religion of what would form as Israel. They had big arguments on the subject matter of God does not have a bride, and God is the male, Yahweh is all. So that was developed, by the way. That was not the early understanding of the Elohim.
It's a classic case of personifying God and creating gods in our own image, because all we're doing is giving human attributes to a god, and how anyone can know what the divine family tree looks like is beyond me. I'd love to see their peer-reviewed essay on that.
Well, in my book, I said God the Father, the seed of universal life, yet in the womb of the eternal mother is where the spirits and atoms are combined. So I have a whole conversation about that, but we'll leave. That was the spiritual stuff, and you said you don't believe in the soul, so I left all spiritual stuff out.
That was very nice of you.
Thank you.
All right. Iotin says with the Big Ten, God is real because the universe is expanding outwards from one specific point, and at one time it wasn't doing that. Something started the expanding part. Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's a complete non sequitur. There's no reason that the first three words have anything to do with anything that comes afterwards. The fact that our universe is expanding and that at one point it was a singularity and something started the expansion, which I'm not convinced is necessarily the case, has nothing to do with whether a God is real. He hasn't connected those dots.
Well, I would agree with my friendly interlocutor, except I would say that we say it started from one point. How do we know that one point isn't just this side of the universe's black hole, and it all came from the other side of a pre-existing universe? And I would say pre-existing, and creating and future existing, and all that is why those first three words I agree with.
It could very well be that there's one universe is going back and forth between a black hole. Maybe there's something like that is going on, but I don't see any reason to assert a God into that system. I don't see why God has anything to do with that. It sounds like a naturalistic explanation.
Oh, I disagree. I would say that, again, I think that a not causal force is illogical. I think it doesn't make any sense that you can't have order through chaos. Something has to order it. We can't say gravity did it. We can't say physics did it, because those are not causations. Those are like explanations of things that already exist. That's the problem. It's hard.
Couldn't gravity and these forces be just ingrained into the nature of reality itself? Like this is just the way that matter interacts with other matter?
Because gravity, yes. The second part, because gravity is a response to is a reaction to the movement of matter, right? I mean, it's a response to it. It's not a causation.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the problem. It's not, again, because I don't even have a name when I'm talking about God on the highest level that I conceivable. It's either something's there or it's not there. That's the problem. And not there doesn't make any sense. There has to be a source. If everything came from something at some point, that thing has to continue to exist. Otherwise, there's no such thing, right? And the order that we can witness, even within our own body, just on a biological perspective, the order within our mind, which has a masculine and feminine side as well as our body, just as well as we have Father, Son, and Mother Moon, right? These feminine, masculine principles of creation have always existed. And again, that's going to the alchemical stuff, which I also left out in the traditional, brother, not the 1500s alchemy. I'm talking about the ancient versions of it. But anyway, I left all that out too. Otherwise I'd have a much grander circular.
Well, one final thought I'll point out is that the concept of masculine and feminine have not always existed, because the earliest life forms were asexual. They just reproduced asexually, and sexual reproduction was something that came much later. But when it comes to everything came from something, then there had to be...
hold on. What are we talking about? What, like we're talking about amoebas on Earth? Or are you talking about universal? Which one are we talking about?
On Earth, yeah.
Okay, on Earth. But the Earth there is a reason why we call it Mother Earth. So the Earth itself is a feminine perspective. That's how creation and nature comes through it. And then the father is the sun, and then the mother would be the moon. And so, as well as the quickest way that humans and any independent consciousness was here, they started attributing masculine and femininity to nature itself and everything we can see. The first second that we came here, we started attributing that stuff.
Yeah, that's fair to say. I'm just saying that those things aren't necessarily ingrained. Like the sun isn't actually a male just because people attribute male qualities to the sun and female qualities to the moon. The moon's just a rock. It's not male or female.
Well, it's interesting though, but when you look at it and you see you know, you hear about full moons and people acting crazy, and you would agree that there's a masculine and feminine side of the brain from the perspective of the left side of the brain is the masculine, analytical, logical. The right side is artistic, creative, etc. Right? We have two sides of the hemispheres of the brain.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And so if you reverse that into the mass, you have the left side is the feminine path, the left hand path, and the right hand path, right? That may be too much. But if you look at, for example, when a full moon happens and the high tides rise, people are more creative at night, right? That's why it's called the witching hour. The Aquarian sadhana hours are when the high tide is up between 3:30 and 4:30. Also, during full moons, you have more murder and more chaos that happens. People get more fucked up. And that's because they don't know how to, at night, you're more creative. Also, because the feminine energies rise in the feminine part of our brain. The reason why the sun is masculine is because father son, and during the day we're analytical, logical, etc. So there is an alchemical connection to the functionality. And again, I can go into deep into this stuff and to the triangulation of all of it, but I left that out too, because that has nothing to do with our
Some people are illogical all day, every day, at nighttime.
That's true, but those people act crazier during a full moon.
And that's what happens when our panels hit the 3 a.m. hour. Let's try to be a little shorter with our responses because we do have a lot to get through. That's okay. These are great. Andrew Santa says scientific casual is traced discreetly to a cause, not a metaphysical one. Any thoughts on that one?
I don't understand.
Well, I think it says scientific causal, not casual.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you said that, but I still read casual 3 times. I read it 3 times, but I didn't obviously read it though, did I?
Fair enough. Causal.
Yeah, I'm fine with the idea that the universe, that there's some sort of cause behind the things that we see and encounter, but I see no reason to assume that cause is a god.
Okay. All right. Santa is backstage, so I'm sure he'll have more fun with you here in a little bit. Plumpy gifting not only 1, but 2, and 3, and 4 Raging Tomato memberships out there. Congratulations to the lucky lottery winners. Fourth Wiseman says Plato's doorway. If you don't understand geometry, do not enter. Now ask, on what medium does everything travel along or through? The answer lay within. Dun, dun, dun. Any thoughts?
I agree with Fourth Wiseman again. I mean, I have like 4 poems in my book on this subject.
I don't have any thoughts on this one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Big shout out because Fourth Wiseman came in and got his Rockstar membership today. I'm so proud of him. That's the super duper awesome Rockstar status membership. But he laid a little trend because Carpenter Tom Carpenter came in and got one as well. So shout out to both of our rock stars in our Mater chat. We love you so much. Fourth Wiseman says, shout out to the conversation taking place and format created to host this content in this manner. Thank you. Yes, you guys, this was a really more deep level. I was really excited for this one before you guys kicked off. Also, Fourth Wiseman says matter cannot be destroyed at all. It converts sometimes into partitions, smaller and attaching to another X, or sometimes into something larger, yet it's still matter that converted up or down. Any additives to that one?
Well, he's going to agree. Well, yeah. Again, when matter transmutes into pure energy, it's energy. It's potential matter, but it's pure energy. So it's 100% energy. It's not it's zero matter. So can it transmute then into energy in the form of like gases and dust particles and create a planet? Yes. But that entire process is transmutation. But when it goes from matter and potential energy to energy, that's what I was describing. Maybe we're saying the same thing, and maybe I'm going a little too nitpicking into it. I don't know. It's possible.
And perhaps I'm getting hung up on the word destroyed. I'll reiterate again that smoke and dust are matter and not energy. But when matter transforms into energy, it's not being destroyed, it's just transforming. And then when you said
Yes.
energy transforms into matter, that's not destruction, but it's destruction one way, but not the other, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, maybe the destroy. Yeah, maybe the destroy thing. I think I may have said destroy. Yeah, that doesn't. Or maybe I don't know how destroy. Or he said destroyed.
Your original claim was that matter
was it?
can be destroyed.
Ah, okay. So yeah, destroy is not the right word for that for sure. Okay, so we have now come. So now we both agree, God.
At least we both agree on the conservation of energy.
Listen, we both agree that the word God is just not the word. But the best word I have for it is called Ahura Mazda, the uncreated one. One meaning one, all.
What about higher power?
Higher power be the force in which the uncreated one, meaning not one singular man, God, the being, one meaning all. Looking at all creation as one, the uncreated one is called Ahura Mazda. Maybe I should start using that.
Would you call me? Howard says, I'm not even a little worried. Omar got this in the bag. Anything you want to say to that, Omar?
I mean, again, it just depends on your perspective, right? There's no, I didn't pull out a bag and say I've captured God and here it is, and therefore I won. I mean, I just think that I don't know. I don't think that I in any way didn't. Let's just say I don't think that Jed was able to dispel. I think that my argument about God as a causational grounding force is far more logical than the no God concept. It's illogical. But his claim was highly intelligent because he never said no God. He just said,
I think both of us did a pretty good job articulating our thoughts and ideas.
I agree. Howard also couldn't just sit down. He said, nope, I'm going to send out 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to you, lucky lottery winners as well. Fourth Wiseman says with the big 20, when you're not comprehending a meaning, when you're not comprehending a meaning at first, then comes reflection. This type of reflecting is best not done often, i.e. retain your memories. This is why you can project your future and no longer reflect on the past. Grow love. Any additives there?
The last part of grow is the key to that entire statement. 100%. I completely agree.
I think in general, looking towards the future is more productive than looking at the past, because reminiscing about the past or feeling regretful about things you've done is never going to lead you anywhere. The best thing you can do is look forward. What are you going to do in the future?
Well, I mean, if you sit down and close your eyes and you create your 5 focus points of the future, you're not just trying to create like, okay, the mansion, like that's the wrong way to go. You don't start creating like, okay, the mansion, here's my Victoria's Secret model wife. No, you want to tap into the feeling and feel the feeling of how it feels to be in that place and allow the visions to create themselves, which does come from the mind. I fully understand, right? And then you're pouring your essence or your soul into those visions, and that's the proper clean way of creating it, right? Of creating your future from that, not picking a material thing and masturbating to it, tapping into your actual, your heart and feeling into the feeling of like, what does success feel like? Breathing into it, right? And again, that goes into a more spiritual experience that I was describing or staying away from tonight.
I may also point out that the past and the future do not actually exist. The only thing that's real is now, the present. And so possibly one better thing to do than even looking toward the future is appreciating the now. What are we doing now? How can we find happiness now? Because if we're always thinking about the past or thinking toward the future, then we're missing out on what's actually happening and what's actually real.
Ooh.
I just noticed in the comments, someone just put in there that Moses spoke to the burning bush. And okay. All right.
Howard sends Big 10, says, know thyself. That's so lovely. Thank you so kindly, Howard. Fourth Wiseman, he had so many things to say this whole night. Here's your oxymoron about nothing. Nothing is something. Something is nothing, and something does not exist. But to not exist must be something. So therefore, nothing exists. Have fun, everyone. And if that's not Dr. Seuss in a super chat, I don't know what is.
The guy's a master. I've never read a bad comment from him. I would love to find out who this person is.
No,
I reject the first premise that nothing is something.
Nothing is something.
Well, no thing. No thing. Nothing, no thing. Right. So then what's no thing? Nothing.
No thing is to not have something.
It's like saying, who am I? Who's asking?
Oh. Ooh, interesting. All right, we'll let that brain teaser sit there for later. Shout out to Sandy. I freaking roll using bandwagon. Believe me, bro. Shout out to Tom Carpenter again. He sends in a big 50 over on the Cash App just because we're awesome. I love you guys so much. Fourth Wiseman says God exists, period. I'm not a theist, nor an atheist, nor any cult faction affiliated. I have no pigeonhole to describe what I am. To do so only comes with limits, and limits make you hit a wall. Ooh, I like that actually. When you pigeonhole yourself into a certain category, right, then you're limited to only that category. All right, any thoughts on that one?
Yeah,
No, go ahead, Jess. Sorry.
I was going to say these categories are tools of language that we use to communicate ideas. So as soon as he says God exists, he's qualifying himself as a theist, because a theist is someone who believes God exists. So I don't think he's pigeonholing himself or putting limits on his own beliefs. He would just be accurately describing what he believes, which is a theist, someone who believes that there is a God.
Yeah, I agree. But if let's just say Fourth Wiseman was limiting his words to saying that the universe, all matter in space, all that exists, that's God, and therefore you can say the universe is God, then if you deny God under that pretense, then you're denying the existence of reality within the universe, therefore God. That's how easy the argument is.
Okay. Cheetown watching over on the Twitch side. Shout out to Cheetown and Match over there hanging out in Twitch world, keeping the chat on lockdown over there. Sends a big 5 on the coffee app, says, happy Friday to Sarah, chat, mods, visitors, old friends, and other distant relations. Shout out to you, Cheetown, and everyone who's hanging out tonight. Fourth Wiseman, this is the final one, and then we're going to get our panel up here. Thank you, Omar and Jed. A proper conversation carried out in a proper manner.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a really good conversation and have like a thought experiment. I didn't want to I don't think there's a quote win necessarily, because if I need to prove to him that God exists, then I don't really believe, like whether he believes or doesn't believe in whatever the case may be, it doesn't change my effects. I'm a little too old for that shit. Yeah,
and debates are really for the people watching. It's unlikely that any two debate opponents are going to change each other's mind. But like I mentioned earlier, potentially there's people watching who could have their mind swayed, or at the very least, we're presenting interesting ideas and thought-provoking topics for people to mull over in the future.
If I use a word, if I made a different word or even made a word up and presented my argument, then I think that at 90% of the stuff I said and took the word God out, there wouldn't be a debate, because you would agree with the majority of the stuff I said. I just used the word God and kept using the word God because you completely reject that word. So it gave it a really good conversational piece. But if I didn't use the word God, we would just be sitting here agreeing with each other the majority of the time. Minus the last little bit about causation and the thought process that you were talking about, the mind and thought, and we would get into that too much.
I think there's definitely some things that we found disagreement about besides the idea of God. But even if you were to label some supreme creator as a different word than God, I'm not convinced that there is a creator, because I don't think the universe was created.
But creator means something was created and it's in its finalization. I'm saying we are inside of a supreme creation.
Yeah,
it's right now.
I think that's begging the question, because I don't think we can call the cosmos a creation until we demonstrate that it has been created.
Well, that's a real easy thing to do. I just say, open your eyes.
Well, I see the universe, but I see no
Okay.
reason to think that the universe was created intentionally by a god or anything.
Gentlemen, are you ready to meet your panel?
Okay.
Let's do
So
it.
that they can,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I know all of them back there have a lot of big
That's true.
questions for you guys, and I think we're going to be able to dig out a little further where you guys left off. All right, to the panel, let's go. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody's got a feedback coming in. Let me check. Okay, all right, it's not coming through now. It's good. All right, let me move some people around here. That way we're all set. Okay, so here's the rules for the open panel Q&A. So we've got Jed and Shaman who are allowed to stay unmiked right now. They can talk all they want and respond to your questions accordingly and even have a little back and forth with each other. However, I'm going to ask everyone else to kindly mute up their mics for now. We're going to go one at a time. You get a few minutes to ask your question, go a little back and forth with our two panelists here. And then when your question has been answered, we'll move on to the next person. Now, this is meant to be respectful, kind, and meant to actually ask a question to them, not just call them names. So you are more welcome to pass if you don't have something smart to ask, if you want, and hang tight for gauntlet mode, and then we can all go into full open floor. Once we hit gauntlet mode, we will be full open floor. You can have more fun. All right. So Clay, you were the first one back there. I knew you were going to be first one back there. I was excited to have you the first one back there. Your question to the two gentlemen, please, sir.
Yes, fantastic. And thank you, Sarah, for having us. Thank you for having the debate. Thank you, Omar, for being here. Thank you, Jed, for being here. I believe you both are very good orators. You did a really awesome job. I want to give you that full credit. You guys were awesome up here, and thank you so much. You gave us what we came for. Thank you so much. My first query is for well, first off, I also want to say as well, Jed, I appreciate you giving the ground for the reasoning that it doesn't make sense that something would come from nothing. That right there is gold. And it is something that a lot of atheists, even though you say you're agnostic atheist, that's a little bit different. Of course, I understand that. And maybe in the gauntlet mode, we might explore that too. But I appreciate that. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that. But I was wondering if you have ever considered the idea, and I know Omar brought this up, of this God, this creator, being the universe or inside of the universe, but ever have you considered the outside of the universe?
I mean, sure, we can consider all sorts of things, but the time to accept the claim is after there's sufficient reason to believe it. So I'm not aware that it's possible to be outside the universe because we've never been able to observe outside the universe. So I'm open to the possibility of there being a God outside the universe, inside the universe, one with the universe, if that can be sufficiently demonstrated to be the case.
Yep. And I appreciate that. And it's the agnostic in you to consider it. And so that's very good. And so essentially the next question again, would it be worth labeling it if it was so, or if the consideration of it was so? Like if I considered what it could possibly be, would it be worth labeling it as such a thing as perhaps God, a creator? I know Omar gave a few names. A lot of people give a few names. Would it be worthwhile to name such a thing?
I think if our definition of God strays too far away from the typical use of the word, then labeling it as God only creates confusion. So if God is anything other than a thinking agent, then I tend to have issues with that particular definition of God because it serves to only confuse people's communication because so many people use the God label to describe a thinking agent who not only created the universe, but has thoughts of its own.
Okay,
And the
very good.
time, yeah, go ahead.
Yep, and I do understand that, and I've heard that point in the past as well. So the idea of being able to understand things is probably important to most people. Maybe some, obviously, the exceptions, we don't really count them, where they're considered idiots. They're not real. They're not really using their mind. But you said during the debate that if we can't understand it, then we can't know it. But that is definitionally wrong, where knowing a thing means that you are on par with the axiom, whereas understanding means that you can't possibly know it. So you have understanding that there's a possibility that there's some other answer. Would you agree with that or not?
You said that if we have understanding, then we can't know that it's the case. That seems a little I don't think I agree with that.
Okay, fair enough. So just a quick little back and forth on that.
Yeah.
So definitionally, to understand something, you could literally just flip the two words there, stand under, to not have a full knowledge of it, to not really truly have the axiom. You believe it's true. In fact, the Gnostics had a reasoning that they would come to knowledge based on their understanding, and they would accept a premise, whereas that is still just a belief. Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah, when we get into the difference of the words like understand and know, one thing I'll point out is I don't think we can be absolutely certain about really much of anything. Possibly, I've said in the past, I can be certain that my own mind exists. I think that's probably the safest thing. If I could be certain about anything, it's probably that. But
Thank God.
I think that as far as knowledge goes and understanding and beliefs, everything really falls on a spectrum, and that there might not actually be a difference between know and understand, where our level of understanding ends with knowledge, where that's the peak of understanding. That's understanding something to the maximal degree. And, there's just varying levels of understanding below that.
And I 100% would agree with that. And of course, again, I love the agnostic in you. I appreciate it. Excellent interlocutor. And I've got one more for Omar.
Yes, sir.
And that would
What's up, Clay?
What's up, brother, man? So in reference to the belief itself, right? So everybody has all these different beliefs of what God is, right? And probably you are closer to my view of what God is, even though I have a Christian belief. You have a very close...
your God the Father and my would be the same. You have
he's the same guy.
You have a bitheistic mediator between the two that you utilize. Exactly. And I don't reject Jesus's existence or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't believe in Messiah's saviors because it takes our direct connection, but you get it.
Yep, absolutely. And I appreciate your view as well as anybody else's that has views similar to yours. But my question to you is, can we all believe the exact same thing on these issues? Or can two people, I should say, can two people believe the exact same thing?
Yes, but from only on the highest level possible in mutual explanations. Like the Muslims say, you can only explain God by what it's not, right? Which is like profound. It's a profound statement, right? He said no. I say Muslim, everyone goes, but it's profound enough. And so I would say that, so at the time of Paul, I'm going to tap into the,
Absolutely.
So at the time of Paul, right? So Paul is a Roman citizen, Greek speaking, highly educated Pharisee right?
Yes, he
But he
was.
wasn't only, because he was what's considered a Merkaba mystic. And that's pre-Kabbalistic, what we now call Kabbalistic seeker. That's what they
Okay.
were called in the first century Judaism. They were
Gotcha.
the occultists of their time, in the form of like the secret society, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
And so their concept is something what we would refer today as bitheism. And so the bitheistic perspective was they would study Enoch, and they would study, which was not canonized even to Judaism, by the way, but
Right.
yet he is 7 down from Adam and the grandfather, right? And there's a point. So they would study Enoch. I think there's a mystery inside of Enoch that we're missing. And if we only figure that out, then we'll understand how Jacob made the ladder,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And so that's Merkaba mysticism. That's Kabbalah. That's trying to explain the ladder. And so Jesus is a mediator in between that, or angels would be the way they looked at Elohim. They had Yahweh as their main
Right.
Elohim, and all the other
Yes.
Elohim that translated to God and angels.
Yeah.
And
regardless of whether they realize it or not, that is the history of Judaism.
That's the truth. That's the truth
That
of
is
it.
the truth.
And the identical worship of Baal to Yahweh is identical.
Yes.
And if you look at the we'll
They exchange one for another.
yeah,
Yes.
they copy and
and
paste.
so
I would say yes up here, but the way people are going to explain
the way they
the
get
steps
to
in the ladder is a different thing. And I don't
Very good.
actually have any disagree. So when I talk for my organization, the Universal Theognostic Society, we utilize any and all things as stories to help people speak your language, to understand the goal is to have the direct connection and understand that everything else is a tool. Whether it's a person
absolutely.
or whether it's
It's a tool.
a
I love
plant,
that.
it's all a
Love
tool.
it. It's a tool, right? To get to wherever it is that understanding, or
Yeah,
even possibly
understanding.
knowledge.
Understanding is the
Yeah.
so
That's even
the
better. I like that.
philosophical lens to be
Mhm.
able to understand by looking at anything, whether we're talking about Odin, what doesn't make it.
But I want to bring it back real quick, just a real quick one. So the idea that we can believe the exact same thing, I don't actually believe that. I don't see us being able to. Not one single human being can believe the exact same thing another human being believes, because of the very simple fact that we have a
I see what
separate
you mean.
mind. So,
And I agree, but that's
Okay.
why I wouldn't say it doesn't have to do with belief with the mind. It would have to do with the
existence
understanding in the
itself,
soul.
reality,
Yeah, with
all of it,
the
Okay.
understanding of
good.
existence itself through the soul, the human spirit, which we call the soul. That is and we don't need words for that one.
No, we don't. Nope.
It would be
And
a
I
feeling.
appreciate it. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Jed. And thank you, Sarah.
Absolutely.
Jed
Great
wants to throw up
questions.
now.
Great questions, Clay. Wonderful questions. Anchor Baby is taking his pass. Spin would like to just reserve his seat for the gauntlet. So
Yes, I think I'm going to take a pass.
Effigy, if you would like to ask your question, please.
What's up, everybody?
How's it going?
Fun talk, very chill. Omar, I got a few questions for you because I'm mostly on Jed's side here. But first off, I'd like to say, just because you take a bunch of hallucinogens doesn't mean you end up thinking like you. I'm living proof of that.
I never said anything about hallucinogens.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. Name one.
Ayahuasca.
That's an entheogen, not a hallucinogen. You know the difference? I can explain it very fast.
I mean, the only difference is that someone uses it as a part of like a sacrament or medicine, and you're considered that.
No. The scientific explanation, as far as Cambridge University, they say a hallucinogen is a substance, whether it's natural like a mushroom or LSD, that the substance that affects the brain is foreign to the brain. An entheogen is the active ingredient to the brain is in the body already. Therefore, ayahuasca is an entheogen because DMT is already in our body, and LSD or psilocybin is not. So there's an entheogen and a hallucinogen. I wasn't referring to any hallucinogens, nor do I recommend that necessarily. Although I'm not against it, like mushrooms and whatever. But ultimately, effigy, I would say you should stick to the natural stuff. You shouldn't be taking LSD and think you're gonna figure out the keys to the fucking universe.
One thing
Well,
I'll
I mean,
just
I
chime
don't
in
I
here
don't think
is
you
that
should be taking any kind of substance and thinking
Okay,
you're going to
it's
pick up the
better.
keys to the universe.
Yeah.
But I have a few questions for you because number one, you seem to be wiggling around away from a definition just because the definition locks you into specific positions. Everything you're telling me, Omar, puts you in the camp of a panentheist, someone who believes that God is the universe and beyond. And I'm not sure why you keep kind of leaning over into kind of like theist rhetoric for it, because every time you actually nail down what you actually think, you're not theist at all in any sense. Like
No?
maybe you could no, I don't feel like you are at all. Like you're straight saying panentheist things.
Let me ask you this, because I don't actually. So, but when we say theist, right? Because every time someone says theist, my mind immediately goes to some form of like Abrahamic personification of a supreme deity in the form of human traits, like legs to walk and so on. Is that what you mean
Yes.
by theist?
Something that is a separate, complete entity unto itself. Pantheism is that the universe is God, and panentheism is that the universe, God is the universe is contained within God, but God supersedes the universe. So you're not in any way
spell it
theist.
for me.
You're
You're pantheist or panentheist? What is this?
panen. Just add an en. panentheist.
So can I say panentheist? I've never heard this one before. It's a God is within everything and everything exists within God, but God also transcends you. Yeah, sure. I'm a panentheist. Awesome. I had no idea. I've literally never heard that before.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
And
Yeah,
there are a few questions that kind of follow along with panentheism.
are there a lot of people, and is there an organized panentheist religion right now that I can look up, or should I start one?
You can try to start one. I get it's kind of like what you were saying, whereas that everyone has kind of their own idea of what it is, right? So it's kind of hard to. The idea of a community of people is usually that they're agreeing on a singular definition, and this just kind of doesn't fall into that.
Yeah, in order to be a cult, you'd have to have something. So we'd have to I'd have to be like the supreme deity that through me you can experience the universe as God, or I'd have to have some sort of substance that unifies everyone, right? Otherwise, it's not a proper cult.
So does the idea of what you're talking about change and grow with the universe, or is its essence unchanging?
Well, I would say that every single component is a part of the creation and the existence that's interconnected, that the existence itself grounds it all together, and the interwoven fabric that exists outside of material. So even thoughts continue to exist. So I didn't get into I didn't even talk about energy or energetic body or thoughts or things. I kind of stayed away. As soon as you said alchemy was like some heresy, and I stayed away from the interwoven fabrics that would connect everything together. But there is another half of my perspective that would intermingle it together. That actually doesn't even necessarily have to do with the soul. It has to do with
So you're saying that the processes of existence in the universe add to this concept of a panentheistic God.
Add to, you could say in one way, I would say more exists within, because I think ultimately on the big scale of it all, I think that it would bypass existence itself would bypass time. It would be like one existence on the highest level.
Well,
from our perspective, it would add
is
to,
literally defined by time.
Yeah. I mean, not metaphysically though.
There is no existence without time.
No, there's
it's
no
not
perception
existence if it's outside of time. No. Time is an integral part of the fabric of the universe. It is not a thing that it's moving through. It's part of space time.
Agreed.
It's
You're right.
part of the fabric.
I agree. No, I agree with what you. I agree fully with what you just said. Time is an integral part of the universal existence and existence within the universe. I'm saying that what I'm talking about with God transcends all matter and space, which is the definition of the universe. If the entire universe would implode or explode, so hey, let me tell you let me add the word soul and spirit in here. My ultimate statement is that if you were to remove the dark matter, which is called the ma'at, which is the interconnecting substance from which possibility and light can even be conceived upon, that's why there's nothing, and everything in the universe, all matter and space, would implode into what we described earlier as a singularity, the only thing that would exist was the essence or the eternal life, which we would refer to as our soul, as a part of this eternal life. So I believe there is an eternal existence that we can only define in our perspective as a human soul, but there is a universal substance of eternality that has nothing to do with matter. That's ultimately what I mean by God. But in its material form, in any form, it exists within and permeates through all existence in the form of universe, which is perceived through time and space. Does that A to B, A to Z, Z to A? Get it?
No, at some point it just starts sounding like woo. It just starts sounding like the people who are trying to sell you crystals, and that kind of stuff, because it just seems like you're just stringing words.
So I'm saying that what you said about the universe and panentheism, yes.
So how is this any different than just a deistic perspective of the clockmaker of the universe runs? Why would I even bring up this God if every explanation I have is just fine without even bringing it into the picture?
I don't understand. What's the question about a clockmaker?
Well, like a deist, someone who believes there is a personal God, but the God does not interfere with the universe at all. How is your perspective any different than the deistic perspective in the fact that there's nothing to interfere with the universe because it is the universe? Therefore, why are we even talking about it? Because it just is the is.
I'm not familiar with that perspective. That sounds like a that sounds like a nihilistic perspective. I don't agree with that. That's not my perspective. Because then why would I even be having this conversation if I thought that?
Well, what's the point of believing in a God that, you know, doesn't really do anything if you're just like, oh, it just exists outside of everything and is everything, therefore there's really nothing. I'm not going to do anything different tomorrow because it's just, you know, God is the trees in the air. And
got it. Well, I did
it's not a personal God, therefore it's not going to listen to me. It doesn't do anything in the world because it's everything. It is the world. Whatever the world is doing, that's what God is doing.
Yeah, that's super nihilistic. That's not my perspective at all.
Well, it's your perspective, not mine.
Let's start wrapping it up.
No. So effigy. I believe in the human spirit, that we collectively have an experience of having a human spirit, of which we call the soul. Therefore, my perspective of my grounding experience in this body is my breath. My breath is a materialization of my essence, and the essence is a part of my soul that exists forever. Okay, so whatever if you call that deist, that's fine. Okay,
it's poetry. That's really all that was just poetry. I mean, it was beautiful, but yeah.
I'm not even reading it. This is why I feel now. Everything else that we're talking about,
but you didn't say anything concrete. You just said pretty words.
I made a statement and a claim about a soul, and then the human soul, which would be the human spirit collectively. All of us right now have an eternal life that we're perceiving in this material. The grounding reality between the actuality and the reality exists because of the breath or the essence in this framework, this body, right? And so I'm saying there's a highly spiritual component to where we are right now. It's just that I didn't touch on it out of respect for Jed. I moved outside of the spiritual component. He already said he doesn't believe in a soul. So for me to spend 2 hours arguing about the soul is a non sequitur, and in essence is kind of what it turns into me. Might as well just argue about Muhammad, in that case. So I left out half of my belief system, but yes, I do believe ultimately in this definition of panentheism. Yes, but there's a difference between the eternal life in the form of that moves into life. So like I'm a human right now. Could I materialize into a fucking tree at some point or any of those things? I'd say it leaned more towards that being a yes than it being a no. So that therefore a spirit must exist before me. I must have existed in a spiritual form before, now, and after. Does that clarify more?
It seems to me you're using ill-defined words to define other ill-defined words, but I'll leave it there.
But I was just talking in poetry, though. But before I was talking in poetry, the next statement is
that's what I'm saying. When you go from like soul to essence to I can't remember what the other word is, but it just seems like a series of ill-defined words.
The soul is the
It's
the
ill-defined
soul,
words defining other ill-defined
because
words.
because we're doing it in 10 seconds, buddy. That effigy, we're doing it in 5 seconds.
Let's hold.
I
Let's put a
agree.
pin.
I agree.
Let's put a pin in that one for the gauntlet, and that way we can move on and let some other people ask questions, and maybe that will shake itself out as well.
And if effigy wants to have, we can
Well,
have
thanks,
the
Omar.
conversation about soul or no soul. I have that. I would love to have that.
Okay.
That'd be amazing.
All
Thanks,
right.
Emily.
And Santa, Mr. Andrew, to you. Would you like to ask your question? I think you'd probably be going for Jed, wouldn't you? I think you're going for Jed.
Yeah, because I'm naturally more disposed to Omar. I liked Jed's presentation. However, I want to clarify that causal in science, that I gave you a definition. Causal means that it can be mapped back to a discrete cause. In your question, Omar, you said, well, life can't come from life, and there's a scientific word for it called abiogenesis. So I encourage you to sharpen your sword on that. Now,
Say it again. Life cannot come from life.
yeah, no life from without life, previous life.
No, I said nothing. Something cannot come from nothing, and we were speaking universally. I wasn't.
You
talking
said,
Earth.
you said. I encourage you to look back at it, because I noted when you said that life has to come from life, or words like that. If nothing can come from something, I encourage you to also look at the scientific definition of nothing, because it's not the same as our common use of the word nothing. Literally, the word nothing means no little things in Latin. So our common use is more accurate. However, Jed was also accurate that Lawrence Krauss is saying that all of these things came from the potential, no longer called a singularity, the potentials that were radiating in a big fuzzy thingy that they no longer cause a singularity. And we might refer to it in the common tongue as energy. But after those energies have made planets and done whatever they've done, I encourage you to look up abiogenesis. What I was looking at in the
Real quick,
presentation,
it says nothing is strictly. It says complete absence of anything whatsoever. No matter, no energy, no space, no time, no law, no fields. Yeah, there's no such thing.
I could repeat myself, but if you listened, I said our understanding of that word now is true to the Latin definition. However, scientists, which are the ones you're really debating with, have a different definition for what nothing is.
So I don't believe in. So the same way that I'm not allowing the Catholic Church to create new definitions of just because someone uses Greek and takes two Greek root words that have no comparison in any Greek writings ever, and in 357 AD decide to merge them together and tell me I'm stupid. Science.
I encourage you to fight with them. I'm a Taoist. I think you guys should use less jargon. I'm not arguing for jargon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well,
I'm not arguing for jargon. You know, like effigy to find what a panentheist to a panentheist, and I'm going, no, we're not all deists.
Yeah, I never heard that word before. Again, but I'm not
it's a really good word, but there's a denotation. Sorry to talk over you.
No problem.
There is a denotation and a connotation, and I would like to give a small example.
Please.
Are these two exactly the same, panel? Boy, I love ice cream, and boy, I love my life partner. Are we saying the same thing? No.
Well, I don't know. I just had some ice cream earlier, and it was pretty good.
Okay.
I'm looking to order some ice cream right now as we speak. No, we're not saying the same thing.
Right. And what I found interesting, I loved you and Jed, because after some ham-hawing and arguing over what words, and everybody thinks this word and that word, you guys came down to the classical argument. The classical argument from Jed is, I don't feel the need to name something that we don't observe. And you're saying, but I've experienced these things, I've observed these things, and I have a name for that. That's the classical argument where it breaks. Am I mistaken?
No, I wasn't saying because I've had ayahuasca ceremonies and been in 2 comas. I'm not saying because of those things I believe God exists. I'm saying that I understand that the human mind. No. I said regardless of how creative the human mind can be, I have experienced things that are inconceivable. Like, this is a very powerful word.
Okay.
Inconceivable. There's no way that I can explain or create the idea of experiencing the universe created or seeing myself for 2.5 days looking down. There's
Absolutely no way. Impossible.
But that was not why I said I believe God exists. That's how I know something that we cannot see exists.
Okay.
And even that is just a ladder, so to speak, going to
bro,
my
I'm
ultimate
setting
point.
you up. I just want to make sure you know I'm setting you up. Because if you Google the God helmet, you will see how low magnetic fields around different places on the skull create God and supernatural like experiences. You might want to read up on it, because any true atheist, which I agree, Jed's nice as an atheist, will really hit you there, because the brain experiences it only with endogenous chemicals.
My brother, if a guy decides to cut his penis off and call himself a woman, is he a woman?
No.
Okay.
How is that related? That's
you can create whatever helmet you want.
Every time you get faced with facts and science, you run for the hills and describe something else.
I'm not running anywhere. You're describing a helmet that you can create, which sounds like a virtual reality experience, and that has
why don't you look it up and argue from information instead of opinion? I'm giving you the scientific studies repeated.
You're telling me that there's a helmet that you can put on and experience God. Therefore, God's not real.
I didn't do the therefore.
Because
I literally did not have the therefore.
So then, what are you talking about this helmet for? I don't understand.
I said you should learn about it, because your premise was, I experienced these things, I can't explain them, and so therefore they were supernatural.
That was my.
I'm saying you might want to read that the brain can be
influenced. Supernatural means some form of a spirit outside of yourself.
Right. So does metaphysical.
No, it doesn't. You can have a metaphysical experience yourself. You're describing supernaturals outside of you.
And what does metaphysical mean?
Spiritual
outside the normal experience.
Spiritual experience would be inside of you.
No, I didn't say shit about spiritual.
You said
supernatural. Once again, you go to
no.
some little cubby hole.
Once again, three times, three claims, all three you're making claims I didn't say. You said supernatural, and I'm explaining to you I never said anything about supernatural. Supernatural is
you said, but therefore
Santa,
supernatural.
You're being a bad Santa right now. Supernatural is there's a ghost over there. A ghost
I'm
over
more than
there
happy
is
to review it.
A ghost over there is supernatural.
I'm more than happy to review my potential error. Are you willing to look into the God's helmet?
I never said the word spiritual. I'm taking notes of everything that you said, except for the guy of the study of something you both mentioned. I don't know what.
God's helmet, and then E equals MC squared. Energy can translate back and forth to energy. I think you guys resolved that one. Now, one of the things that I was surprised that I wasn't normally on your side over is the fact that your argumentation demanded that Jed meet you halfway somewhere. Over and over again, you're using that, hey, just trust me, bro. I had these experiences. Just trust me, bro. I had these shamanic.
You're really hung up on you're really hung up on that. That's why I was trying to move on. His explanation for
answer it. I'm not hung up. I'm just looking for an explanation then.
That's all you're talking about. It was like 2 minutes of the thing, which I kept canceling.
Hang up means I'm stuck on something that I can't get past. I'm asking why you in a debate are using, I had the experience, just trust me, bro. When it's supposed to be a debate about whether or not.
Let me answer your question, but let me ask Jed a question. Sure. Jed, do you feel that in the debate, my argument was just trust me, bro?
Well, when it comes to anecdotal evidence, like personal experiences, near-death experiences, the only thing I can possibly go off of is your word. And like I said, I'm happy to accept that you had an experience and are trying to accurately portray it to the best of your ability. I see no reason to think that you're lying. But when it comes to whether you're using your experience or near-death experience or your coma experience as evidence for God, it did seem as though you were saying your experience that you had an NDE or that you saw yourself from the corner of the hospital room is evidence that there's something beyond the physical, because you couldn't explain
specifically
it in a
with
natural
something
way.
that the mind, something that's inconceivable to the mind, specifically my mind, and you, and
Okay.
that was the premise. So the point was, so hold on, bro. Let me finish one more sentence. So when we was talking about the mind, I said I have experienced things that are inconceivable with medicine, taking something, and with not, right? And the whole premise is that I had my experience and I have my conclusion. I shared an experience. He had his conclusion. Where is trust me, bro, come in?
Because you said when you understand, you're only reading half of the book. You talked over and over
That's an
again
hour
about
later.
transcendental.
That's an
I'm
hour
answering
later.
your question.
No,
I'm
you're
answering your
piecing-
question.
You're
He didn't say to you, you're only reading half
24
the
words
book.
of a 500. You can't take a 500 page. Half of the book, the other half of the book is my reference to spirituality, which he rejects the soul. So that's what you're
Right.
talking about. It's half of
But
my book.
You decided to do that. You asked me how, and I'm answering how. He didn't
No,
demand these
no,
things out of you. You demand that he
No.
take your proof and just go, trust me,
No.
bro. Okay.
Yeah, trust me, bro. That's exactly my argument. It was all. It was a
That's
whole
what
night of trust me,
he
bro.
said it nicer. He
So
said
much.
it much nicer. I wish I could communicate as he does, but he said, "Yeah, you did kind of say trust me, bro."
Okay, on the
That's
whole
what
argument, or in the, hold
anecdotal
on,
means.
in the whole argument, on the whole debate, or in the one subject about personal experience? That's the question to you, Santa.
Well,
The whole
you
argument
had
was
like
trust me,
7
bro?
items.
Or
I'm sorry that I didn't
one thing about a
document them. Would you
personal-
like them
No,
documented
name a
better?
second one. There's so many. Name a second one, because all I understand is
I did
trust
name
me,
a
bro, is
second
my
one. You were
personal
just
name.
talking over it, but let me look at my notes.
Yeah,
You
that's
were
interesting.
referring to the mystery and assigning a name to it, while Jed repeated 2 to 3 different times that he felt no need to assign to the mystery. And then you
That's
say,
the
well,
entire debate.
I'm answering your question as
That's
you
the entire
sided
debate.
with. No. I know you just yell over people when they're answering your question because you got caught.
That's
You
the
got
entire.
caught.
Oh, I got
That's
caught
all you
arguing
got
my
caught.
half of the debate.
I'm with you on the side of spiritual stuff,
God.
and you got caught.
Arguing God. You kept saying
Here,
God.
here.
Bro.
I was taking notes because I'm like, oh,
Those
Mark,
look like
come on,
chicken
you're better
scratch.
than
Those
this,
like
man.
incoherent piecings together. So
Yeah,
I'm
All right, let's put a pin in that one.
Next time.
Let's put a pin in that one, and I think a speed date is coming up between the two of you pretty soon. Thank you, Santa. We appreciate you. Yes, we love you so much, and he brings us presents every year, so we really love him. Captain Skeleton Man, welcome, sir, my friend. You're welcome to unmute yourself and ask the question or give the comment that you would like to ask.
Thank you guys very much for having me. Peace be with you all. I was listening intently to what everyone was saying, and I must have to say, perception is the key to everything. Just because you think you know something, whether it's anecdotal, for instance, can I extrapolate from the anecdotal and learn something that is empirical evidence as truth, such as a book? Yes. So perception is key. If you stay walking only here on earth and you've never left it, you can't have a perception of something that could exist. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean it's not there. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Omar, I liked what you were saying when you were talking about the oneness of God, and you were talking about a father and then another type being that come into existence. But I wanted to ask you, are you in the understanding of the Mayim, the actual meaning of the Mayim, the actual meaning of spirit or the Ruach of the Hebrew, and to understand it? Yeah, the Ruach, the Mayim. Yeah.
What's Mayim, though? I've never heard that. What's Mayim?
Mayim, M-A-Y-I-M. They call it the water, when the spirit moves across the water. And you were talking earlier about a male, a masculine, and a feminine, in the sense that even within creation, there's always a masculine and feminine. Even if you're asexual, you're still carrying the masculine and the feminine, even within the plant and animal kingdom. So in the Torah, in the first evidence of understanding of writing about God, 1200 BC, when we first started learning of heretics through the Egyptian hieroglyphs, Moses wrote this very specifically to get people to understand something. The God is one,
Just like with Adam, just because you can't see Eve doesn't mean that Eve was not in him. He extrapolated her out of him. The same way that when the spirit moves across the water in the Hebrew word is feminine. The ruach is a masculine, even though they're trying to change it today. AI is changing the resh, the letter of the resh and the letter. They're trying to change these laws. Don't change the alphabet because you're going to misconstrue
you mean like
things.
the hay. The hay is the Shekhinah.
Yeah, well, they're trying to change the letter, meaning they're trying to say that ruach is a feminine now. So even within Christianity,
the ruach has always been masculine. The mayim
always
is water, which is feminine.
Always has been, but now
look, combined together is how the essence is. The combining of that would be essence.
Yeah. So when you look at Google up ruach, and now you're going to find Google saying it's a feminine word. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't understand your pronunciation. Ruach is the ruach is the wind or the spirit, and the mayin
the hachadesh.
Yeah, kadesh is yes, but the mayim is the waters, and so when the spirit and the waters merge, this in essence is how essence in the form of life, because we're water also. So
no. Again, that's a different kind of water.
Yeah,
a different kind of water.
No, I know you're talking about the eternal waters. I know what you're talking about. I'm very familiar with.
No, we call it what we call it in NASA. We would call it the dust. So within the materialistic, just because you can't see
Captain, remember, we were arguing the existence of God, and as soon as he says he doesn't believe in the soul, he doesn't believe in the spirit, and then I even asked him about essence. So I moved on and I don't want to drill him on something that he doesn't believe in. I want to have a conversation and talk to someone and walk the entire way speaking with someone. I wasn't trying to necessarily win an argument by bringing.
Well, the thing is perception. Again, back to perception. Perception is key. What does spirit mean? What does soul mean? If you are in a theological setting, these people have defined these words for you in religion, and you're following such things that may have fallacy. So a soul is not a spirit. Soul is what you put in the world called work. That's what's judged. So the work that you put out is your soul. People have misconstrued this word in religion and calling it's a spirit. No, soul is not spirit at all. Your spirit is what creates in the vessel a work that produces a soul to you, whether it's good or bad. You know a tree by its fruit.
No, it's a very beautiful way of saying it for sure. But if it would be like A, B, C, like letters, that's B. A, the soul is the self. In Hebrew, your soul, your soul. We're talking Hebrew now. We're talking biblical Hebrew. The soul is the living being. The Hebrew version of soul is the living being or beingness that comes to life as a human.
No, that's incorrect. Creation. But what I'm telling you, perception is key. So just because a scholar comes along and tells you something, I suggest you don't listen to it. You follow it for what it says. Don't change the letter of the law. That's key. Because every letter, if I bring it up for you, I'll show you. Every letter in the Hebrew alphabet contains meaning to it. Because there's pictograph and hieroglyph before we created alphabet. So we start changing alphabet around to produce agenda for people.
You're getting into a Hebrew, what we call today Jewish argument, and I don't.
That's false. I don't believe in the word Jew exists. Jew is a Yehudite. Okay.
That's why I went like this. So did you see me go like this?
I'm just saying. Don't even bring that word up around me. I'm a Pashtun, by the way. I'm a real Israelite. I'm from the tribe of Levi.
Then look at I'm Omar Ahmadzai, brother.
Okay, so you understand what I'm saying. So I don't even care for that. I'm just explaining to you that I'm talking about something else, right? You're changing my subject.
No,
a masculine and a feminine exist. If you go within religion today of theology, they have taught you so many lies in all religion, including Islam. When they say Allah takes up no sons, the word Allah just means the God. You misconstrued it. You don't write it the way Moses wrote it. He wrote it 3 ways, and they have 3 meanings. Elohim means 7 spirits. For Jeb up here, 7 spirits without life itself, you can't make an argument or even experience anything. So if you say that there's no such thing as
70 Elohim.
there's 7 spirits that create the Elohim. That's called the many. There's 7 spirits. And here's the 7 spirits for every atheist to understand. Life itself is the one. Counsel is number 2. Knowledge, understanding, wisdom, power, and fear of the Lord. When you get all of these together and align with your body, then you can absolutely have an empirical truth that you can extrapolate from anything to find truth within it. All things are knowable.
Together, though, but you
don't need drugs to know the truth. I'll just tell you that. You don't need drugs to experience reality. No, I'm just telling you, I'm just saying, listen to what I'm saying to you. You don't need drugs to experience, perhaps you understand, DMT is inside you. So I don't need to ingest DMT to experience what it is.
Yeah, strawman.
Okay? It's not a strongman argument. It's a fact. DMT is created within your own body.
I can't hear over. Hold on. When you both are talking, hold on.
And arguing with yourself.
He's talking more than I am, and I thought I had the floor.
Hold on. You're all I'm saying is that you're both going at the same time. And
I didn't come here to have someone try to preach Hebrew Bible to me and have a half understanding of it.
I studied linguistics at Harvard and Yale.
Well, then you should
I have a PhD in this. And this is the problem in the world. Certain religious organizations have come out and they have lied. They have lied about the truth.
Hold on, Shaman. Hold on.
So who do you think you're yelling at? You said Ruach and Mayim. Those are 2 things. You say one. Then you say Elohim, there's 7.
Allah takes up no sons. The word Allah should be Adonai Elohim. The Son of God has no sons. I just corrected Islam for you.
I'm not Muslim.
Because if a scribe writes something wrong, your perception of the truth is going to be off.
Me is wrong. I'm not Muslim, asshole.
You understand? Perception is key to knowing something. And if you refuse the perception and you follow blindly in anybody's way, you can get lost on the path to truth. That's all I'm saying. I studied all of them. I studied all of it, though. But you're not letting me finish. He's not letting me finish.
Shut up, both of you. I'm not going to let either of you finish because you both keep talking over each other and I can't hear any of it. So it's all hogwash at this point. So we're going to move on to the next person. Maybe give you guys some time to calm down, and maybe at the gauntlet you can get through a better conversation.
I'm calm. He's upset, Sarah. That's all.
This guy's yelling loud as shit. Move your microphone.
Responses. I didn't ask for either of you to respond to me. Thank you.
Frankly, I run my own channel. I could give a shit less about you.
Okay.
There it is.
You're pathetic. That
I still didn't ask either of you to respond. Okay. American, if you'd like to get to your question, please. And thank you everyone for your patience. Go ahead, American. You got to unmute and then go ahead.
Which American?
Oh, he left.
Oh, I think
he just has connection issues sometimes.
Yeah,
he had a lot on my panel last night, sir.
That's okay. Yeah, he's back. All right. Go ahead, American, with your question.
Hey, real quick, Sarah, this is the problem. It went over everyone's head. He mentioned apples.
Hold on. I'm not worried about that.
I have to clarify the reason why I was fighting back.
I'm not. It's American's turn now, who's been patiently waiting for like an hour at this rate. I'd like to not worry about the guy who just rage quit off the panel and got pissy. I'd rather move on to somebody who has a question. Go ahead, American.
Okay. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. The point of the panel is, God versus no God, right? In the old, one little thing that I've been cooking up in my brain the last couple of months, scientists will say that humans are made up of the universe, right? Like everything in the universe is made up of the same thing, right? Humans are conscious. We're conscious, sentient beings, right? And we're part of the universe. So on some level, the universe is self-aware. Has anybody thought of that?
Yeah, I don't think you're the first person to think of that. And it is true in some sense that we are the universe experiencing itself, where we're made of the universe.
So now would the
I muted myself.
universe delete itself?
That was God.
Well, I wouldn't say, sorry, repeat that question, American.
Would the universe delete itself? Like, for example, if the universe is self-aware, for example, because we are part of the universe, we are stardust, as Neil deGrasse Tyson, who I spoke with last night on Coast to Coast AM. We're stardust floating through the universe, a careless, uncaring, unknowing universe. And I'm not thinking to myself, well, we're aware and we are the universe. So how is it that the universe is unaware and uncaring and unknowing?
Yeah, let's be careful not to conflate the whole universe with small parts of the universe. We're small parts of the universe. We're like ants on a rock floating around in a giant space. And while we care about things, we have emotions, desires, we want to live.
Well, that's like saying the whole body is not the human eye, but the human eye can observe the whole body.
Right.
And we're all integrated and part of the same thing. You know, the entirety of what science says, everything in all of existence was at one single point before the Big Bang and then expanded. So, and then that gets into quantum theory, you know, what Einstein says, spooky action at a distance. And it suggests that there is a deeper integration, that there is no real distance between things, because in an expanded bit, there is no distance in that bit. There is only perception of distance. So everything is interconnected. If you go down onto the absolute basic quark level, quantum level of everything in existence, do you know what everything is? Little tiny indentations and flashes of light. So I'm just saying, when you get into like quantum entanglement, you could have one particle that is a billion miles from a particle that is quantum entangled with each other, and what you do to one affects the other instantaneously across that entire distance. And so that suggests that there is some sort of substrate that connects everything in the universe instantaneously.
All right.
So
does that
what
mean
I'm
God
saying is that provides the evidence that intelligence does exist inside of a physical universe, or at least in and around what we consider the physical universe. I mean, we have mind. We're part of the entirety of the universe.
Just because there's a cause and effect relationship between different parts of matter in space doesn't mean that the universe itself is aware or is a mind. And I think you may also be committing the composition fallacy, which is to attribute qualities of a piece of the whole to the whole itself. So just because humans have intelligence and have a mind doesn't mean the universe has intelligence or a mind. We can't take characteristics.
Oh, yeah, it's like saying my body doesn't have intelligence or a mind.
Your body is
my mind has a mind. My brain sits inside of my skull, and you could say that that's a human sitting inside of a planet, and that planet sits inside of a galaxy, and that galaxy sits inside of a universe.
You can't say that the universe has a mind because the universe contains people with minds.
Yeah, but that's a category error. He's making a metaphysical claim and even pointing out that science can prove the existence of that claim. And you're saying like
he's conflating individual minds with one giant mind that the whole universe has or shares. That's the problem.
Okay.
But if you
I want to get this straight. Your position is that nothing created everything.
No.
My position is that
over and over, I don't believe
God created everything.
I don't believe that the universe was created. I'm not convinced there's ever been nothing.
Okay. So let's not use the word created. Let's use the word came into existence.
Sorry, you were talking.
Everything came into existence. Everything came into existence from nothing, which is the standard materialistic atheist platform to speak from.
I'd be really surprised if you could find any atheists that believe that. And that's certainly not my view, that nothing, I'm not convinced nothing has ever existed. I'm fine with the idea that the universe itself is eternal or cyclical in some way.
An ordered, self-aware, at least parts of it self-aware universe. And your position specifically is that it's perpetual.
I'm fine with the idea that it's perpetual. I'm not necessarily making that claim, but I will say I'm not convinced that the parts of the universe, us, that are conscious, are eternal. I think that we're finite and that we've only existed for the last, or I should say life forms have only existed for the last couple billion years on Earth. But at the very beginning of our local presentation of the universe, certainly there was no life or intelligent life anywhere, and no minds or consciousness.
And one thing that I really wanted to point out, by the way,
That's
Jed.
a powerful claim, Jed. That's a powerful claim that you're saying that minds and consciousness didn't exist over the course of X billion years until we came.
No,
here.
I never said that. I never gave a quantifier of time of how long after the universe life popped into existence. I said life has existed for the last, 4 billion years. And I have no idea how much time passed between the beginning of the universe, our local presentation of the universe, and the first abiogenesis event. I have no idea how much time passed. Maybe it was a couple million years, maybe it was billions of years. Who knows? I have no idea.
Does the universe exist if someone
of our
can't?
local presentation of the universe, there was no life.
So if something is not there to observe the universe, does it exist? There's a big scientific conversation about that, right? If there's no observer,
no one's there to hear it. Did it actually make?
Yeah. The observer, like if there's no observer, does something exist? So, and if we say no, then something had to always exist to observe that which we're calling the universe existing for billions of years.
And,
I'm not
and Jed,
you need an observer in order.
And I'm probably not alone in thinking this. The painting behind you, Adam, the reaching out and touching the tentacle of the flying spaghetti monster, which is originally supposed to be Yahweh. If you can openly, so people like to say that Islam is the religion of peace, and then they'll bash Christians. Did you know that if you took that same painting, but you replaced Adam with Muhammad, and then you took Allah and you put the flying spaghetti monster, there would literally be thousands of Muslims that would be trying to murder you right now?
Oh,
but
cool.
because Christianity is actually the religion of peace,
well, no,
we
so
ignore
I
it.
have no issue pissing off Muslims. I've made videos chastising Islam and calling Muhammad a PDF file. I've got no issue with that.
Something being created and something being applied are two different things. So I don't think that Christianity in the form of Jesus or Islam in the form of Muhammad or any of these were religions of war or whatever the case may be. I think if you point one and what was done with them after is completely different. If you want to get real biblical, Muhammad was fulfilling the prophecy of the entire land of Canaan would worship the one God of Abraham. That's all his entire wars were done in the lands of Canaan with pagans. And after he died, his guys went and started conquering all the places. If you look at his actual, so I mean, I'm pretty familiar with all of them.
They expanded his war afterwards. I know, but Muhammad with his followers conquered the Arabian Peninsula while he was still alive,
Canaan.
Slaughtering tens of thousands.
In Genesis 49:10, that promise to Abraham, and we became Avram to Abraham. The last guy who was on here would understand this. When Avram became Avraham, when the hay was added to his name, he became the father of nations. And that prophecy was that the entire land of Canaan would be given to the seeds of Abraham that would worship the one God of Abraham, El Shaddai. And that was not the case in 630 AD. As a matter of fact, the majority of the lands of Canaan were pagans. And Muhammad came, got his prophecy, and fulfilled the prophecy of Genesis 49:10 in his lifetime. After that, of course, it's not. But the point is that if the
Muslims that I talk to,
it's hard to say it's not. But those are people and perceptions, my brother. I'm not a Muslim, just for the record. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Jew. So everyone starts trying to tell me the guy was trying to. Yeah,
I know. I do respect your position. I recently went to a Universalist church. I go to several different kinds of
Yeah,
churches.
I'm not like defending Islam. I'm just saying that we have to understand what actually happened, what's actually written, and what's been done afterwards. That's all. Because then they go, oh, look at the Christians with their crusades. Well, I don't believe Jesus was telling everyone to pick up a sword, man.
Well,
So,
Christian nations were being invaded for 400 years before the first crusade by Muslim
Jesus
armies.
didn't even fight back for his own life. So I don't believe Jesus was telling everyone to go conquer lands either. You know what I mean? But then again,
Well,
if you were
those
part of the
lands
conquer-
had previously belonged to Christians, but Muslims had conquered them.
Christians are
And
definitely not justified in going around and slaughtering a bunch of non-combatant women and children simply because, oh, this land is ours and your ancestors 400 years ago took it from us.
if the eastern coast of the United States had been taken over by Pakistan and Iran, would you not eventually muster up a force in the western United States to take back the eastern United States? That's a really dumb position to have.
No, what you're saying is that 400 years after that happens, people who weren't there when the original event took place are now justified in killing other people who weren't responsible for it. These, in your example, those Pakistanians born in Eastern US, they were just born there. They didn't have a choice of where they were born, and they're not the ones responsible for stealing the land in the first place.
Yeah, sure.
You're
People born
advocating for
into a
killing
terrorist
innocent
jihadist
people
family.
in the name of your
Oh
religion.
man, they must be
And that's why
innocent because they couldn't
Christianity
help
is
being
so
born.
toxic.
Hold on.
Christianity is the
American,
most
you're
toxic
talking
cult
again.
on the whole
Sorry.
planet. I'll also agree with you that Islam is certainly not a religion of peace. I like to call it a religion of piss. And Muslims get very mad when you depict their prophet in negative ways or depict their Allah character. But I've got no issue with doing any of that kind of stuff. If you go to my YouTube channel, I've got an Islam playlist with a picture of Allah's face, and he's like, no drinking water allowed. And I've got Muhammad riding a winged horse with Barack's face on it, Barack Obama, because the winged horse was actually named Barack. Fun fact. So yeah, I've got no problem making fun of Islam. That's one of my favorite things to do.
That's hilarious.
I think making fun of any of the religions is quite immature and it's silly.
You know
And,
what I think is
if-
immature is killing journalists and artists because they make articles about Islam or draw the Prophet Muhammad. I think that's immature.
So, the second part of what I was going to say is that unless you're built for the smoke, like that guy who was yelling at me, right? He said he's Pashtun. I'm Pashtun. You know where they're from? Afghanistan. So you just witnessed two Afghan people yelling. According to him, he's Afghan, but we found out who's really the fucking Afghan on the panel because he fucking ran like a coward. So, but the point is that we don't run. My point is, if you're built for the smoke, Jed, then expect it. But if some crazy Muslim guy that American is referring to sees your shit and thinks he's going to go to heaven with 72 virgins by taking your life, that's not good. So that's all I'm saying overall. That's all I'm saying overall, guys. We have to be very careful with things unless we want the smoke. If we want
one thing I will say is that I get way more death threats from Christians than I do from Muslims.
Interesting.
No way. You know what? I
more.
actually believe that. I actually believe that with our experience with some Christians in the space.
I don't think the solution. And I'm a person I'm a very, 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 very violent person. Okay, trust me. But the difference is that at the age of 46. Yeah, I said that on purpose for Santa. I said that for Santa, dude. I see. Look at him. He goes like this. He's like, "There, he did it. I did it, Santa." Okay. Well,
for you.
Anyway, my point is that over time I've come to learn that the goal is not to try to put out your fire; it's to turn the fire into a fucking laser. You understand? So and that's the goal here. So I love nothing more than to yell at people and yell over people like you just witnessed. I was actually, but if you took my blood pressure, it was not going up. I was just giving him what he thinks he has. I gave him what he thought he was doing, right? But you're not going to get anywhere that way. That's the problem. We're not going to get anywhere by making fun of religions.
Thank you, everyone, for the time. Sarah the Raging Tomato, awesome name. Thank you for being the moderator. Balderson, thank you for being the host. I think the Angry American would like to speak to the American.
Oh, hold on. Let me move. We're still in
No.
order here.
No.
Actually,
Oh, sorry.
we're gonna do Mr. Balderson, then we'll wrap back around because Spin has finally figured out what question he wants to ask. Mr. Balderson, to you, kind sir.
That was an excellent debate, guys. What's I've found kind of hilarious through the questioning is while almost everybody that's had questions has been a theist, it's all been directed at Omar.
I noticed that too, actually.
It's funny.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah. By the way, barak in Arabic, which is a Semitic word, comes from two Hebrew words, which means to like receive blessing on the knee. So that's how Jesus prayed, by the way. That's where that fucking word came from, guys. Good job. You're disrespecting Jesus now.
I don't know. They sound like weird sand people. Did you
fucking Viking?
Ah,
You fucking Viking boat lover.
clip it and ship it.
By the way, also just to let you know, there's less than 10% of deserts in Afghanistan. There's no fucking sand, so that's the best part. But yeah, those are all we are talking. We're talking about
all these other people you're talking about.
We're talking about sand people. We're talking about dudes in the Arab deserts.
Hey, I live in the desert, so if anything, I'm a sand person.
You are.
Like
You dirty little sand people, you.
You're obviously an import. You are entirely too white to be from.
Oh, what's the matter, Shaman? We're talking about your people.
Stop. Go ahead, Baldy, with your question.
We just said I'm not.
Anyway. Jed, do you know that full battery is denser than an empty battery?
Yeah, that sounds like it makes sense. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, and the only thing that's done is it's discharged.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that might be a good time to bring up a correction. Something I said in the debate that's not true, that someone actually pointed out to me in my live chat, is that when you burn wood, you're not actually creating any energy because you're not transforming any matter into energy. When you burn a log, if you take all the matter of the ashes that's left over and the smoke particles that went into the air and combine them all back together, it's the same exact mass as the wood when you started. So there's no transfer of energy when you burn things whatsoever. The only way that we can transform matter into energy is through nuclear fusion and fission.
So that is absolutely wrong.
That's retarded.
That's absolutely wrong. When you burn the wood, what's actually burning is the hydrogen particles. The oxygen particles are grabbing that carbon, this is your smoke, and pulling the carbon away. And this is what allows the chemical reaction to continue, which is the fire releasing that. The thing that's burning is the hydrogen, which you are absolutely losing hydrogen.
Yeah, because you can't just burn a log, put it in a glass box, and then once it's done burning, put it all back together. It's the same thing. Or just weigh the box. How about that? Burn and then weigh the box. It doesn't make sense.
That's just what I'm no physicist, so that's
someone in your chat wrote that.
That's organic chemistry, bro.
I looked it up
I'm also not
on the old Googles, and that's what it said.
But I am an organic chemist, so
okay, well, I'll take your word for it. Sure. Just want to offer a correction for something I thought I was wrong.
Why don't you dox the person who wrote that in your chat to all of us?
And
since I'm taking notes, who wrote that? Who told you that lie? I'm gonna. It's an A. By the way, it was a theist tricking you, Jed. You have a bunch of Christians in your chat trying to make you look bad.
And at some point, Omar and I are gonna have to get into it about why he thinks the sun is masculine and the moon is feminine. That makes zero sense. Okay, father, son, mother, moon, got it. But we have our Balderson. We have to do our thing still. And by the way, I'm not traveling for the next at least week, so I'm here. I'm grounded. I mean the sun. What's the first physical sign of the sun in the morning for you?
What's the what?
First physical sign of the sun's interaction with you in the morning.
The first physical. You mean seeing it, or are you talking about the rays, the heat? What are we talking about?
Just your body interacting with the sun before you even get up. Usually,
I don't get up. I get the sun's fully
risen. The old morning wood. The old morning wood. Is a guy doing that for you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Exactly.
I stay up. No, I do my sexual rituals in the moonlight, and then I sleep during the sun, and then I wake up.
Wait do I hear about the rituals? I wasn't
But only
asking.
when
Well,
you
I'm
can
just
see
I
it.
was
Way
waiting having
too
say
far, Omar. Way too
yeah.
far.
Sorry,
Oh
rituals.
my
I was trying to
God.
be polite. There's no actual.
And then conversely, where the moon controls the feminine cycles and affects the feminine because that's the masculine. Like with animals, if you keep the herd separate, as soon as the females get within smelling distance of a male, they'll ovulate right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
we
not.
do.
Yeah, but the correlation of the father, son, and mother moon concept, masculine and feminine, between those two deities to the child of Earth is not going. That argument is not going to be won because goats like to fuck in the daylight.
Ghosts? Did you say
Goats,
goats. Goats.
or
That
moonlight.
changes the whole
Yeah,
topic.
see,
You
one
know that
animal-
the moon's out in
one
the day
animal alone.
sometimes, right?
Who?
When it's out, the moon's out in the day half the time. You know that, right?
Yeah, of course.
This seems all kind of pointless because what we're talking about is metaphor. The sun and the moon are not actually men and women.
No, they have
Yes.
a masculine and a feminine energy,
Yes.
you know, in the way that
Yeah,
they
we're not
interact
actually.
with you,
Yeah,
and the way they
we're not-
interact with things. Like with plants,
Yeah.
at night the moon's oils come out, and it's the more feminine aspect. And then during the day, everything becomes more salty, which is your masculine aspect, and all the oil cooks off. This is why, like in the morning,
which is alchemy that he doesn't.
this is real
he's not into
basic.
that.
This is why in the morning
You
when
said
the
when
sun
the
comes
moon's
up, everything
oils come
smells.
out. I didn't
Yeah.
know the moon has oil.
The moon
No, he did-
brings. I listen carefully. The moon causes the oils to come out in the plant. It's causing that reaction. And this is what I said. I said the moon is not, whether you want to say it's a man or not, it's causing this feminine reaction in the way it reacts to things.
Causes
Okay.
the ladies to get oily.
The oils come out.
Well, that's good
The
enough.
oil-
Let's
the
get
oils
it
come
on.
out at night.
Everybody's
All
impatient. Let's get it on.
All right. Mr. Spin, I'm going to go ahead and let you ask your question. While you're asking your question, I'm going to go ahead and kick off the gauntlet. So if you want to be in official gauntlet mode, I'm assuming, Spin, before you start talking. Okay. Keep it clean.
Probably a good
Yeah,
thing.
I'm not answering any like racist comments tonight. I've had a great. I'm not even coming here to talk about racist shit.
Actually, Shaman, I was going to give you a pass. Now, since you opened thy mouth, all
I'm not
bets
talking
off.
about. I'm not talking about thy, and you're full of crap. I'm making a general statement. I'm not into racial debates tonight. That's all I said. So
neither am I.
your guilty conscience jumped in there and thought I was talking about you. It says more about you.
I mean, I
you-
live rent free in your head. I know.
Confessions through projections, buddy. Continue.
I mean, I know I live rent free in your head. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have a question, Spin?
I actually do. It's for the flying spaghetti Italian up there. Non-Italian, that is. So you said something in a chat that only we can see. So I'm going to lead up to it. I'm going to ease right into this for you. Okay. So do you believe in Adam and Eve?
No, definitely not.
Oh, okay. So you then would agree you believe in Adam and Steve?
I'm convinced of the theory of evolution. So there was no first two humans that were magically created by a god in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, so then you would also agree that Steve can become Genevieve.
Yeah, I'm
3
all for
hours,
trans
ladies and
rights.
gentlemen.
You know, a lot of people are
3 hours
trans
to come up with
bigots,
this.
and if someone who was born as a male
He
wants to
said the
identify as a woman,
statement
I've got
that
no
he
problem.
believes trans women are women.
Yeah, I stand by
You
that.
said it.
Yeah, trans women are
Do
women.
you understand that it is? Do you believe in biology?
Hold on. He made this statement back in the private chat, right?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it.
I never heard this at all. But
I don't want to go
let-
down
let-
the trans route.
can they
but
date? Can they
this
do
is
a
like-
We're not.
And
Please.
hold
It's
on.
about-
Hold on. Okay, we pick really great topics for a reason, And we do that so that we don't go down these rabbit holes of weird shit that we don't want to talk about that night, right? So stay on the topic of, does God exist, and something that emulates that, please. And
I was
before
going to.
before you go, I would like to tell everyone, if you are watching over on the Raging Tomato on YouTube, I'm officially rating you over to the Gauntlet. That's just my other channel. You're going to go watch from over there to continue the show. We're going to shut this one down. We're going to move over, and there's a lot of reasons why we do that. And this is one of them. All right. So either catch the raid or the link. I dropped it into the chat. We'll catch you over there on the other side. Thank you. If you're watching on Twitch, X, Kick, or anything else that I have open except for Rumble, I'm canceling those out too. If you want to continue watching, you have to come over to the Gauntlet debate on YouTube. All right. Spin, keep it on point, and then I'll get to these super chats.
Okay. So God, in my belief, there is a God, and God is the creator of all man and woman. I guess the question is, how can you dismiss the beliefs of other people for your own gain?
How can I dismiss the beliefs?
You're dismissing
night.
biology, number one, and number two, I guess the real question is, this is a ideology, right?
What's an ideology?
Your beliefs.
Sure, I guess some of my beliefs might be qualified as ideologies. Maybe all beliefs are ideologies, perhaps. What are we getting at?
What I'm getting at is, no.
With who? Me?
Yeah. Spin. I think Spin's onto something here.
I'm married. Sorry, already taken.
No.
onto a brain tumor.
The speed date, not the.
Oh
No, we're listening.
I want to hear where
Yeah,
the
sorry,
angry
sorry,
American's
sorry.
headed. I'm really confused and what the point.
I'm a little confused that, you know, most people believe that God created man and woman.
Okay, that's probably true. Yeah, majority of people are theists.
Okay, so I'm a theist because I believe God created all man and woman.
Well, technically, a theist is just someone who believes that a God exists. And there's a lot of theists who accept the theory of evolution, where God got the universe started, but then an abiogenesis event happened, and then sexual reproduction is just the, result of evolution over time, or perhaps God created the abiogenesis event, and then evolution took over afterwards. So I don't think it's necessary to be a theist to believe that God created man and woman.
Okay, so anywhere in your mind, would you consider that God created all man and woman?
I'm happy to consider the possibility. I would love for you to present evidence that that's the case.
I would open the Bible.
Now, the Bible is a collection of claims. So it seems like you're confusing the claim with the evidence. The Bible's not evidence of anything. The Bible is the claim that God created Adam and Eve 6,000 years ago in the Garden of Eden, and then they were naked and then ate a magical fruit and then realized that being naked is bad, even though there was no reason for them to think that in the first place because they were the only two people on earth and they were already married. So, I don't believe any of that nonsense, and because it's all baseless claims, and our observations about the actual reality contradict those claims.
You were about to say fake.
So I have an interesting question on that topic. Like, so people know that I have
And
the
gay.
Christian view of things, but you make the claims that the Bible says things that it does not say, sir.
What was the claim I made that's not true?
That they ate a magical fruit. That's not what the Bible claims.
It does, yeah. They ate the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So it's a magical fruit because
So you call it magical.
changes.
So you
the
to
word
change
magical
what
doesn't
it
appear in the
says.
story, but that's what
Right.
it is. It's a fruit
But
which
this is
changes knowledge within the people who eat it.
What people do when they don't believe is they like to claim things that are said that aren't true. You make the claim, but instead of actually quoting the scripture, you go to a hysterical nonsense It's bullshit.
Well,
So
I
if you
agree.
Like if
want to
I
have
said that you could take a
magical
bite of
fruit
a
is
fruit
nice.
and learn calculus, would you call it magical?
well,
If you could take a bite of a fruit and learn
Calculus
anything, you'd call it
used-
fucking magical, dude. What are you
calculus
fucking
is a
bitching about?
tool. Calculus is a tool, okay? Just like the words on the paper, okay?
It's
They're
knowledge.
not real
If you
things.
can
Like
eat-
we can't touch them. They're not tangible, okay?
Well, the knowledge
We
of a good and
use them.
evil would be
Now,
morality,
if I
right?
make the claim that something's going to happen down the road, and I'm using calculus to do this. Calculus. So if I'm
Calculus.
using calculus to do this, right, and I make the claim, but the claim is this hysterical bullshit, people are going to laugh at me and they're not going to take me seriously, right? So I'm not taking Jed seriously when he says it's a magical fruit. So stop.
Well, from
making
his perspective, it is because he doesn't believe
I
the fucking
understand from
stories,
his
dude.
perspective, but it's not what was written.
Also, beans were the magical fruit. We all fucking
Yeah,
know
he was
that.
he was paraphrasing.
That is true.
Exactly. He's not paraphrasing. He's not even.
There
quoting
he
it.
is.
He's not
That's a
coming
fruit.
close to
It is. It's a
bullshit.
paraphrase. So even though the Bible doesn't use the word magic to describe the fruit, that's what it actually is. It's a fruit that you eat and it changes your knowledge. We would describe that as, I would describe
call
it
that
as magic.
magic.
Just like how the
Well-
Bible doesn't actually call God an abusive
Well,
tyrant.
let me
Or
ask
it's a
you,
That's what he
shamanic
is
medicine.
in
are
the
there
book.
things that you can eat to change your knowledge?
All right, let me get to some money real quick,
I'll
if you
listen.
guys don't mind. These have been sitting here for quite a bit, but I didn't want to tap into the Q&A time because I thought you guys were honestly I did not want to really interrupt any Q&A time because you guys did so great with your questions and back and forth, except for that one dude. But like it was such great questions that I was allowing it to go longer. We're officially at the 4-hour mark, by the way, just so you know. So I'm really proud of it. You guys did amazing. So thank you for your well thought out questions. Fourth Wiseman says, Shaman Omar, if I may, Jacob's ladder, I know very, very well. They electrically charge rising between two poles is an AC depiction. The DC depiction is similar yet more intense. It's a constant. The constant is an electric DC energy of your own that seeks a way to recover. It drills your heart, your mind, your soul, and is unrelenting, of which there is no escape. Just when you hold on. Was there supposed to be another one to that? Oh shit. Just when there's not another one after that. Oh no.
Also known as Kundalini.
Might be a regular chat, sir.
I can't pull that up anymore because that was over on Tomato side.
We need your other statement.
And science didn't believe in Kundalini either.
Kundalini Shakti, the cold serpent at the base of the spine.
It's the proverbial concept of Jacob's ladder as the story that people think there was a ladder outside, but the ladder is the inside. Chakra means wheel. The wheel is moving through the prana.
Yes,
process.
Vision. It's an external vision of an internal awakening. Yeah.
This is what happened.
Description.
Fourth, remember the Buy Me a Coffee app? You can write as many characters as you want. Okay. You got to do that one for the long ones. That way you don't have to worry about it.
Grifting is good.
Grifting is great. Everyone should grift. Who else? Wait, who
Only
just
way to spin.
who? Oh, okay. Well, no, someone else dropped too. Who else dropped? Oh, American. There he is. Okay. All right. And then I'm sorry, I completely interrupted that. Let's see. Yeah, here. That was the end of that. Any additional thoughts to those?
No, he said that, that he ran out of super chat. So
He's just describing the internal process that's referred to more commonly today as like Kundalini awakening, but describing it as the actual AC/DC or masculine feminine charges of the caduceus is the symbol for medicine, which is the staff, which is the spine, and then the two serpents, masculine and feminine. Every time they connect, that circle would be a chakra. And here is the temple. So between the temples lies the key, the third eye. And above that goes to the seventh chakra, which is unmanifest in the material, but in the etheric, et cetera, et cetera. And again, You guys need to start learning my flow. When I'm just pointing things out, I'm just mentioning things to correlate to other things. I don't necessarily, subscribe to, I find myself defending lots of things or just trying to expand conversation. Although, of course, I believe in Kundalini.
But you mention it all. You can't go free flow conspiracy level, like mentioning shit and just be like, well, I don't believe it in all. Yeah, but you just flowed through 5 different claims.
No, I triangulated things to go off what he's talking about and describing, and he's describing it as electrical with AC and DC, and I'm describing it in the internal process, also described as a Kundalini awakening and as a chakra, as a wheel, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying I don't believe in that specific thing. I'm just saying if someone asks something and I'm bringing something else up, for example, if I make a claim about the proverbial fruit, right? If I mention and make a statement about the fruit, that doesn't mean that I believe that the world was created and 2 people, Adam and Eve, and then they ate the fruit, etc. Because there is a other perspective of that story, Effigy. For example, they say that Eve, the Luciferian perspective says that they went to Eve, the wiser of the 2 sexes, and said to eat from the fruit, and you will know God, and do not eat from the fruit. Oh, but you will know as God knows and see as your God sees. And she ate the fruit because she was less connected.
That story is a mixture of a few different stories, right? Like it's a mixture of the Sumerian and Akkadian stories of the Adamu. It's also a mixture of some Canaanite stories about a snake god that roams through the mountains.
Agreed. But the story of Adam and Eve and the fruit of knowledge of good and evil and the life, that story has 2 perspectives. So if everyone's leaning on one perspective, there's a secondary perspective that they ate from the fruit, looked down and realized they were standing naked in the middle of the forest, and there began the exercise of free will and independent consciousness. It doesn't mean that I believe the fruit, but if I mention the other perspective of the story, you understand what I'm trying to say?
So I renew my question, which is that are there things that you can ingest, take into your body that change the mind's perspective, that you change your knowledge?
Yes, 100,000%. Oh, sorry.
I mean, if the knowledge that you gain from eating the food is, I like this food, I don't like this food, oh, I might be allergic to this food, sure. But if, can you give me an example? Because I'm not aware of anything that's anywhere close to the knowledge.
You're being vague intentionally.
No, he's being vague intentionally. It's a yes or no question. It's either yes.
Well, I tried to answer, but in the way that you're asking, if there's anything substantially, if there's anything in the ballpark of the knowledge of good and evil from eating fruit, no, not that I'm aware of, but I can gain the knowledge that, I'm allergic to bananas because I ate a banana and have a horrible reaction.
You can't bring anybody to the idea of God through the story of Adam and Eve. That's just something to an atheist or an agnostic, that's just a fairy tale. You can't prove the reality of a fairy tale by repeating the fairy tale.
Clay, can you give me an example of a food that gives us knowledge?
I'll give you the actual point. You call it magic because you don't believe that these things can happen. But the truth is that the metaphysical reality, the reality that exists in your mind, the images, the sounds, the smells that you remember in your mind, they are real.
So can you give me an example of a food that we eat that gives us knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Every food that I've ever eaten. Yes.
And so when you eat a banana, what knowledge do you gain?
The knowledge of its fruit,
the
knowledge of its flavor, the knowledge of its texture, lots of sensory knowledge.
Yeah, in that case, you can get knowledge from eating food, but not in any sort of way that we're talking about with regard to the story. You're not going to get the knowledge of calculus by eating a pineapple. You're not going to get the knowledge of good and evil by eating an apple.
Wait. What if
you're not
I
going to get the knowledge of God
on
from
the
eating spaghetti?
calculus book and fall asleep on the calculus book? Will I not learn it that way? It always
Osmosis doesn't work that way.
If only.
Well, you're not going to get the knowledge of
only
God
if you have a
from
really
eating
good
spaghetti,
after-school
apparently.
teacher will you learn calculus.
Oh, Daniel Vargas with the big 5 says, love these sorts of debates that are so ontologically, epistemologically, and axiologically rich. Thank you, gents, for such erudition.
Erudition.
According to the ancient alien theory, the apple in the Garden of Eden was a symbol of corruption of human genetics from an outside source.
According to the Hindus.
Thank you, gents, for such erudition and edification.
Thank you. Thank you, Janiel, for sending in the super. And yes, I do too. And I think you should expect to see more of these because we're a bit, Mr. Balderson and I have been on a rampage finding so many people to fall into more niche and more high level conversations. So thank you so kindly. Tom Carpenter with the big 20. Love you guys. Just had to pick on you over in the Mater chat. Yeah, Tom's been having fun in the chat. I've been catching on to a few of them. He's having a little too much fun. And of course, Mr. Balderson Howard sent over 10 big fat Balderson memberships over there. Those had to have been because it came up red. And I noticed the last one over here came up pink on this side. Like, I think it actually reflects the value amount on them. So shout out to that because Mr. Howard still was able to put red on my screen, my favorite color. And Mr. Balderson was able to be the beneficiary. Oh, wow, Sarah. I'm really losing my words tonight.
Hail Odin.
Hail Odin. And of course, Tara Jackson getting her membership. I'm thinking over, I don't know which.
I believe she got one on both of ours because I seen it come up twice. And I think she got one on both of ours.
It would have, I don't know. It might have been if it's on one and you have a vertical and a horizontal, it'll pop up twice on that side.
No,
too.
it popped up twice in the StreamYard here.
It'll do that if you have vertical and horizontal both going. So it was doing it on mine earlier. Anyways, that could be an email. Sorry, guys. But shout out to Tara Jackson, wherever you got your membership. We love you so very much. Appreciate you having you here. And of course, Hail Odin. Howard says, Jed, do you believe in paganism? Dun, dun, dun.
No, I sure don't.
Well, that was easy.
Well, the good thing about paganism is a direct experience. So if you were to roll around with Balderson and his Viking tribe and have a ceremony with them, you would definitely believe in that direct experience of drinking the ale with the mushrooms or whatever the hell else this man is going to create for you.
That sounds like a
if he
great
did,
time.
it certainly wouldn't be paganism because pagan is a term that is from a Christian perspective.
Amen.
No, but we know what they're referring to. Effigy.
Like literally
other.
every single other religion
know
in
what they're
existence that
referring
isn't
to.
Christian.
You know what they're referring to? Pagan is a
Effigy,
derogatory.
thank you for being
90% of
educated.
religions. Yeah.
No, it's
Omar
a
is just
derogatory.
argumentative
Oh
today.
my
No,
God,
I
it's
get
a
it.
derogatory
I'm just
term.
being
I
obtuse on
understand.
purpose.
We're using fucking language they're all familiar with. My God.
Well, it is true that I believe it started as a derogatory term. I have
Santa.
met people that self-identified as pagans.
I noticed.
Yeah, it's generally at this point. So the general way it's used and the definition that it is anything outside of the mainstream religion. So
Like barbarian.
yeah, so basically it's an umbrella term that is going to enfold 100, 1,000 different religions. And then also if you're like in India, Christian would be paganism. So it's anything outside of the mainstream religion of that area.
Yeah.
Really?
Catholicism, because eating the blood or eating the flesh and all that, as well as idol, is considered paganism. That's the funniest
man.
part about it.
And let's not even talk about reliquaries and the black magic that goes on with that shit that y'all pretend doesn't happen. Let's not even talk about that. Or immurement. That one's great.
Wow, sounds like we have a good prompt for another debate.
Well,
These religions never
Send
leave
me-
behind their
send
roots.
me a
They never leave them behind.
message. If you don't
Drag
send me
them
a
with them.
message, I will forget 110%. So whoever wants to do that prompt, send me the message and we'll get it set up. Carpenter, Tom Carpenter, Mr. Tom Carpenter with the big 20 says the thing that everybody was thinking. So I understand sun equals masculine equals morning wood. Moon equals feminine equals lady oil. And God created this tortuous cycle.
Which God is the question?
Oh,
See, that's what I'm saying. They've inverted the sun and the moon. In fact, even like in Egyptian stories, it's interesting because I've seen people make that inversion, but then the story of Osiris is he gets cut into 14 pieces and then reassembled into 14 pieces, which is just the waning and waxing moon. So I don't understand where people got all these inversions. Well, I do, like from guys like Jordan Maxwell and all these jackasses since like the late 1800s, and that mostly derived from the Theosophical Society, but that's in its entire own conversation.
But Balderson, the only culture I'm familiar that has the sun is masculine or feminine and the moon is masculine is the Germanic stuff. I'm not aware.
It's not. The Native Americans, they all, you know, in First Nation people, women have to expose their genitals to the moon because that ensures pregnancy, because that's the masculine.
Not with the
like I just explained, in Egyptian, Osiris is obviously the moon because he got taken. Went apart in 14 pieces, went back together in 14 pieces, except for his penis, which she impregnated herself over and over again. The sun, which is an entire energetic transition that we could talk about, but again, whole nother show.
You know which one doesn't do all that masculine and feminine stuff within the sun and the moon? Christianity.
Well, that's not.
Yeah, they do. And originally,
that's not a good argument.
You're all talking. You're all going.
Christianity doesn't do that. That's spiritistic practices. Anything that's
Iris.
Do you remember Paul's words? It's Paul.
Bible gateway.
There's a shitload of Sol Invictus in a lot of Christianity. Just want to say.
By the way,
Christianity's become a Luciferian cult because they're sun worshippers. Originally, they were polar worshippers, and then it moved over to the sun, which is the Luciferian time.
No. Originally, they were Jews. Christians were originally
Jews.
The
Jews also were polar.
We may argue about religions later because I had a few questions.
Do you want to ask about the lady oil, Santa?
No, I'm familiar with it.
Now, let's stick on the moon idea. You guys know what the moon used to be called in ancient Mesopotamia, right?
Luna?
Hubba?
Sin.
Yeah, that's true. That sounds familiar anyway. I would give it true.
So in Christianity, most everything, all the terms and names of holidays and rituals and things like that, that's from old times. Constantine and the Roman Empire, when they converted over to Christianity, they just overlaid a lot of the stuff that they had before and put it onto
everything. Everything. By the way, the Latin Mass is copied from the Egyptian.
Nobody does those crazy ass Roman rituals. Nobody does that shit. It's all from Germanic. Every bit of it.
Well, the Catholic Mass is literally mapped after the Apollo sun worship priests that were forced to convert over to Christianity by decree of Constantine and his mother, Helena.
I mean, that's really just them trying to make it easier for the population to transition, though, right? Like you get the same thing, just we'll call it something different.
It's the Alexander the Great. It's the Alexander the Great style of conquering, where he lets them keep their holidays and things like that.
Maybe I should change my prompt to Christians argue about Christianity. But now, Omar, as I heard it, you guys were talking about the source for life. I wrote it down, perhaps incorrectly. I will grant you that. There has to be a source, is what I wrote, perhaps a paraphrase. To which Jed replied, we can look for it as far as your positions, not with respect to your exact words. So that's where the abiogenesis came up. But I want to dig into that a little bit, because if perhaps I misunderstood your...
Let me Google it first so I can actually understand
what
you're going to...
I love that because we're talking about the same word.
Yeah, if I can defend Shaman really quick, I'm not aware that he ever brought up the beginning of life, or at least not on purpose. No. Maybe from my understanding, we were always talking about the beginning of the universe or the origin of the cosmos.
we were all universal. I said, where did everything come from? And
sorry for assuming that there had to be a beginning and we're here and nothing in the middle. I apologize.
No, Santa. I obviously I understand what you're saying, but remember, we were talking about God and we were keeping it universal.
Sure.
From my perspective, if I said a word that I was never trying to bring it down to like PP and bring it down to biology.
I'm not trying to mischaracterize you either, or Jeff.
I was,
but I am asking
the
natural deduction is there's either a beginning or not, and we're here. We all assume we're here or believe we're here. So I mistakenly perhaps put a beginning of life in there because we define ourselves as life. The origins of the cosmos, the universe, from the scientific viewpoint, as correctly quoted by, referred to by Jed, by Lawrence Krauss, I put it in the chat. There is the creation ability from nothingness as we describe it. Okay.
So it says abiogenesis is a scientific theory. It's not a provable fact.
Yes, most
careful you don't
scientific theories are not
mischaracterize what a
provable.
theory is, because
Yeah.
a theory in
Okay,
science
the
is the
best
highest
explanation we
graduation
have.
point that an idea can possibly
That's
reach.
fine. That's fine. I'm just clarifying that we were talking about the same thing because I've just heard this word for the first time.
A
I've just heard
conjecture.
this-
Abiogenesis, the process of which is not fully understood by science. So if there's any
Sure.
two big gaps that theists tend to latch onto for their God of the gaps argument,
Which-
is abiogenesis and the origin of the universe.
Exactly, which goes to the other gentleman who was yelling about and misconstruing Hebrew words into the same thing, which are two different things, which shows conscious mind. What he was trying to say was when he mentioned ruach, which is the spirit, and there was mentioned the minim, which is the waters. What he was trying to explain, should have explained, was the merger of those together to create what's called abiogenesis. That's what he was, but he was saying is one thing, and then he's trying to tell me I don't know fucking Hebrew. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sam.
You guys already started before the Jewish thing, and he's not here anymore. Can
I
you
didn't
guys
even,
discuss, respectfully,
Sorry.
can you guys discuss this difference between causal or acausal origin or creation to where we are now? Because I agree with Jed. It's a great God of the gaps argument. What would be your answer, Omar?
Well, I would have, if I believe in any form of a quote God, right? Then I would have to believe a causal, and I would also state that the a causal is the mystery, right? And so that would be the mystery that I would explain to come from a source which I would refer to as God. And so I believe you could. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Now, as someone brought up panentheistic correctly, and I believe that was Effigy, panentheistic, simplified, way simplified, is that basically we all came from the stuff in the beginning. Way oversimplified.
Which I refer to as the ma'at, which would be, yeah, agreed.
Yeah, the non-differentiated stuff.
Yeah, which
And then
ultimately would be
whatever that
referred to as truth, because it's
Yeah,
actual
sure.
existence that's eternal, which would be the singular truth of eternal. There's only one truth, and that's universal existence, which is like which is the ma'at, like the fine tune.
And I'll save us all the thousand eyes of creation looking at it from different perspectives.
Sure.
But Jed, do you agree that in the scientific literature now, I bear with me because technically the singularity is not the most popular thing. They decided to change the word to goo. No, it's not literally goo, but it's like a place that it's all unto itself, but somehow not the singularity. So a committee created that term. But
I guess I'm not brushed up on the most recent cosmology. I have to.
yeah, I had to look it up last time because Boots of Doom, as I like to call him, told me that singularity was incorrect. So I humbled myself and I looked and I was like, damn it, he's right. Anyway,
one of the natural failings of our logic system is you can't describe the essence of something in it. So that's
well, as a panentheist, there was, we'll call it goo, if we agree. And then from that goo, we are the essence of everything in creation as well. We are simply a facet of it, if you consider a kaleidoscope or other metaphors. And I see the same thing, to be entirely honest, in Christianity. So I turn to Jed now and I go, okay, you don't know where the original stuff came from. The believers don't either. So why are their beliefs not reasonable?
Well, because I'm not making any positive assertions to know for sure how the universe came to be. The theist who claims God is responsible for creating the universe from goo, he's the one who has the burden of proof. If I just say I have no idea how the universe started or if it
I have
always
more
existed in
proof. What are you
some form.
talking about?
Now, I might remind Jed, the understanding he was Christian for years, of the book of Job, where God says to Job, stand up and answer me like a man. Where were you when I created Leviathan? Why do we believers of a sort or any sort have to give answer to persuade?
Because you're the one making the claim. It's not God making the claim in the book of Job. The book of Job was written by men. Every single claim in the Bible is a claim made by people. The claim that God exists is made by people. So when a theist claims God made Leviathans in the beginning of the universe or whatever, it's the theist who adopts a burden of proof. And
That's why I didn't mention any of the books or any writings of man.
yeah, sure.
So
Excuse me,
germ
Jed. Do
theory-
you believe in the law of conservation?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Like the matter and energy can
Oh,
also
Also
be
an
oh,
order.
okay, so
art.
you believe in the law of conservation. Once you have something, it tends to continue along.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Matter
so
and
there's
energy cannot be created or
order.
destroyed.
We have a general set of law of physics in this universe, right?
Okay, yeah.
Do you
And
understand
so
that
it's
the word
ordered.
order was created based on reality? We're
So I
not
got you.
using order as a metric to reality. The word order was created based off of reality.
It is an observational word. He is right.
Was that a question directed at me, Effigy?
No, he was pointing it out to.
Well,
Mary.
I would argue that we're all still just arguing about words. I mean,
Well,
there
let's
was
argue,
something-
Santa. Let's argue.
Sounds
You
like
muted
got
yourself, Shaman.
Santa, do you believe in good and evil?
Yes,
Then you're
in
not a
humans.
Taoist.
In humans, I've never seen a deer be evil.
But then you can't be. But then you can't be a Taoist if you don't believe. If you believe in good and evil, isn't the entire
no,
premise
that's
is there's
not
no good
true.
and evil?
I love it when people tell me what I believe.
I'm asking. You can't
Are
be.
you familiar with Zen?
Yeah, Zen
Is-
Buddhism.
Yeah, Zen Buddhism
Sure.
and Taoism are beloved cousins. Okay. I
Yes, but if
don't,
it-
for example, practice modern Taoism where I worship the house elves.
Mhm.
I'm at a
That's called
33rd
religion.
level
No, that's
Taoist priest.
religion. That's religious Taoism.
That's
religion.
Shintoism. I think you're mixing Shintoism
Yeah,
with
that's-
Taoism.
I'm not, because when I was in China specifically to meet this 33rd level priest in the Taoist temple, I was pretty clear where I was, and I've been studying it since 14 respectfully. Now, Taoism, which is also before Shangdi, goes back thousands of years. It originated with the eggshells, and none of us cares about that. It's not much better story than Adam and Eve, to be entirely honest. But one of the things that's nice about Taoism is the observation that the more we define words, the more we get away from the truth. In fact, Taoism's biggest argument was against Confucianism defining everything to the nth degree. And so I provide an observation that haven't we really done the same here? No one who was convinced is unconvinced, and no one who's unconvinced has become convinced.
No,
What
that's
we
not true.
argued
People change all the time. Jed's one of them. He was convinced for 20 years, and he changed. What do you mean?
on this panel,
Yeah, on this panel, Jed actually changed his view about the
Jed
wood versus
converted. Thank you for coming to the converted, Jed. Would you describe your
It wasn't.
No. What I'm saying is that Jed pointed out that he recognizes that
We
zero.
only had this panel tonight, Clay. We only use these words tonight, Clay. So the scope
Right.
would be this
So the
panel.
recognition, the understanding was reached. The knowledge.
My favorite word, ignorant of what I'm saying. Now,
I feel like there was some conversion that
Maybe
happened
you're just
when
not explaining it well enough.
Spin and Jed
Maybe,
were going.
maybe let's just let Santa explain what he's trying to say.
with all these words, we've heard about the shamanic belief. We've heard about the occultic or Germanic beliefs. Hail, Odin. Hail, not Odin. Hail, spaghetti monster. Hail, it was a special fruit. Hail, whomever else. And
Don't leave out Toyota Mazda.
Yeah, Toyota Mazda. Let me crack it up.
Actually, that's where they got Mazda from.
Yeah, and no disrespect. It just hit me in that right way.
That's
Now,
what she said.
right. That's back to the royalty.
Sorry.
Okay.
The moon's
Now,
out.
The reason that I ask you, Omar and Jed, to talk about from that time of origin, however classify creation, non-creation, abiogenesis, whatever, what is the motive force? What is the impelling thing? If I were to guess, Jed, I'd say, well, the stuff was hanging around and biochemistry says that it combined, or maybe stuff came from an asteroid. Some non-generative force got the ball rolling and it kept rolling. And if I were to guess yours, Omar, again, no disrespect, okay, I'm a little favored towards Omar. There is a
It doesn't seem like it, but go ahead.
force. I know. How do you argue both sides without going harder against the side you tend to be on?
Oh,
But
well, because you're challenging that it be correct. If you
Yeah.
agree with it, you
Probably
want it to
true.
be right.
I'm pretty convinced by this time in my life, but I embrace science because sometimes we believe stupid stuff. But
Have you
Omar,
seen my panels?
a couple.
I don't
Now,
trust
Omar,
science so
if-
much.
would you
14
believe-
days is- yeah.
Would you believe, and I think as Effigy highlighted, what you described was panentheistic. There was an origin of some sort. Both of you agree. What was the motive force or the beginning or the impelling or the why ever it happened? If I heard you correctly, Omar, you would ascribe consciousness to that, would you not?
Mm.
Would I describe? So let me clarify
Do you
this
believe
panentheism.
the
Let me just
initial-
clarify. So the
Sure.
panentheism thing, I just heard for the first time. I read a quick Wikipedia 2-sentence on it, so I'm not. I can't start defending panentheism right now because
Agreed.
I don't know shit about it. But on the 2 sentences I read, I guess I could fall into that thing. So
Right,
you're
and
asking general
meaning
questions?
to avoid jargon,
Okay.
both of you like what has historically been called a singularity. There's an origination.
Hmm.
And then after
Like-
that
like-
origin,
like Tao, for
We're
example,
here.
like the original understandings of the Tao, I would say yes. But then when they go into the religious components of Tao, I would reject.
Yes. right.
You
So do
understand?
I.
You understand? But okay, but if no one knows about that, they would think, oh, you reject it. They pick one thing.
Yeah, they think I worship house elves and all sorts of cool stuff.
Well,
Don't
if you
do that.
believed in religious Taoism, you would. But that was a later
Right.
development.
That's why I'm
Yes.
sure. Yeah. That's
That's
how
why
I
you're
am a
saying I'm this and this
pantheistic
and this.
Taoist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, well, Jed, what would you consider the impelling, driving, motivating force, if there is one, for the origin to become something other than Lawrence Krauss quote, nothingness?
Sure. So my understanding of the universe and the origin of it is that our local presentation of the universe began 13.8 billion years ago. But prior to
Right.
that, we have very limited way of investigating what was going on, if
Sure.
anything was going on. So I'm fine with the idea that something has always existed for some time. Maybe it's the quote unquote nothing that Lawrence Krauss describes, where there's some kind of energy or potential energy out there. And whether it's a singularity or just a bunch of potential energy floating around and particles popping into and out of existence, I have no idea. And what the motive is a bad word because it implies consciousness and decision making. But what was
Perhaps.
the cause of something to transform into our local presentation of the universe? I have no idea. I'm not a cosmologist, and I'm not aware that anyone has a really great understanding of that,
Right.
other than baseless assertions, of course.
But if you take that question and you admit that you don't know the answer to it, and then look at that I don't know like it's a hole that needs to be filled, I think
Yeah.
you are going to a place that atheists do not go, because atheists
Right.
then have to go to science and say, well, this is our best understanding. I cannot say with certainty, but someone else is like, I filled in the hole. This is the way it is.
So
And I
that
think
does-
think
a
that's a
big
huge
And
difference
also
between-
saying it's not something is also the claim. So also saying it's
Yes.
I
Right.
don't know what it is,
No,
but it's not
oh my God. No.
Two sides
Hang
of
on.
the
Let me
coin.
jump in right here. You said this
Sure.
a while ago, and you need to be to be corrected.
Tell
To
me.
negate a claim is not the same as to claim
Right.
the opposite.
Something
It is
isn't
not the
true
same
is a
thing.
claim.
Yeah, well, a great example of
Before
that
we
would be
jump into
if,
that,
if
Jed,
I were to
may
claim
I
that
read motive force?
if I were to
motive
claim that the
force
number of
is a-
blades of grass in the entire world is even, and you
Okay.
said, and Shaman, you said, I'm not really sure that your claim that the number of blades in the grass in the universe is even. I'm not convinced. How would you possibly know that? That doesn't mean you're
Okay.
making the positive assertion that the number is in fact odd, because the rejection of one claim, like Evagee pointed out, is
okay.
not
I
the assertion
understand.
of the opposite.
I understand. Okay, but let me ask one question. But in a debate where we're taking a positive and a negative state on a claim, is it not applicable in a debate with a God exists and God does not exist debate?
I said from the very
When you
outset,
take the
I'm not
negation.
defending the position that God does not exist. I'm defending the null hypothesis. I'm not convinced
Okay.
that God exists.
Okay,
until it's
Jed.
demonstrated.
Can I interpose
so
here
I
real quick?
understand, Jed, just to be real quick, that no hypothesis thing, when we were backstage with Sarah, that was the first, when you made your claim, that was the first time I heard that claim also. So maybe I was projecting the dichotomy on you that was not a dichotomy, but it was in good faith.
May I provide a definition and then I'll be quiet? Motive force, it's a term, it's jargon, I apologize. A motive force is any push or pull that initiates, maintains, or drives physical motion. It acts as the primary underlying energy, such as steam, electricity, or mechanical power. So it was a specific term. I apologize for being unclear.
Sure. Thanks for the clarification. My point
This
is
is a
just
beautiful.
my,
This is a pretty. This is a
statement still
pretty.
stands that
Everyone's
I have
very
no
cordial
idea
here.
what the motive was.
May I
for the
just jump in
universe.
for just a quick second?
Well, one thing I noticed, I kind of have been noticing, is the Q&A kind of filters out the people that do want to spurg and they leave. And so that we can actually get through. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this as well,
Sarah,
but the gauntlets have actually like continued the Q&A level, and now it'll get degenerate later. That's fine. But
Sarah, you
we've
know
been
that my
filtering
claim
out.
from the beginning was that I bring the demons out of people. Remember?
You
Every
are the
time.
demon, Shaman.
No, I bring the demons out of people and then I cast them out. They cast themselves out.
May I
That's
just
when
jump?
your
I just,
I'm not
may I
convinced
just
that
project
demons
myself into the
exist.
conversation just briefly, and I apologize for my rudeness.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I just wanted to and I'll be very brief, but I'd be remiss if I didn't start by just commending the host for her incredible charisma, for bringing together such a diverse audience, as well as her incredible fortitude for bringing together such a diverse audience. I'd also like to just start by saying my first brief point is to commend the two gentlemen, the debaters. I was really impressed. I know there's a lot of just bullshit that's going on the internet, and it seems to get a lot of clicks and views. And it's really unfortunate because I think that what we saw tonight was really what we need to see more of on the internet is intellectual honesty and respect, mutual respect for each other. And I was just really enjoyed the debate. I would like to say that I rarely get into these types of conversations, these types of debates, because by and large, the theist or the creationist, and I don't mean to assign a label to you, Omar, you're not comfortable with. I'm just trying to, however you would define yourself, but the believer, so to speak.
Anchor baby is what he usually goes by.
Fair enough. Almost
Waldo
always,
said you're tempting the devil.
almost always gets backed into one of two corners, which is cognitive dissonance or moral bankruptcy. And while I disagree with your position, your conclusions, I thought you did an exceptional job of defending your position without getting yourself backed into either of those two corners, which is really commendable on your part. I do think your arguments are subject to arguments from incredulity and God of the gaps fallacies, to be honest with you, but I still think you did a great job of avoiding those two corners. And I commend you for that. And my final
The
point
gap is what we're talking about. The entire subject is about that gap. That's what we're trying to figure out. So it's God of the gap or no God of the gap. That's the problem.
Yes, but you're in the antennatal position of having the positive claim. That's the unfortunate.
That's why I'm saying there's God in the gap. Yep.
Fair enough. That we are in agreement. And the final thing I want to say, and I'll shut up and let you guys continue. It's inexcusable, American. Absolutely fucking inexcusable at this point with how much information is readily available to have a religious person assert that the skeptic believes that you get something from nothing. I am so tired of hearing that bullshit claim. Jed specifically made it clear he doesn't think you get something from nothing. That is actually projection from religious people. It's called creation ex nihilo. It's a Latin term, I believe, and it comes from the Orthodox Church, right? The position from the church has always been that God was the only thing in existence, and then he created matter, energy, space, time from literally nothing. No skeptic that I'm aware of. And you can look at the internet, you can get literature on it. There's an almost infinite amount of information out there.
Sure. I see what you're saying, but one claim is that there was intelligence, and one claim is that there was no intelligence.
Something from nothing. Oh, the atheist thinks you get something from nothing. That is so ridiculous, because that's actually the position of the theist, not the atheist. And Jed made that very clear. So I wish you guys would stop parroting that bad talking point, brother.
Objective ethics, real quick, man. Amazing, everything you just said. When I was reading my opener and he mentioned that he doesn't believe something came from nothing, and I was skipping through a considerable amount of stuff because I was bypassing. I wasn't trying to project it on him or straw man the shit out of him. The entire goal was not to do that bullshit. So
no, I don't think you did, Omar. I don't think you did.
No. I'm saying that it takes effort, because it's an easy layup for an audience that is, quite frankly, generally ignorant to the actual subject at hand, right? And the thing tonight is with everyone's trying to argue the subject at hand. No one's trying, for the most part, but it's a familiarity. The same way that I would say, in fairness to everyone, the same way that Jed kept referring to my concept of God, of him, would be the same way that I kept, even my mind was going to the something from nothing paradigm, because we're programmed to that with all the bullshit we hear all the time. Yeah. Back to your point, objective ethics. You should jump on one of these panels, by the way, so keep it going.
No, you're right, brother. Absolutely. And American, I'm really not trying to vilify you. It's unfortunate that your face is getting attached to that claim, because you did make the statement, but this is really just, Sarah has such a great audience and such a big audience. And this is an opportunity to just kind of make this statement for all theists and creationists out there to hear, hopefully for the final fucking time. You don't get something from nothing. Okay. Premise number 1, you don't get something from nothing. Premise number 2, the universe is something. The conclusion is the universe has always existed.
Well, I want to make a correction there for you, objective ethics, because you stated that the Christians believe that God created the universe from nothing. That is untrue, sir.
I said the Orthodox position is, and that is a fact. The Orthodox position.
Well, no, but they would say, objective. They would say that in the beginning there was not nothing, there was God. That's what they would say. They would say
God
not
used nothing. He started with no materials. There was nothing that God used and molded into the universe.
I'm going to go ahead and correct the record here. So
I don't mean to defend Orthodox Christianity either.
Lore, you mean?
I don't know.
I do want to hear from Clay, because it sounds like he thinks God used materials to make the universe.
God used the word. It literally says by, for, and through him. That is exactly what it says. Now, you can argue that it doesn't say that, but it is what it says.
When you said he used the word, do you mean
creation ex nihilo, Latin for creation out of nothing, is the theological doctrine that God created the universe, including all matter, energy, space, and time, from absolutely nothing. This concept emphasizes God's omnipotence and transcendence, asserting that no pre-existing material or building blocks were used in the act of creation.
Okay, so
we're not talking about a kid in a sandbox.
Understand and know that I've read in the scriptures. I don't know that. I don't know that because I've never read it. I've never read exactly what it says.
Okay. You can create a world in your own head, but does that thought come from nothing? It comes from you.
Now, you deny what it says, but that's okay.
You don't create worlds in your head. You think about worlds, and they're imaginary. They exist as brain states, just electrons
but
around inside of your brain from neuron to neuron. When we're talking about God creating the universe, we're talking about God actually creating a real universe from nothing. He just spoke it into existence. That's called a magical incantation. And objective ethics is absolutely right. This is
then Lawrence Krauss is objectively wrong. I provided.
Who is Lawrence Krauss?
Look,
preeminent.
These are two different things, right?
Hold on. What if it just, you sparked a question in my head, Jed, because you said magic, right? Assuming that God just poof out of thin air. But what if instead of necessarily like I just abracadabra things happen, what if he has the ability to create H2O, copper, this, that? What if that is like it comes from him, right? In terms of even like a physics perspective, right? Well, if in some way scientifically he had the ability to actually create those things, would that change like a perception of that instead of magic?
There would have to be matter or energy present if God were to make matter and energy. So if nothing exists in the beginning except for just God, then he's creating something from nothing. It's
Within
it's still coming
himself.
from God. It's
Hold
just
on.
saying God is the one responsible for speaking things
Mhm.
into existence. But if he's taking nothing and then making matter, then he's making something from nothing.
So
What
okay,
is-
No,
let's-
but- no, but it was a
hold on,
word.
Can I please ask my questions? I stay quiet. I just this is learning for me. But what if he was matter? Right? Like what
Well, then
if he is matter?
That would be interesting, but that claim would demand justification, and then that would also mean we should
Your existence is
Hold on.
justification.
Hold on. Let him talk, please. I'm sorry, Jed. Please. say
I was
that
just
again.
saying, if God is matter, then presumably that would mean he exists somewhere in our reality. So we should be able to go out there and find him. And as soon as we do
And
that, then we would be
technically
justified
energy.
in believing that God is matter. But from my understanding, a theistic perspective, at least the Christian one, is that God is immaterial. He exists absent matter. He exists transcendentally. So he's not touchable. He's not, he exists everywhere. He's omnipresent, but he's also, he's not like a physical thing that
Isaiah 40:26.
exists.
So hold on. What if scientifically his transcendental type of antimatter was in fact just something we couldn't scientifically grasp yet? Like air, right? Like I can't I know it's here, right? But I can't necessarily I know when I breathe it in, it's here. I know when I breathe it out, it's there, but I can't see it, and scientifically we had to figure out that, that thing that goes into our lungs, we call it air and we actually need it, right? So what if, just scientifically speaking, we just haven't figured out how to grasp this transcendental magical antimatter yet, and if we did, it is God.
You've created no logical
My answer to that would be really cool if that were the case, but the time to believe it is after there's evidence.
Hold on. I was asking Jed. Everyone started talking. Go ahead, Jed. I didn't hear
just
you.
the time that would be cool if it were the case, but the time to believe it is after there's evidence for it. So we're not justified in asserting that that's the case until we have reasonable evidence to justify belief in the claim.
Can I read this for you?
Yes,
Because
but wouldn't
this
it
is the
wouldn't it
scriptural answer.
wouldn't it be
Doubt it.
a pretty cool theory to kick
you
off?
just doubt it, so it's true then.
Hold on, Clay. Wouldn't that be a theory like that? To me, that would be a cool theory to try to prove. I mean, can you disprove it? Can you prove it? I don't know, but that would actually, if I wanted to find a bridge per se between science and religion, that would be the bridge I would find. Is that okay? Maybe the antimatter or the thing, the magical abracadabra is actually God. We just haven't figured out how to prove it yet.
Well, this is the
And if we
whole.
could
There's a
scientifically
lot of
prove
books
God
that
exists,
already
that would be
have
awesome.
this concept where the world began with a song, because that's where I hate to defend the Christians, but when you're talking about, he said the word and then light came. This is just the story of the dissension of matter, and
It is. Thank you, Ben. Yes. Now, can I actually read you the scripture?
Go ahead,
Actually
Clay.
backs that up. So Isaiah 40:26 says, "Raise your eyes high up and see who has created these things due to the abundance of dynamic energy. He also being vigorous in power, not one of them is missing." It is called dynamic energy in the scriptures. It's exactly what you've been saying, because the transformation of energy to matter happens not just with the power of nuclear physics, but also, here's the thing, sound has power. The words you speak, the massive amounts of power, and you don't realize how much power your words actually have. But it specifically says his word. So match that with dynamic energy. You have your answer. Now you can choose to not accept the scripture, like I said, but that is what it says.
And hold that thought for just a second. I forgot to read these earlier. The Freak, who said to the Big Two, says fairy tales is atheists' greatest argument. That's true. That's true.
Just
Howard
trying to put
says,
the book in the correct section, man.
you little dickwad. Howard says the Big Five says, I practice intense Gundalini.
yeah,
Fair
it said
enough.
Kundalini.
Oh my goodness. I don't. Fourth Wiseman also says,
Is that like cunnilingus?
Poot. I don't know. But But PooTube
Definitely
needed
brings the oil.
hacking. PooTube needed hacking. Fourth Wiseman had to go and probably figure out like his, I don't know, 6th burner channel just so he can continue donating tonight. And we're very grateful for his efforts to go the long way. We are going to do a dono grift here in just a minute too, by the way, gentlemen. We're at the 10-minute mark and let's see, I was supposed to count an additional one on 2 on there. So we only need
Wasn't the
6.
fourth Wiseman the girl from last night, Balderson?
No.
That's hers. Her name, the Appalachian girl.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
No, that's
and Fourth Wiseman says another oxymoron on nothing. No, something seems so much like so me thing. No, so me. No. No, so me thing seems so much like do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Slowly now. No, something seems so much like Dora, me, so, fa, latte, do. I hope I said all those words right. From nothing came something. Do, a deer, a female. Anyone have a thought to that?
That's how you get a falafel.
Fair enough. And we're going to go ahead and kick off grift mode. You guys got 9 minutes left. You are actually...
Judy Garland's hot.
That's fair. You are 4 in on the dono goal. The dono goal is lying to you. It says 2. You are actually 4 in, by the way. So you only have 6 more to go, and we can continue this show. So you're at 9 minutes. We need to kick it off. Clay, would you like to teach our new friends here exactly how we, I don't know, earn our keep?
Absolutely. I have been enjoying the night. Thank you so much, Sarah, for hosting the debate. Thank you to the wonderful debaters. But the night is not over. The grift is not over. You and only you in the chat can assist. All you got to do, $10 at a time. You know, there's only 8 to go. It's really not that much. We got 8 minutes. 8 donos in 8 minutes. You can do it. You can do it.
I love it, Clay. You are the best grifter here. I will say that. Jed, you've been here since the start. I don't think you're going anywhere. You usually stick around for a little while, but even if you were going somewhere, it wouldn't matter because everyone else wants to continue the show. What do you tell these fine folks?
Sure. You know, you go to your job every day and you earn all this money. You might as well just spend some right now. You're watching this thing. You got all this money burning a hole in your pocket. What are you going to do with it? Buy food? Take your girlfriend on a date? No, just spend your money here. Just give it to us. That's the best thing you can possibly do with your money. You might as well. What are you going to do? Throw the money away? That's a waste. You know, that one time when you went to the grocery store and it said, hey, do you want to donate $10 to this kid with cancer? You said, no, I'm not going to do that. Well, now is your chance to make it up. So go ahead and donate the money that you didn't spend then right now. And I actually do need to hop off because it's about that time for me to wrap things up and go to bed. Sarah, you've been awesome. Shaman, thanks for the great discussion. And everyone else, thanks for the very thought-provoking topics and ideas. This has been great. Thank you, guys.
Yes, Jed. Thank you so much. This has been swell for sure. We definitely are going to get your butt back up here for some more.
Definitely.
I have a feeling. Thank you, Jed.
We can argue,
have a
we can argue
wonderful
the
evening.
soul or no soul.
Yeah, we go down that route. Either way, you guys got to message me. Shaman, they need to send in 6 more. You're not done yet. You usually hang out to the very end. What do you say, sir?
Send in 6 more. Why? If you'd like this to continue, we can continue. I have a book here. It's available free for download on my organization's website. And if you'd like, I could read some more of that useless fucking poetry that Effigy seems to not like. So send in some donations. I'll read you some poems. We'll argue. We'll keep this conversation going. Amazing panel. Sarah puts a lot of time and effort into this. You know, we're using that energy and the matter. Send your donations.
You're using up my matter, maters. You're using up my matter. Mr. Balderson, it's not 3 a.m. here yet, so that means you're not going to bed yet. So you still got at least another 45 minutes in you. So don't eat the kittens. Don't eat the kittens.
This kitten here doesn't believe in God, and this kitten here does believe in God, and it's causing some severe issues in here. You feel the animosity these two have, like right now. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I only eat happy kittens, and there's all these problems in the house, and we need to figure this out. And only this panel can figure it out with 6 more donations.
Oh my God, I love it. American, please tell them what they need to do. This is your first time here. You're having a great time. You're not going anywhere. What do they need to do to ensure you get extra time?
Well, you need to send in some money. $1, $2, $5, $10. Just a little bit of extra cash. It's just spare change for you. Send it in. Why not?
Yes, reach into your back pocket, grab that 10 out, and send it on in. Move, I got this. You actually just got here. What say you, sir? I hope you've been paying attention to the drill down of what's going on, but you got to let these people know you just got up here. This is your first time here. You're not done.
Well, if you want to prove that there is a guy with a Bible, go ahead and send some money in.
Oh, well, there you go. That was easy. Thank you so much. I can't wait to get into that one. For the win, my friend, our quiet little masked buddy behind the avatar.
I have been quiet. I have been quiet. I apologize to everyone. But Sarah, this is another great topic, another great debate all around from everybody. It looks like Wiseman came in with a 50 spot, so we need one more dono to keep this thing going. Since I am actually speaking here, I did have some evidence to bring to the discussion. I believe I met a demon at Applebee's and an angel the next day on top of a mountain. So I'd like to chime in with that. So keep it going. We need one more dono and we can keep this ball rolling. So thank you.
I have to hear the Applebee's story.
And of course it was at Applebee's.
Of course. Effigy. You usually, now we are 5 in. We only need one more. Effigy, can you be the convincing man?
Hello, everybody. It's me, God. Turns out I don't give a shit about this morality stuff. I just don't give a shit about you donating money to the Raging Tomato. So that's the new rule. That's the new covenant. Donate the money to the Raging Tomato or go to hell. It's really simple. And remember, God loves you.
Oh, fuck, that was all time.
Somebody clip it and ship it, please.
All time. Effigy, all time.
Santa, let me hide this because you're ducked down so low. I'm sorry, Effigy just killed me.
Yeah, I can't follow that. You guys know what to do. That was worth a donation right there. We only need one more. Step up to the plate. Thank you.
Santa and Santa's helper. Our darling, darling Santa's helper. Yes, Fourth Wiseman sent in the big 5-0, my second favorite color to put on my screen here. And he's leaving it to you, chat, to send just one more. If you could be our second superhero for this panel, that would be awesome. Because, of course, Fourth Wiseman, this is his channel tonight. He has definitely earned it. This is officially his fucking channel. And we're going to put that big one on the screen. This is his channel now, bitches. So he said, here's 5 of the 6. Slam it in and get yourself some streamer confetti. Oh, yeah. When the dono goes off, I think it does that. It won't do it for you now because it's behind. But just one more, guys, and we will continue on. All right. I have to hear the Applebee's story. I feel content enough with this one that we can continue on with the Applebee's story. If everyone else is happy to oblige on this. I
was
he
he serious or was he joking?
We all want to hear about the Applebee's demon.
Nothing good happens in an Applebee's.
That's naturally where demons would hang out.
Naturally, right? Well, first and foremost, before we get into the story, Shaman, I do have to ask, because you brought up good and evil before, and to segue into this story, what are your thoughts on angels and demons? Are they real, and do they walk this earth?
So the good and evil was me asking our Taoist friend if he believes in good and evil, because they believe in good and evil as actions and not as actual. They exist in like the, yin and yang. Yes, I personally, Well, because you're not, because there are certain different ones and so on, but I'm abbreviating or whatever. My answer to angels and demons would be just descriptives of beings that embody good or evil and act in good and evil. So the answer is yes, 1000%. I believe in good and evil. I also believe in a spiritual aspect of that. People can be possessed from outside spirits that come in. They can be inside their bones and come out, as well as the positive side of that. But I don't believe in the form of the angels and demons, so to speak, of the Christ, like flying. I don't believe in the concept of angels with wings and those things, but in the embodiment of good and evil in the spiritual form and inside of humans, 100%.
And before you continue, if I may, for the win, interrupt you for just a moment. Objective Ethics finished us out. Congratulations, Maters. Take your trophy and your win lap in the chat because you have completed the goal and then some. Objective Ethics says with the big 20, thank you for allowing me to join the show. Great panel, great debate, great hosts, and amazing people in the chat. Thank you, Objective.
That guy is great. I think you should bring him on to explore more because he only just like tapped
right
in
here.
small amounts. Where is he?
He's on panel, the one with the paddleboard. Right
Oh,
here.
that's right. Okay, there he is. Sorry, I'm eating. I didn't realize I ordered all this food and I was like, it's only $55. I didn't understand that $55 brings you 4 bags of Taco Bell, which I haven't eaten in like 15 years, but for some reason I decided to go
What
fucking.
the fuck? That is so much worse than the other day when fucking Sarah was calling Subway food. This
Bro,
is
this is crazy.
Taco
You
Bell.
understand, son?
A lot of fake meat.
Anyway, one last thing on the good and evil thing. I think that good and evil can appear itself in a bigger form, like you would call angels and demons or angels and fallen angels. But their power only exists in our perception of self, which can look magnified in this third dimensional reality. Outside of our third dimensional perception of self, in the fourth dimension of vibration, so to speak, we don't have. That's the concept of the higher self. When we mention chakras and kundalini, each chakra and the symbol of medicine for Caduceus, then the temples, the serpents are right here into the temple, and above us is the sun, or represent the highest chakra. And that is the beginning of our etheric body. So when we're able to understand our true body, which is our etheric body, the physical body, spiritual body, mental body, etc., then these forces that we would call dark and don't actually have any fucking power. And as a matter of fact, they run.
That's not what you're going to say in the morning after you eat that Taco Bell.
Yeah, how's that doing your doctor there, bud?
I don't know what happened.
You have let the dark forces in.
I have no fucking idea why I did it. I'm
Forget
on
the oil.
I'm staying on a hotel.
The wood.
I don't know why. At least I'm fucking honest. I'm on the beach near like South Beach in a hotel. And there was only fast foods and stuff and a bunch of Mexican restaurants that I don't. So I was like, okay, what's the safest thing to eat that probably
the least safest thing?
What? I don't know. I guess what? It's one of the mysteries. That mystery where we throw it out of the mystery. I'm more confused as to why I ordered this if there's a God, okay? So.
I thought you were going to order ice cream. Didn't you say
What kind
ice
of
cream?
God? What
Did
kind
you
of
forget
God?
about the ice cream?
I argue on behalf of God. Right? Person's attacking me. You should thank me because I didn't have to use a book.
That shit came from the devil.
That's what I'm saying. No, the question is. The question is the God of this earth in fact the Satan of which because apparently
This debate is officially sponsored by Taco Bell. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and Morning Wood and Lady Oil.
Who knew you could get this much food? You don't understand. How can you have this much food?
Hey, Omar, are you published?
Yeah, I have like 3 huh?
Are you published?
No,
Because
so
it's not food.
my book Corazon, which is a book of poetry and philosophy, is never going to be sold. It's on my website for my organization, theognosis.org. THEO, Theo, God, Supreme Creator, Gnosis, wisdom through a direct experience. So theognosis.org. click Corazon, free ebook, 16 languages. This book will never be sold. This is just notes of contemplation over 15 years. As 3.5 years in the Amazon, 12 years in service. These are just notes from my phone. And then I have another one. I have two others. Another one's called The Great Awakening.
I'm telling you, you need to get on Coast to Coast AM with George Noory.
Let's go. I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, there's reach out to him over his email. It's on his website.
Does that book teach you how to deal with bad meat?
For the last 12 years, all I've been talking about is people bring me on, like talk about ayahuasca. And so I do one of those interviews like every 2 years. My last one was with Andrew Schultz. Like it was like 2 hours of it.
At Cambridge, they're putting people on a 5-hour DMT drip.
Yeah, that's horrible. Cambridge University, 10 years ago, I spent 2.5 weeks with them talking about the initial stage of their study. And then NYU, 6 years ago, I talked to them for a week and a half. I agreed. I told them I'm not going to partake in their thing because their entire premise is to try to get a collective of this transcendental experience they don't have an excuse for. And then ultimate goal is to synthesize the medicine. So let's take ayahuasca and put it in a pill. And they realize it's not possible because there is some sort of spiritual component to it that can't be explained. That's why they're focusing on ketamines and all this other shit.
Well, right now they're mapping out what they perceive to be the other side.
They're mapping out what the Christians would call the devil's telling them, and that's all that's happening. They're not dealing with
that part is true. Yes.
Yeah. They're going into what we would call the spiritual Armageddon, the kinetic Armageddon. It would be the non-physical Armageddon, and they need sacrifices of consciousness here. That's why you're watching the religious wars that you're going. The word Holocaust in its original state means burnt whole offering. So when you took the whole cow and put it in the fire during the first temple period, that is a Holocaust. So there'd be series of these things. That's the original meaning. So what better way to have sacrifices and pay the energetic fee to create the environment for the spirits to come through, which is exactly, by the way, how two things happen. Biblically speaking, there's El, which is the unmanifest. Then there was El Elyon, who broke through the firmament, and the Elohim came down. Then second time that happened was when the Watchers came, when the bad angels decided to argue with God and came down on Mount Hermon and in battle with Enoch. But they're angels, fallen angels, good angels, but both considered angels, right? So all they're trying to do right now is the third version of that story.
It's funny because I think they can achieve it, but they're the human beings trying to achieve it, which is hilarious when you look at it like that.
They can just be bringing more evil into the earth. Look around.
Well, I mean, more, or is it just convenient to call it more because it's
the best thing the Matrix ever did was show us a battery. We are unlimited potentiality of energy. So if 2 billion people pray to the God of the Garden of Abraham's God through Muhammad and in the Semitic language of Arabic, then as a thought entity that exists. So back in the day, when 3 million people on earth were praying to Ra in a thought form, that existed. And then through us, in our faith, it continues to exist and we carry it with us. That's the good thing about certain religions, is also the dangerous part about religion.
Let me ask you about that, because let's go with the assumption that there is, that these.
And by the way, I didn't touch on any of this stuff because the gentleman said he doesn't believe in the soul. Right. So we're not going to mention any of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, and I do want to go ahead and touch on it now because I mean he isn't here, but that's we're actually going down this now. So
thank God
to that. If there's all these other Elohim, and then there's the one, the true creator. How do you see him viewing all of this going on? Do you think he's impartial to it, or what?
He's in control.
That is an interesting question. So the Hebrew Bible mentions, in Genesis and everything, right? But the interesting part is that we actually have the writings of from 12 to 1500 BC, from the Ugaritic text, which also has the exact same depiction story. And simultaneously, the same story is done in the Sumerian versions as well, as far as beings and creatures and some and Nephilim even mentioned across that. Now, people would say also the Jews didn't understand that story until the Exodus in Babylon, but let's leave that alone, right? But because the Ugaritic text specifically mentions that there were 70 Elohim that came down post-flood for 70 tribes and 70 pieces of land, right? And so all of them, whereas they argued between worshipers of Dagon, which is modern-day Lebanon, worshipers of Yahweh who didn't have a land, worshipers of Baal, worshipers of all these different Elohim, similar to how every single angel, Mikael, Uriel, El is the supreme creator, and Mikael, Uriel, Samuel, all this stuff is added in as a component to create a personification, right? They all believed in the one highest God was El, the unmanifest, unmaterial. So I don't know that part as far as the idea. All we know is between that and that was El Elyon, the commander. And so to command something, it has to dictate. One is an intention, and two is the execution of an intention. So it's very simple. If you look at this purely historically, the Ugaritic texts are telling you in the beginning there was the word, but that word was just in our firmament. That word is not in the form of the universal, although it could be also true. That word
historically
could be
through the firmament, and these Elohim are in ... to where we are today. And that's part of why I'm saying the understanding of God, we have to break through that.
So do you see that higher God, the one, the true God? Like, I mean, yeah, you could say
El,
I don't know, and I wouldn't.
No, in Hebrew, I would believe that El is the reason why anything exists and exists within all things. But I believe in the karmic aspect of things. From anything that has a consciousness is subject to karma, the reaction to their action of action.
But do you believe that he or it, that creator, is, I don't know, saddened or happy or impartial?
No, unfortunately, the highest form of creation does not have partiality because it's all its creation, and I don't even think it has the idea of it's so beyond that.
It's not necessity for it.
Yeah, and then other forms of creation, then we get involved, whether it's Elohims and spirits and angels and man and dogs. We are doing that shit.
Let me interrupt for just a moment. Santa, you needed to go. Did you want to give your... Sorry, I just saw that. Would you like to give your final thoughts?
Well, this has been one of the best panels and the prompts that I've seen. Hard week. I really appreciate that. I hope it's been helpful to other people as well. And dare I say, blessings to all.
Blessings to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Santa. We appreciate you. You have a wonderful night. We'll see you next round.
Have a good one.
And to Eddie backstage, I just need a quick Kim up back there, and then I can let you up. Go ahead, American. Oh, he clicked a button.
Another app. Oopsie. But yeah, no, and I can appreciate that view, and obviously, with my view of the text, I actually agree with you, because according to Isaiah, which is where I found that other scripture, it also says that he created good and evil.
American, you were getting some kind of let me check. Like, hello. Okay, I think it fixed itself. But...
Yeah, sorry. Every time someone leaves, my audio for everybody completely goes out, so I have to exit and re-enter.
Do you have the StreamYard app on your phone?
There's an app.
Download it. Not right now, obviously, but next time you come back, download that StreamYard app. You can log in via just exactly the same way you logged into this one, and it should work better for you that way.
Okay, thank you.
It looks really good though. If that's from your phone, it looks really good, man.
Yeah,
it looks really good. You should just get the microphone attached there, and your money.
I just want to say, Sarah, you've been a great shield maiden for this ship tonight.
I've done such a good job with all of our amazing panelists, and we've all worked together to create this type of environment, and we've all done our work here. So the ship is running itself at this point. It's on automated mode. So we we're all having a good time and we get it. We want to have the conversation. So we're doing all the things to make sure we do.
And
Can
Balderson,
I jump in here?
yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
absolutely.
I won't let everyone else talk, but I'm gonna drop a bomb on you guys, and it's a question. But not yet. Everyone else, please talk. I'm gonna eat this talk about music.
So I've been a Christian for 30 years. I was an atheist or agnostic for 20 years. And I've noticed a pattern in the Bible that solves the mystery of God's ways, that actually proves God. When you keep looking at it, you're like, there's just no way that this could be written down like this. There's no book that's written like the Bible. The Bible's written like a massive parable. You have a bunch of different mysteries, in the Bible that if you solve them, they give you pieces to the puzzle. And when you put all those pieces to the puzzle, it explains exactly what God is doing and why. So much is like right in the beginning with Adam and Eve and the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. This proves that God actually wanted Adam to eat that fruit, to put us all through this process right there. All the answers are pretty much right there with the Adam and Eve story. God says, let us make man in our image, in our likeness, knowing good and evil. So he makes man and he says, don't eat the fruit. And he eats the fruit. And when he eats the fruit, God says, man has become like us, knowing good and evil. So why didn't he put that in there before? Why did he wait till he eat the fruit? Well, it tells you right there in the story. It says that man was kicked out of the Garden of Eden for our benefit. Like if you ever see that movie, if you saw the movie, The Book of Eli, where he talks about it's like from ash to ash, dust that we return to. And he says in there, for our benefit, this is why we're going through this. Everyone is learning good and evil.
Growth cometh not, but with struggle.
No matter what path you go on, you are learning. You can go the easy way and do it God's way, or you can do it. You can go like the really hard way, like some of those people in prison. That's a school of hard knocks. So everybody has like a sense of right and wrong. There's a lot to learn, but you have a basic sense of it. And so when you get done with this life, you're going to go into the next life where you're going to live with Jesus, and you're going to actually learn that you could have had heaven down here on earth if you would have done it God's way. You would have had joy upon joy. That's the pattern that I kept reading and just brought me closer to God. And it used to be the healing testimonies that I had. I have dozens of healing testimonies, miracles. One made the news. That used to be my biggest evidence for God, but it's the Bible that has overtaken that as this one massive parable. There's no book written like that. There's no book where you have a bunch of parables in the beginning, and a bunch of parables in the end, and a bunch of verses here and there.
The
And when
Quran.
you put it all together.
How many holy books have you read?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to find a puzzle in there.
I think it's a fair question. If he's saying there's no books like it, how many holy books have you read?
None,
have you read the Bhagavad
except for the
Gita?
Bible.
Have you read the Vedas?
No, I've done a lot of searches, but go ahead and tell me if you got. Is it written like parables
No,
that
I'm
solves?
Well, the Quran's like 600 pages of a poem. It's a 600-page poem, so it's pretty magical.
That's fine. Like you can find a bunch of books with poems, but does it add up?
Even
answer all those
atheist
questions.
scholars
Most
say the
books are written
Quran
as
is childish copy of the Bible.
Well, again, to make a 600-page poem is highly impressive. And it's also pulling, if you take out all the holidays, it's pulling directly majority from the Old Testament. So when you say Bible, my question, though, is which are we talking about? What do you mean by Bible? Because are we talking, when I think Bible, and again, this is me, I'm thinking Hebrew Bible and 5 books of Moses. But we're talking in America. So are we talking New Testament as Bible?
66
And which New
canon.
Testament?
All of it.
What?
All of it. Catholic,
Which New
any Bible, any holy Bible. Catholic.
Well, what's that mean? There's
There are
3,000
differences.
Bibles.
Maccabees in there.
It's very
there are
important.
different.
66
Hold
I'm
on
not
a second.
trying to
Hold
be-
on,
I'm
hold
not-
on, hold
by the
on.
way, I'm
I'm going to
not
answer your
trying to
question.
be-
I'm going to answer your question. Hold on. Any Bible's going to work. It's like taking a map, and it's got holes in it. It's old. It's faded. You can barely see it, but it still takes you to that treasure. It still gives you wisdom. Like this, I'm going
This
back
is
on the
just
Bible.
proselytizing.
What's No.
Hold on. You haven't even heard what I said.
get
You
a
haven't
lot
even
of
heard what I
wisdom
said.
as
You just
you do.
automatically just throwing out proselytizing. Why don't you listen to what I say first?
I've listened to every single word you've said.
What about the
Yes, you
devil's
have, but I
Bible?
got more to say.
What about the devil's
All right.
Bible?
I have no idea about that. All right, can I finish?
So, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just going to go make a cup of coffee. Mr. Balderson, if you don't mind just taking charge over these
Can I just say
wonderful,
quick goodbye before you leave,
amazing.
Sarah? I want to say thank you for letting me come on real quick. I got to dip out as well.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Objective Ethics. I'm glad you were able to make it on one finally.
Can I leave you guys with a final thought really quick, if I may?
Absolutely.
Andrew, first of all, I want to make sure, brother, you understand that my contention is not with you as a human being, but just with the remarks that were made. And as a person, I wish you the very best in life. And for the panel and for everyone in the chat, I'd just like to remind you some food for thought that respect for the planet, respect for others, and self-respect. These are the bricks that we use to build the road that leads us to the good life we all want to live. All right. Peace be out.
Thank you, Objective
Amen.
Ethics. Have a wonderful night. All right, I'm just going to step away, Ben, for a moment and go make a cup of coffee real quick. I shall return. And
Grab some.
Eddie backstage still needs to cam up first before you can come up, sir.
Yep.
Or if you don't want to, they leave. They always do. They always do. I'll be right back, gentlemen. Enjoy.
Grab
I
some
would say
coffee and
American
some story
Christians,
time.
no one's done. I think American
Hey,
Christians
Balderson.
have done more for people. Like for example,
Hey,
when there was
my
in
last
Haiti-
cellie that I had in prison for the last 6 months there was my Asatru brother in the pen.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
So, anyways,
I forget the name of it, but he had the big old he would get furious and he would fight about it. It looks like a snowflake on the back of his head, but it's not.
Oh, the helm of awe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyways-
move. I got this. This is real quick.
But,
Though. Here's the thing. You gotta clarify.
Yeah, I
the
gotta shout out to my Asatru brothers.
Is he in like a different room or something? Like having a
yeah,
different
who are you
conversation?
talking to?
He was talking to me. Astru
okay.
is the formalized religion of the Asir and the Vanir. So it's allowed in prison and in any government institution.
Shaman,
So-
you got muted.
Sorry, I'm
Shaman,
referencing stuff from yesterday a little bit.
Shaman, you're
So
muted. Muted. Omar.
Omar!
You're muted.
Unmute thyself, sir.
It's the
Sorry, is it
microphone.
there?
There you
Can you
go.
hear me? Microphone check.
There you go. There you
Yeah.
go.
Okay. Can the Lord hear me? Can you hear me, Balderson? Can I
Loud
get
and clear.
Amen, play.
So you have a book that's written like a parable form that solves the mystery of God's ways, that has more wisdom than anything you could think of, that solves literally, you could completely change the world, get rid of crime, divorce, everything.
I can think of other spiritual books that are significantly more profound, and I don't mean that as a disrespect. If you go look at the Upanishads, it's mind blowing. And considering the fact that it's 5,000 years old, it's pretty impressive. The more impressive books to me are the older ones. When you talk about one, for example, you're quoting Hebrew perfectly when you said, "Come, let us create man in our image." Our is Elohim, Elohim's plural. But then later you're referring ultimately to the one God. And so the problem with me listening, although I feel your faith and your message is true, and I agree with you. And if someone were to grab the Bible in let's say King James and follow their path on that, they would find the surefire path to be a good person and to go to a proverbial heaven when they die. 100% agree. But you have to
think so, huh?
realize, effigy, effigy, I do, because
Prisons are full of Christians, man. Chock full of them.
I got you on this. Now I'm going to defend the Christians. Listen, I understand what you're saying for sure, and I understand the history of it 100%. But I'm saying that in our modern world, as far as organized religions, I haven't seen, let's just say 100 years, anyone do more for the world and for people than American Christians. When there's something that goes on in Haiti, American Christians send more money to that relief than all the governments combined. Although they're about to really fuck up with Zionism, for sure. But before the last year and a half and the fall and the falling for the Herzl and Schofield Bible, which we should get into. American Christians, man, it's really hard to say. And then someone could say, well, American Christians were the ones that had killed all the Native Americans. And I'd say, well, half of them, because the first half of the 50 years, they were definitely still British. They continued to act like British people in the 1750s, unfortunately. And that's where that country accent comes from. As a matter of fact, the British accent,
there's never been one kind of Christian ever. There's never been just one kind.
American Christians I was talking about.
Even in America, there's two kinds of Christians at least.
Does any book predict Jesus? Right there in the beginning.
Jesus.
Right there in the beginning.
New, man. Jesus is new, dude. Listen, Jesus is new.
Listen, why you talk so much, man? You nonstop talk. That's very rude.
Well, he is.
We got 10 people. We got 10 people here. We got 10 people here.
But he is one of the initial panelists, sir.
I thought that was my job, but go ahead.
I've let him talk a lot. There's no problem. But I just want to try to get something to say.
You didn't let me talk. You didn't let me talk. I talked, and now you're asking to talk.
Either way, schematics. You just want to argue. You just want to talk. You want to argue. You want to cut me off.
But you're accusing me of you let me to talk. You don't have any power to let me talk. I spoke, and now I'm stopping. Continue, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So you got Jesus predicted right there in the beginning. Adam ate that fruit. God wanted me to eat that fruit. And he said, the day that you eat that fruit, you shall surely die. But he doesn't die. He lives 1,000 years. Can you explain that? Since you know what I'm going to say.
Adam lived 960 years, not 1,000.
Answer the question.
The story in a book. Sitting there being gullible, saying that it was real.
It's called being accurate. So don't try to teach me. Don't try to teach me a story that I can teach you, sir.
Answer the question.
So you're not going to teach the Bible. Have you not noticed what happens?
All right, so you don't have an answer. You don't have an answer. I just want to make sure. All right, you don't have an answer. You don't have this. You can't explain why God told him that the day you eat that, you shall surely die. You can't explain that. And he lives 1,000 years.
You're telling me why God
I know
commanded
exactly.
it? No, let me explain.
I know exactly why.
Oh, then you know more than God?
I know.
You know more than God. Then tell us.
How's that more than God?
Because God made a commandment.
Person wrote a story.
You asked me a question. You want me to answer it? You want me to answer it?
God gave you a chance.
God made a command to his creation. He didn't explain fucking why. He told them what would happen. They decided to break it. So tell me why God didn't tell them. You know so much about God made a commandment and they disobeyed it. Period. You're telling me you know why God did that. Tell me why God did it. What God did in the Bible. Tell me.
Well, part of it, I told you, there's this process of learning good and evil. The other part, it starts a pattern that you see all through Scripture, even in the New Testament. The pattern of mercy. God tells man to do something, man fucks it up. God's got to fix it. He's got to show mercy.
Did God have mercy on Jesus?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Is he alive? Is he God?
Is who?
Jesus.
No, Jesus is not God.
Obviously, it wasn't meant to be mercy on Jesus. It was meant to be mercy on us. It was a sacrifice of his own son.
So if I decide to kill myself tonight for your sins, will your sins be absolved?
No. Didn't show mercy to the children of the Amalekites or every baby on earth when the flood happened.
You're not.
No, it's not a particularly merciful God.
That's a parable. It's a parable that happens.
He wants to argue that the ethics of the biblical God. I can argue that all night. So can everyone on this panel. Even Clay, who believes Jesus is God, will say God had no mercy many times in the Bible. That's
so those people. Okay, I'll prove that. I'll prove that wrong right now. Where are those people at?
They're dead.
They're in heaven.
They're dead.
Who's in heaven? The Amalekites are in heaven?
Ecclesiastes 9:5. Read it. It's in your Bible.
Inside the Bible.
Ecclesiastes 9:5. What does it say?
You got to put it all together.
Right off
you
the
got
top
to put
of
it
my
all
head.
together.
See, I know these scriptures like the back of my
Clay
head.
is a Christian.
Yeah. Ecclesiastes 9:5 says that the dead know nothing at all. Now, how can you know anything yet you are in heaven?
The flesh is dead, but their soul moves on.
So
Jesus said, "Today you will be with me in paradise."
What do they know?
Today you will be with me in paradise. They're in heaven. They're not in the ground.
What do the dead know?
So Moses. when he had
Jesus said, hold on,
yeah,
Jesus
just
said that to the Amalekite? Did Jesus
was
did
Moses
Jesus-
was Moses in the transfiguration, or was he dead?
when?
He's alive. There is no death. Death, where's your sting? Oh, death. There is no death. Nobody's going to die. When you die here, your flesh goes to the ground.
That's called
You
dying.
move on.
That's what dying
And-
means.
and
when
the-
you
and the
leave your
spirit goes
flesh,
back to the
that's
source.
called dying.
Yes.
That
You
is
mean
like
eternal death. You mean eternal death and eternal life. You
that's
die.
like saying your
You-
car, when your car dies, are you dead?
Hey,
No,
hey,
we're-
move,
we're- we have a
It's
soul.
move. I got
funny
this. What's your
after-
name? What's your
have a
name?
soul.
touting how
by
clarifying the
move.
Bible is. You guys can't even
Move.
decide whether people are still in the ground or in heaven.
Hey, move.
No, it says it. Effigy. I love it when Effigy chimes in because he is so
All right, so
wrong.
is Moses
He
in the
does that
ground
all
or
the
not?
time.
Is Moses in the ground or not? The Bible's written
Man is
like
dead.
a massive
Well, I mean,
parable
that was thousands of
that
years
you have to
ago. I
read
had to
between the
imagine
lines.
deteriorated
You have to
entirely.
read between the lines.
The lines
Well,
are
we don't need
actually
it
written
yeah.
in black and white.
We're not supposed to be preaching here. This, I unfortunately now I agree with Effigy. You're literally just preaching us.
You of all people saying not preaching, you preach nonstop.
What was my?
You
Then
go
what was I
clarity.
trying to sell you? No, what was I selling you? Tell me.
You're
I don't
selling
think
me some
Shaman was
Taco
talking
Bell.
in parables, dude. Sorry. Like
You're
you're
selling
coming in good
Christian
faith,
Jesus.
but this is a
I was
debate.
having a
He's
debate
absolutely
about
telling you that
God,
shit,
and you're having a debate about Jesus. You're just talking about like, there's no way around it. You're going
No,
to
if
keep
there was a
talking.
debate,
until
there'd be
it's
rules,
Jesus.
and this guy wouldn't be cutting me off every time.
We're not in
Somebody
a
just
debate
trying to-
right now. We're not in
We're
a debate
not
right
in
now.
the debate. The debate is
I know. I
over.
said we're not
Omar
in
was
the
in the
debate.
debate. The debate's over. This is open panel shit show.
I don't think they need to touch tips.
Yeah. Try and cross.
Ooh,
Hey,
it sounds
Clay,
like I
Clay,
came
how many
back.
people?
I
Clay,
came
how
back
many people are going to
exactly the
heaven and
right
going to hell?
time.
Hey, move.
Clay.
Move.
Yeah.
There's some of us that agree with you. Like we're not. Some of us don't disagree, but
But we all disagree.
but like you're breaking the rules of apologetics in Christianity. Dude, Jesus never argued.
He doesn't know. He just has deep faith, which I respect. But again, I'm the only person going because no one here agree. Even Clay, the ultimate Christian, doesn't agree with your interpretation. God's like you're just preaching, and
So
we're
that's
not
just,
interested.
that's an atheist. That's
no
like an
one here is
atheist
going to
fallacy right
accept your
there.
version of
Somebody
Jesus.
don't agree with me. That has nothing to do with what I said.
Because
You know
they
what
agree with
I agree with, gentlemen? I agree with money. Mr. Balderson, did we read these yet?
Nope.
Okay. Fourth wise man coming in with the big 20 says Yahweh had no land because Yahweh had no landing gear and still doesn't. Vowels A-E-I-O in lower original case lettering with exceptions of false vowel U that can only be expressed by employing the letter Y. We went over this one night. Remember that? Oh, that was good. Fourth Wiseman always knocking them out of the park. I love
But
it.
people don't realize it's funny because two of the scammiest people in the world, the Hebrews and the Welsh, neither of them use vowels in their language. That's what, and that's
Really?
yeah.
You know that you can use the E as well. You just say E.
You.
Yeah, there's no vowels in Hebrew. That's part in the Hebrew language. That's part of why it's so hard to translate ancient Hebrew, and they still not sure that they got things right today. Because
Fourth
those
Wiseman's comment could be considered illegal in certain states, considered the highest level anti-Semitism ever written. Can you imagine? Isn't that funny?
Yep, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Fourth wise man coming in with another 10 says if someone requests you go to high water layers and you don't understand lingo, be logical. It's quite simple. High water layer. Himalaya. Himalaya.
The
Highest powerful. The Himalayan, the highest mountain, and flood.
Ah, very nice. Where does
He really does.
How does he know all this
I've
shit?
never even heard that before. It's genius.
I like Fourth Wiseman. Were you a linguist of some
I mean,
sort?
that's like just making shit up, right? Himalaya has nothing to do with an English word, right? Come on.
Awesome.
Yeah, but you would have to be some type of
I mean, it's
linguist.
bullshitting to the high degree, right?
No, English actually takes on a lot of other languages, so no, that's not true, Effigy.
What I'm saying is the word Himalaya has nothing to do with the words high water layers.
I don't know. I think here I'm going to
think it's
theorize.
genius.
And one day, Fourth Wiseman is going to come on this panel and tell us all about him. We're going to do a Fourth Wiseman interview one day. He's going to oblige because I am asking nicely. But I like, if I could theorize, I would say Fourth Wiseman was a linguist of some sort or a language study of some sort, yada yada yada. And this is why he breaks down words in such a way and can figure these things out. But Fourth Wiseman says, don't fear death or dying, even though self-preservation is innately instilled within. The inevitable should never be feared. It's what comes next is the ascension that you'll realize the fear wasn't necessary at all.
Do not
At
fear
all.
the one that
It's
can kill
happening.
the body, but fear the
Don't
one
fear the
that can
reaper.
recreate. I mean, it's really all in there. I mean, like, here's the thing. You can fear the mater, but really what you should be doing, as Fourth Wiseman has been so kindly showing you over and over, is just to donate. That's the best thing you can do.
I like that little grip drop in there. Very well done.
Never
Very well
forget that
done.
ketchup comes from tomatoes.
That's right. I'll squish the mater out of you after I add a little sugar in, of course.
You know, there's some lessons in peace here. You know, me and my roomie, we would have, I believe it was Friday night, we would sit down and we would go over the poetic eddas together and the Bible at the same time.
Oh,
That was
speaking
beautiful.
of,
And then we would share ramens and popcorn.
it's time for Applebee's story. Did we get it while I was getting coffee?
No.
So I
No.
had it. Oh yeah, wait, who had
Yeah.
that? Oh, For the Win had that.
For the Win had the
Yeah,
Applebee's story. Can we hear it now? We've
You guys wanna hear
definitely earned the grift for the Applebee's story.
Hold on one second. Let me fix my audio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So the Applebee's story. So
This one time at band camp.
I do water treatment for a living. The owner of the business was one of my best friends. He just flat out quit, right? When he went out of business, I obtained a lot of equipment. He left for about 6 months, came back, and he was like, hey, let's meet up. Let's go to Applebee's, you know, and he had some ulterior motives and such with this. So that day at Applebee's, I was going through this huge spiritual awakening. This was after like Biden got elected in 2021, hence For the Win 2021. And I'm showing him like ley lines and stuff. I'm showing all this stuff on my phone and everything. And then we're sitting at the bar, and it's like a horseshoe bar, and this guy's at the left. And all of a sudden, this guy goes, hey, what are you guys talking about over there? And I said, well, we're just talking about ley lines, but I'm actually just showing him the lost city of Atlantis. And he goes, oh, ley lines. Well, let me tell you about them. So for the next 10, 15 minutes, he just starts confirming everything much more eloquently than I was even describing to my buddy. He looks at me and like, what the fuck is going on here right now? This is crazy and everything. So time passes. We finally go to a table, and I'm just, this is like a 3-4 hour conversation, mind you, so I'm going to kind of speed it up a little bit. But we're at this table, and all of a sudden my buddy flips open my notebook, and he's like, all right, I want this equipment. I want this. I want that. I want this and everything. And this dude was overhearing the whole conversation and everything, and he goes to the bathroom during this part. So he comes back. My buddy's phone illuminated, and he was recording me. I'm like, motherfucker, I can't believe you're fucking doing this to me. So naturally, when someone's recording you, you're not going to just like spill your guts. I'm conscious of what's going on with everything and all of this. So he comes back from the bathroom, and he's not understanding what is going on between him and I and everything. So all of a sudden he's like pointing at me, you're the fucking asshole right now. What are you doing here? And I'm like, no, you got it all wrong. He's recording me. This is what he's trying to do. And he goes, oh, okay. So my buddy, he's the kind of guy where you have a couple drinks in him and he'll start fighting. I've seen him just deck people.
Oh, no.
One punch, that's it, and everything, you know. So this is all occurring, and I'm like thinking in my head, how the hell am I going to get out of this conversation? We're in the middle of Applebee's. He's going to start a fight here and everything. So this guy says to him, look, buddy, I'm the kind of guy that knows how to make people disappear. So if you don't want to disappear, I suggest that you just leave. He sets a $20 bill on the table and he leaves. I'm like, holy fucking shit, I can't believe he just left like that. This is amazing and everything. So he then says to me, people like him, they can't stand to be in my presence for more than 20 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This is like, these are the things I'm hearing. Like, this is not like regular conversation that you have with strangers or regular people and everything. And the conversation went for 3 hours after this and everything. We went into many topics and everything, but there are a couple of things that he said that just, it stays with you forever. And at one point, this dude's eyes just rolled to the back of his head. And he said, look, when we can come down here and fornicate with women. I'm like, who the hell uses the word fornicate like that? It was just weird. And it's the creepiest thing is Clay, guys talk, right?
Yeah, I was saying that. I was saying something about that a few panels ago. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You know, it was creepier than that. It was skin crawling type of things and everything like that. So there was a dig that I had saw during this whole awakening process about 17 soldiers were coming from all branches of the military into the Space Force. And in the picture, headlining this on the military's website, shows 15 guys. But when you count the shadows, there were 17 shadows. You know, so it's creepy. So online, people are talking about this and everything. Like, what's going on? Oh, there's that number 17 again. There it is, right? And I just flipped this picture of this thing I just described to you guys right at him. And without missing a beat, he goes, oh, that's on Mars. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, well, where on earth can you make shadows like that? Like the shadows were like directly right in front of all the soldiers and everything. So, and on any time on earth, there's just no way that you can simply make these shadows and everything. So I'm like, holy crap, just without missing a beat, this is what he says. At another part of the conversation, he tells me that well, I'm trying to be brief with that effigy, okay? Pardon my language, okay? But
I'm enjoying it. Please continue.
so he then says to me, there were 3 phoenixes. 2 of them, we killed them. I'm like, wait a minute. Phoenixes, birth, death, rebirth, like they come back to life, they reincarnate or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but we killed them because we buried them in the sand. The last phoenix is clinging on to dear life. So I keep thinking about, you know, Arizona, the ballots, all that kind of stuff. There's Phoenix, Arizona, like namesakes of things. I live in Wisconsin. We have Green Bay. The university up there's mascot is the Phoenix. So there's symbolism in all this stuff and everything. So long story short, at that night, when we concluded, it was bar closed, it's midnight, Applebee's closed. And when you go out, it's like an entrance exit, one door kind of a thing. And if you exit the door and you go to your left, it's a wall. There's the hotel right there. It's just a wall. And then there's gating all the way as like an L shape going around the restaurant to like the rest of the parking lot. So like that whole L in the parking lot is all just simply parking lot. I go to my car and this guy lit up a cigarette. He's like, I need to smoke. I'm like, okay, you know. I jump in my car and I immediately peel out and turn around and everything, go back that direction. And the guy is gone, disappeared, just gone. Let me backtrack into one other thing that he was trying to teach me too that night. He was trying to teach me numerology. And he took a notebook and he wrote on his, I know. But even this,
I feel like it's probably Zach Hubbard. He's probably trolling him. Yeah.
Wait, you know who else I was thinking
to give some imagery to this. This guy had this biker look in a way. He had a leather jacket on and everything. So save that for the next part here. But he wrote out his first name, Damien, middle name, Hyacinth, last name, Thomas. And he goes, that's 666. And I go, devil. And he goes, no. 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. That's the creator's number. And I'm like, okay, this is fucking weird and everything. But, you know, with the topics that we talked about, I'm like, and the things I've already described, and then the guy disappearing, it was freaking weird.
Yeah, that seems odd.
So the next day, I had to go see a customer in Wausau, Wisconsin. Wausau has Rib Mountain up there. So after having this experience, I took care of my customer, and then I was like, I gotta go find a church or something. What the fuck just happened the night before? So I was like, I'll pray on top of a mountaintop. All right. So like when you get to the top of the mountain, it has like this cul-de-sac-y turnaround thing. So I just parked my car there, even though it says no parking, and no one else was up there that day because it had snowed overnight, basically. So there was fresh snow and everything on the ground. So I parked my car up there, and then I'm walking towards like this. They actually have this thing called the Kings and Queens chair. It's these massive boulders on top of this mountain and everything. So I was starting to walk in that direction, and all of a sudden, out of the woods, this guy comes out, and he yells at me. He goes, "What the hell are you doing with shoes like that? You're going to slip and fall. What's wrong with you? What are you doing out here, dude?" Now, like I was trying to describe earlier, this guy from the previous night had like this leather jacket on. He kind of had this devilish appearance, this demon appearance to him. This guy, long flowing hair, he looked very angelic in a way and everything. So I described to him like the night before, and I'm like, he wrote this thing in my notebook. You got to see this and everything. So we went over to my car, and I showed him my notebook, and he goes, "Oh my gosh, we need to pray right now." And this guy, I've prayed with people before, but not like this. This guy started shouting the entire prayer and everything. "No, devil, you may not have him," and everything on top of this fucking mountain and everything. So we said a couple.
You should have sacrificed him to God.
I was in so much shock and awe over what just is happening over the last 24 hours. That thought didn't even cross my mind. But you know, we partied, and that guy also walked off into the distance and just simply disappeared as well too. So I went over to this Kings and Queens chair. I got on top of these rocks, and I just prayed up there for a couple hours and everything. I'm like, I just experienced and everything. So when Jed was on earlier, he was asking for evidence, and we can go and do these debates. Does God exist? Yes or no, this, that, and everything. And we're looking for physical things that we can tie to and we can point to, and we can say, well, 1 + 1 = 2. That's something that 100% of us always socially accept that is a truth. But when it comes to this specific debate, we can't go back 2,000 years ago, 4,000, 5,000 years, whatever, and everything. So we're all clinging to things that are just simply written that we can try to point to and say, well, this is maybe what happened. But my argument is that when the experiences that you have happen to you, they happen to you. And ever since then, I'm like, okay, if this occurred, all this stuff is simply real. So that's my.
I agree with you. I agree with you about the direct experience.
That's a bit of a fallacy.
I should, but you know, for the win, the only problem is that like Effigy doesn't believe in the right. So, but imagine if he did. Your story right there, right? If he accepted everything you said, the only thing that you actually proved in those stories is the existence of evil upon the earth.
Well, that's an interesting point. I thought about that while he was talking too. And so,
not to doubt your faith or anything, but that's part of the problem. The reason why the Christian evil embodiment, which I believe exists currently, you witness that is because of ultimately your fear and the perception of fear materialized in the form of Damien, Lucifer, both names of which are completely made up. Damien is made up by the writer of the Omen. Interesting. And funny part is Lucifer is a mistranslation. Not second.
It's a Roman demigod of Venus.
No, but well, we've gotten into this before. I'm only talking biblical, guys. I'm not talking about pre-biblical. But when Isaiah 4, chapter 14, verse 12. When he's speaking to the king of Babylon, he's mocking him, but in a very respectful, high-level way. Oh, look at you, great king, shining amongst the brightest in the night sky, only to fall with the rise of the inevitable sun. He's basically telling them, like, look at you, the false light, in the form of the morning star, Lucifer, right? Which is also referred to in Venus at that time through those paths. Not in the whole world, Baldus. I know what you're about to say. We're talking Hebrew Bible, buddy. And when he refers to the rise of the inevitable sun, he's speaking about what he calls God, which would be Yahweh. And he's saying that the real light of the day is going to cast away the illusion of the night light, which is Venus, the last thing you see before the sun rises. And so around 350 is when they start, that one guy, Saint Augustine, Saint Ignatius, some guy wrote an entire story about it. So Lucifer became the antithesis to Jesus in the physical form, just as God and Satan. And again, your belief and faith in that to be how evil and good is portrayed in this dimension is the magnetism of why you see that embodied in the most random of normal places, which I fully believe what you're saying, by the way. But if you on the other side of the world were raised in Islamic Muslim, like Saudi Arabia, because of you and your makeup in this, you would see the reflection of that evil portrayed in the way you believe it according to Islam. That's the interesting part about this.
And what's really interesting to that point, my dad's side of the family is from Afghanistan, so that makes me a half-Gan.
Yeah, half-Gan. Are you Pashtun? Is he Pashtun?
I can't. I don't honestly know. I can't remember. I mean, like he's from Kabul.
He's from Kabul. What's your last name?
I can't.
Well, yeah, don't say that on.
My last name is Ahmadzai. So if he's from Kabul, then you have a 98% chance that you are in fact also Pashtun. And if your father's Pashtun, then you're Pashtun. And if you have a wife who's Vietnamese and you have quarter Afghan of half Vietnamese children, those children are all fully Pashtun according to Pashtuns. And we track this shit all the way to Abraham, the same way that the Jews said, oh, no, actually, it's about the mother. No, the covenant was with Abraham's seeds, and it's always been patriarchal lineage that they track. So
I want to explore this idea of good and evil. So I'm going to do a little, I guess you could call it syllogism. I don't give a shit what you call it. You call it logic, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But so would we all agree on this panel that evil exists in the world? I hope Effigy would also agree with that.
Good.
Objectively, no.
Good.
Objectively,
evil.
No. Okay.
Evil is good.
Evil doesn't exist. Then
I'm with Effigy on this.
One by one.
It's a descriptor we put on things.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yep.
No, it's a simulation. We're in a simulation, so the evil in this world is good.
So causally, right? We objectively we don't put a label to it. Then
It's funny. Serial killers say there's no good and evil. Only power.
That's what Satanism is the inversion. Satan means adversary. So the adversary of good would be evil called good.
Right, causally. Do cause and effect exist?
I believe evil exists here 100%. So does good.
If cause and effect exist, that is a metaphysical thing. It's not just like you label it cause and effect, meaning that you observe it, and now it is all of a sudden cause and effect in your mind. It's not something that actually physically exists. You just see something happen.
It's kind of like
what are we saying here, Brick?
Okay,
that
so
exactly.
Down to 32
the Kabbalah says there's no evil, by the way.
That the temperature drops down to 32 degrees and then water freezes. There was a cause, there was an effect. That's in my fucking mind. What are we saying here?
It's kind of like the time doesn't exist argument, right? So it's all happening. It's just it just existence is here.
Well,
right?
It's not that time doesn't exist, now doesn't exist.
But we give labels because it's the easiest way to understand things. Understand, meaning we don't know why it's happening, but we know that it's happening, right? So the cause and effect is real. Just like the good and evil, it would only be reasonable.
I've met evil.
Right. I mean,
I've met evil.
If you said like those people in the Epstein files are neither good nor evil, I'm just going to simply call you a weirdo.
That's see, you're making a whole nother story. So having the understanding that good and evil are just arbitrary things that we've as a society chosen through our direct experiences, and that some people make different choices doesn't mean that we aren't allotted our own choices. So just because I can say that there's no good or evil doesn't mean I can't judge the Epstein file people and say that they're bad.
So objectively, good and evil.
It's just not objective.
It's just that you making a choice based upon what is good and evil is the subjective part. That there is a good and there is a evil.
Well, there was an action that happened. That's the objective thing. Let's take
Correct.
it to murder because it's easier to talk about than what you just brought up. One person kills another person. That's the objective thing. Everybody goes, yep, that guy's dead. That guy did it. Now the subjective part is, did he have motive? How do I feel about it? Is that okay that he did that? Is that something that
no, I get that part, but we'll have a label for that. And you actually used the word that is the label, which is red rum. It's actually killing if it's not red rum. Red rum is the justifying or not.
Either way, somebody died, another person did it. Now we're all gonna decide how we feel about it, and that's where
that sounds like lyrics from a Tupac
so
song.
The mind, your mind, my mind, the mind decides what is good and evil subjectively. So on a like, does it exist level, obviously, like we would say, at least the property of the metaphysical does exist.
Balderson.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. So the property of, does this thing exist or not?
Drinking your blue dye, Omar.
The good and evil. Like,
I'm taking my alchemical.
We have a label for it, right?
I'm taking an alchemical, purely organic plant that went from plant, and then it was put into the oil, and the essence of the plant went into the oil, and then it was packaged and shipped to me here from Costa Rica.
Oh God!
But if we don't believe in alchemy, then there's no such thing as the spirit of that.
Basically, what I'm getting to is purpose, right? Purpose. Now,
Johnson and Johnson bottled mine and sent it to me.
While I'm
Clay, do evil people think that they're evil when they do evil?
Do you, huh?
Do evil
Everything's
people
standing in its
think
own
that they're
light.
evil when they do evil?
No.
Are they
that's
running
the problem,
around going,
FG.
yeah, haha, I'm evil?
Going, I'm
No, that's the
evil.
problem, FG.
Nobody does
Everything,
that.
everything thinks it's everything is standing in its light. No, it's
I
actually
personally know
Saying-
people who
My
do
point
that.
is purpose.
If
How
it's
about purpose?
objective.
Do you believe that
Everything's
purpose
standing in
or
its own light.
reasoning are real metaphysical properties? Reasoning, just reasoning alone.
Well, I mean, my
the
perception is my reality, right? So let's say this is my ruler, okay? And here in the center is what we objectively would try to scale at, like, balance between good and evil, or at least the center in which they meet, right? And then over here at the point, I have all good. And then over here at the eraser, I have evil, right? Now, what if my perception says that scale center actually starts here, closer to evil, right? So it's okay to steal a little bit, or maybe it's okay to steal from corporations because they're greedy bastards anyways, right? So my scale point starts further over and further over and further over. And maybe this is where sociopaths, their zero marker actually starts so far over that that's literally why we say, like, you're psychotic, right?
You know why though?
But their perception is that, yeah, even if it's evil, it's not that evil, right?
You know why?
Why?
Because everything, even spirits, are all standing in their own light. Everyone's standing in their light. That's the problem.
That is
what we say is evil. They're standing in their light. Thus, everything is justified in their reality. Hitler didn't think he was doing something bad. He thought he was blessing the world. So did every other person, whether we think they were good ones or bad ones, whether it's the Buddha.
No, you got a conscience. You know if you do evil or not.
Even more than
Even
conscious.
serial killers, they know they're doing evil. Otherwise, they'd be sticking around saying, "Hey, this,
so
no
do
big deal."
you believe
They
in,
wouldn't
like,
be hiding.
Satan, right?
They wouldn't be planning it out.
Some people run
Satan,
from the
Satan,
law
the,
because-
think of this.
hold on.
The devil's greatest prayer is it's evil. It's praying. It's a prayer being answered. That's the problem. The evil, Satan's prayer is what we see. When we see something evil, you would say Satan's prayers are being answered. So it's like everything's standing in its own light. That's the fucking problem.
But okay, so now that's actually to my point. One of the questions I asked you when the panel first kicked off, right? So we all have our own view, but is there this higher purpose? Is there this higher mind that we are all trying to achieve? Like, okay, we recognize that these people who do bad things, that a lot of them, well, some of them, don't recognize that it's bad. So even then, they think they're doing something good. So they're still going for that quote unquote higher purpose. They're going for the good. So if they're going for the good, we're all going for that higher purpose, short of idiots, literal, brain dead morons.
Sure.
If we're all going for that higher purpose,
the Clay, what I think? I think that the problem is that we have less. I think the goal would be to bypass this firmament and escape this third dimensional samsara. And because it's become more and more dense, Yeah, the tower fell and we're in it, and it's still falling. And the problem is that because more and more of what we call evil is in control and we're feeding it through our fears, this density becomes more and more dense. That's why there's 6 billion people on the earth. I don't think it has anything to do with people fucking more now than they did 1,000. My grandfather had 19 children with 3 wives. Think about that. My grandfather
got around.
Now they add that on all the way to the time of Abraham. Keep that number going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's been rolling.
And I think that the reasons why they're trying to we're staying here is because it's becoming more and more dense. We're creating realities within realities, which are all electromagnetic energies that keep us more dense. And so as there's more density, it vibrates the energies we're creating, usually in fears, because you're supposed to fear God ultimately. Right. And we're not fucking leaving this. So the goal here is to create as much positive karma as well as concentrate like cobra fucking venom focus, so you can break free of this firmament. Hopefully on the way out, you can get the fuck out and you can inspire some other people to follow that
you're
path.
right.
Because the fourth path to Buddhahood, last sentence, the fourth path to Buddha, there's 4 paths. The fourth one is Samyak Buddha. It means self-taught. Doesn't mean you taught yourself everything. It means you followed your own path. And that's what Jesus was doing. That's what Moses was doing. That's what Buddha was doing. Every single Buddha that's ever been canonized for the most part was doing something similar. Padmasambhava was doing the same shit. Persian prophet Mani, Ragnar Lothbrok. Odin followed his own path, right? Everything followed. Everyone were taught to follow, made their own path. The Buddha wasn't trying to become the Buddha. He was following his dharma, and then we called him the Buddha. Jesus was not called Christ when he walked. They called him Christ when he left. Okay. Christ, Messiah, anointed, because when he, according to, when he resurrected, boom, they realized he was in fact ... And so they all were first of their kind. So be the first of your kind. Don't try to be Jesus or be this. Go and get inspired by all of it and find your own fucking path of your own liberation. Because ultimately the problem is, the reason I don't believe in a Messiah is
that
because
would be
I
foolish.
can't.
That would be very foolish.
Okay,
What
there
about
always
wisdom?
has to
What
be.
about wisdom?
It would be foolish to follow your
I
path.
want to hear why you
foolish.
would
Just do
Don't
whatever you
listen
want to
to
do.
yourself.
That's what we got right now. The whole world, everybody's just doing whatever they want to do for the most
that's
part.
exactly what I did not say. Okay, that's like the exact opposite of what I said.
I didn't say you said that. That's what I said. That's
You're
what
just
people are
making-
going. They're sinning.
Then no one's talking
All these
about.
problems are
and
from
they're pointing
sin.
at it and going, that's
Nobody's
what the
loving
problem is.
God. Nobody's loving their neighbors
I mean,
themselves.
no one
and they
understands
wonder
what
where all
God
these
is. You're
problems
literally
come
trying
from.
to tell
Oh,
me.
come on, that's
No,
not
you
true.
don't understand. You gotta
Pardon
speak for
me
yourself.
for just a moment, gentlemen. I just want to give a shout out to Howard, who sent the big 20. He says, shout out to American, by the way. He said he's a cool dude and should be on panel more. Yes, American, Move, I got this. You both are new here, and I'm very much in a lot of appreciation for what you've brought to our regular panelists, who also bring a lot of their own as well. So it's a good blend, and we'd love to have you back for more. So please feel free to do so and come back. Also, the dono goal, you only need 3 more. I'm taking the 20s and turning them into 10s on my own, but you only need 3 more to continue on if you want to keep on going. I didn't do the grift break just because it's 3:30 in the morning, and I figured I wasn't going to bother you guys. So if you want it, you know what to do. All right, back to you guys.
Was that a 20 or a big 2 hundo?
Hey, I wanted to add something real quick.
20.
For whatever reason, the Norwegian money is not very highly valued. But the funny thing is they're the only country on Earth right now that has a net positive as a country, meaning that if you look it up, they show a national debt, but then you look up their entire system, they're vastly ahead of that debt, and they actually took all their money and they have it invested, and they get more on a return for the investment than they do on the interest, pay on the interest for the debt. So they let the debt roll.
Well, how about Afghanistan? They don't have any debt.
Yeah. That's great. Oh, fucking
They have no debt. They're starting
brilliant.
fresh, like the fucking beginning of the fucking Iron Age now because of goddamn 47 years imperial. But they have no debt. That's good. They lost their fucking minds in the way, but they're fine, I guess. No debt.
And Fourth Wiseman says, here for a laugh, if you sit on your hand and it becomes numb, does sitting on it longer make it number?
5 times as.
Yeah, I would have to
add
say,
in. Go ahead.
for sure, I think it gets number, because if you sit on the toilet long enough, your legs definitely get number when you try and stand up.
Hey, can I add something to that good and evil thing?
Mm-hmm.
2 things. One, you know a tree by the fruit it bears. If you go up to a tree and you take some of its fruit and you realize you just ate some poisonous shit and you die, well, you know what that tree is. And the other thing is, I don't know if anyone else here grew up in an abusive household. The child doesn't have to read a book to know what good and evil is. The child knows.
Yeah.
Yes and no.
There's more to learn. It's not like you're going to have the whole thing. You can't spit out wisdom. You have to learn wisdom. But you know not to push your sister down the stairs. You know not to talk back to your mom. And then you learn as you go. Now, these serial killers, they've sit there and they've practiced doing evil. And so little by little, they take themselves to that point where they can sit there and do something such a really big evil.
Did Cain know he was going to kill
that
Abel?
about kids has never raised a kid. Every fucking moral that they have, you put in them. Kids naturally lie. Kids naturally steal. Kids naturally will take what they want from other kids by force. And we tell them, don't do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they know. They know.
Did Cain know he was going to kill?
Yeah, but they're more likely to watch you than listen to you.
Did Cain kill Abel on purpose?
God, that's like a
Yeah,
like a parallel.
Cain was pissed.
No, but
he did it out of anger.
No. I said murder. If Cain killed Abel, how would he know what killing a murder was when they were the first 2 people to execute that on Earth? No one had ever died until Abel got killed. So how did Cain know that he was going to kill Abel if no one's ever fucking died?
Sin is sitting at your door.
Honestly, I think that's just it's a symbolic story.
You have to master it.
It's
an allegory for people moving.
He's actually answering it like he has the actual fucking answer to that. That's the problem.
Just because you don't know doesn't mean somebody else doesn't know.
I have the answer to everything, and it is via Fourth Wiseman always in his super chats. Fourth Wiseman says, Sovereign Wealth Fund Benjamin.
Thank you very much, brother.
I am the wisest person on the planet, as far as I know. As far as I know.
That's good. That's good.
You don't want to know that. You don't want to hear that. You're like, nah, what's in my head here that I can pull out?
Do you know the Bible? Do you know the Bible? Do you know the
Yes.
Bible? Oh, do you know Matthew 23, verse 16?
Not
Woe to you,
memorized.
blind guides, you strain out a gnat and swallow a camel.
Wait, say
What is
that
your
again?
response? Matthew 23:16 says, woe to you, blind guides. You strain out a gnat and swallow a camel.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah, it has something to do with that.
hypocrisy.
They're warning us about you in that fucking statement you just made.
No, you just made that up. And you're gaslighting.
I made up Matthew chapter 23, verse 16. Why don't you pull it
No,
up?
you know
said
exactly
you're a
what I
Christian.
said. And you're
You said you're a
gaslighting
Christian.
again. You're gaslighting again.
I'm not gaslighting.
That's
I'm
all you
using
do.
your book. I'm about to use your
You're
book
gaslighting
and keep
by
pointing out the false
gaslighting.
prophets. You know more than God. You explain explanation for everything.
I
God
never said I know
says.
more than God. You're gaslighting.
Yes, you did. You're claiming.
hold on a
Oh,
second,
why is this person in the entire
I can't hear him now.
universe?
It might be one of those things. I'm on.
how
you're
ironic.
on your
Do I have to do what's the name
phone.
did and restart?
Out and come back in. Out.
I can't hear anything.
Go out.
Okay,
leave,
I'll go out. I'll be
and
back.
come back. Mhm. We're
Why
gonna
am
give
I?
him just
Why?
a
Why do I have to attack? I mean, it's entertainment, I guess, but I'm not trying because people will start thinking I'm trying to attack Christianity when I know for sure what I'm saying. Clay completely agrees with.
Mhm.
Clay, do you agree with my perspective of him misusing Christianity to try to? He doesn't even know the book, by the way. I'll just start claiming. Jesus warned us. That's all he did was warn us about this type of bullshit. Someone trying to misuse the Bible and religion to make their own personal independent statement. This guy's like a Talmud.
I mean,
He's like a Talmud.
I think maybe Christians might feel attacked because you're not saying it the way they want you to say it.
No, but what I'm saying is that he is pretending to be a Christian, but he is blaspheming and saying his own fucking Christianity. He's making statements that Jesus specifically warned us about, and he is acting like a combination of a Pharisee combined. It was just I quoted Matthew and he said that's not what it says. Bro,
I've never said
you don't
that.
even know you don't even. So then Matthew 23:16.
Oh,
what? Tell me.
All right. It went mute again. I heard you for a second there. As soon as it dropped us in the window.
Yeah, that's called God's work.
Oh,
buddy.
I hear you now.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's called God's work.
God is saving me. It's
You
mercy.
remind me. You sound like a false
Mercy.
prophet.
False prophets.
You are a false prophet.
We don't have to go there. But I'll tell you about my testimony.
No, we don't want to go there because I'm
How
saying
about you tell
sound
me
like a false
about your
prophet.
testimonies?
It's a lot easier about my testimony.
Yeah. No, not testimony. Testimonies as far as like healings, predictions, anything like that.
No, why don't you stop changing the subject?
Go ahead.
You're
Pick
just
any subject you
introducing a new idea. Tell me about your healings. What are you talking about? There are none. How about that? Or there's 100.
Right.
What is the point?
You tell me. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, you want me to tell you? Oh, tell me about your healings. That's what you want.
Would you like to talk about? Would you like to talk about wisdom,
buddy? You say you're a Christian. You say you're a Christian, right?
What is the definition of wisdom?
So what you said?
What is the definition of wisdom?
The knowledge of truth.
No, that is the wrong answer. The knowledge of truth. That's like
that's not wisdom.
That is not wisdom.
Okay.
If you don't know what wisdom is, does that make you a fool?
Bro,
tell me about wisdom. If you don't even know the definition, you don't know what wisdom is.
You don't know
what
your
are you doing
own Bible
here?
where you think your wisdom comes
All that
from.
reading.
What
all that
reading? Buddy, listen.
All that schooling.
Where did we come from?
What have you learned?
Where did we come from?
From God.
Okay, good. I agree. And God came to the earth?
Yes.
And his name was?
Jesus.
Who created Adam?
Jesus.
Who spoke to Moses in the burning bush?
Jesus.
Okay, I wish you well with your beliefs. I have nothing to talk to you about. I wish you blessings to you. Enjoy that.
I slaughter atheists. I slaughter atheists.
I slaughtered atheists as well.
I know you're not an atheist. I'm just saying.
So then what are you arguing? I don't believe in what you believe. So there's nothing to talk about. Otherwise I'll just start. I don't want to insult you, and I appreciate your faith.
All right. Genesis 3:15. What does that mean?
Okay.
The separation of the seeds.
I don't need you. I don't need you to quiz me on the Bible. I'm very familiar with all the Abrahamic faith, sir.
What does it mean then? If you know,
it doesn't matter what it means.
Is that Jesus?
You believe Jesus wrote that book, so we have nothing to talk about.
So you're just you don't want to talk. You're running away. But you're standing right there,
sir. You believe that Jesus wrote that book, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing for me to talk to you about. I don't even know how to communicate to you. Jesus was the burning bush. Jesus created the universe. Jesus killed himself on a cross, and then Jesus returned to himself. What do you want me to talk to you about?
Genesis 3:15.
No, I don't need to talk to you about the Hebrew Bible. You don't know.
You asked me. I'm telling you, if you don't want
to
to talk about it, you don't have to.
There's nothing. It will be only insults, and I don't want to be rude.
You've been rude the entire time.
Okay, so I'm being as nice as possible, Sarah, please. I don't have any for this. There's nothing to talk about.
He's had enough. He's had
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
That's how
Sir,
I wreck people that fast.
you wrecked.
You didn't wreck anybody.
Jesus, did Jesus do that too?
Got wrecked.
You did all that non-talking when you guys were doing the speed date. Now you want to talk. Okay, my friend.
Yeah.
The Bible, okay, Matthew, and especially because Omar referenced Matthew, and then you call him a fool. I'm going to read Matthew 5:22. It says, "But I say to you that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in the danger." Huh?
I was just repeating what you were going to say.
It doesn't matter what it says because he has his own.
Like I said, he'll do all that non-talking when he's on the speed date because he's afraid of women. But whenever it's time for him to listen, when other people are up on the panel, he's like, "Oh, now I need to talk." So you know what it says. Don't call people fools because you, sir, are in judgment at that point.
He's literally a false prophet. It's just like he's like not even a real Christian.
Yeah,
no Christian values.
The idea that you don't need to read the scripture or at least listen to it if somebody else is reading it is not going to benefit you in the Christian doctrine. It will not, sir. It just won't. So if Omar was presenting to you a scripture, it might be worthwhile considering it, especially considering you are claiming to be a Christian. I'm just saying.
No, I answered that verse he talked about.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You didn't.
Yeah.
You didn't. You kept talking out of your ass like an asshole.
Oh, that's just
gaslighting. He was gaslighting.
This is
you.
gaslighting.
This is what you said.
I responded to it. It might not have
No,
been
you didn't.
what you wanted to hear.
You really didn't. You didn't.
You basically said you don't need to hear it, and he's a fool.
That's why I stopped. There's nothing else to talk about if you don't even. You're like, oh, there's a
right.
Okay. We're not talking Christianity. We're talking your version of application of judgment.
I thought you were going to
based
say
off
apple
of just
pie.
your own. No, I was just your own religion and your own fucking text.
He was blaspheming,
Well,
bro.
If you read the Bible and you study and you learn from God, you would learn there is no judgment. Everyone's going to heaven. You do not realize that this is the process of being made in the image of God.
Sarah, there's nothing to talk about.
I love hearing you all disagree about all this shit.
You guys can laugh.
Yeah, but he's not a
I
Christian.
don't want to go to your Christian heaven. I don't want to go with them fuckwits. It's a bunch of weird desert fucks. I don't want to go there.
No choice.
You have
like
no choice. You have to, Balderson. You can't
I don't. I
In
don't.
reality,
I'm
you
going
don't
to
get to choose.
Bullfinger.
No free will. You're not
Your heaven
going
to
to hell.
yourself, bro.
There's no free
Keep
will.
that
You're
shit
going
to
where he
yourself.
said.
You're
Balderson,
going
you're going where he
pocket.
said. Period. Because
You're going to
he
have a
said
great
so.
life. I know it's terrible, but it's going to
Sir,
happen.
have a great night. You're going because he said so. Balderson, wake up.
Put that shit back in your pocket, bro. Quit talking out of pocket.
You guys need to read some different books.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Britt. How are you?
Oh, I'm sleepy, girl. I'm sleepy.
I drank coffee and my eyeballs still feel like they're gonna fall out of my head here soon.
I can't even do coffee. I'm allergic to it. It's bad.
No, I would die.
I'm allergic.
Well,
to
I
it.
guess you would die if you drank it. I would die if I didn't drink it. We're both dead either way.
Great coffee is great water. If you
Hey,
shit
shout
water,
out to Stardust.
Yeah.
Shout out to Stardust and her raid in. Shout out to you guys. Thanks for coming to hang out. We are the Gauntlet. We are the after hours show from the Raging Tomato. So we had a debate earlier this evening over on the Raging Tomato, and you are now seeing what we call the after hours. It usually gets a little degenerate, but we do have open panels. So if you do want to talk about whether God exists or not and enjoy or join in on the conversation or just hang out in the chat, we'd love to have you either way. That was a lot of viewers. What the fuck?
That's nice. That's great.
Stardust be
Awesome.
kicking some ass tonight.
Thank you.
That just shot up to 131 people, and I don't think you can. I don't think you can hit the chat yet because you know what? I'll open up. Let me open up the chat so you're not obligated to subscribe yet. Let's put it for anyone so you guys can come in and say hello. You guys should be
That's
able to come in
fine.
and say hello now. Star Raid. There you go. Enjoy the free chat. You don't have to subscribe. Just come hang out with us. All right. I will kick it
I
off
had-
back to the panel. My apologies, Britt, for the rude interruption.
No,
But we
no,
had to
no,
get
no,
them
no.
up.
You got to do your show. I respect that. I respect everybody on this panel. Omar, last time you was on, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were speaking about Orthodox. How do you feel about Orthodox Christians?
They're assholes.
That's true.
So
wasn't
no
up there, but
disagree
yes,
there.
so I mean, we're talking about like the Russian or Greek Orthodox, right, or Eastern Orthodox, not Catholic, which is an Orthodoxy, right? We're talking about those not Catholic.
Yeah,
which one, right?
the
Eastern.
Eastern.
They call themselves Eastern
Liturgy
Orthodox.
guys.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
Gay Christian cult with all the
Here's the-
dudes that walk around super gay, like 80% dudes. That is a circle.
Pseudo-white
well, they're
nationalists.
all angry as shit.
Well, yeah, because there's
so-
only dudes there. Like if you had nothing but man ass around you, you'd be mad too.
I'd be fucking pissed. Yeah. Here's my problem. Okay, so I'll say the problem with the theology, and then I'll tell you the problem with the ones that we see online. The problem is
Yes.
their entire thing. The basis of their foundation of why they're holier than thou, and they pass all this judgment on other Christians, is that they have this apostolic lineage that goes from the first century, from the first church fathers till today. Well, the problem is, and then anything you say that goes against that, they're like, so and so Ignatius said this, and so and so and so on. And it's a little gay for sure in that, because it's all an appeal to authority. And so the problem is that if your foundation of your faith is only based off of the authority of church fathers from today till the first apostolic church fathers, then in essence, you're basically saying that your opinion revolves around their judgments. And so if
The
you don't
church.
trust your, if you don't, and the church fathers in the lineage, so if you don't trust your own opinion on a specific text or scripture, then how can I trust your judgment of judging them, right? If you don't even have your own opinion and you're appealing to authority, which is the entire argument, then how can we logically conclude what you say when your opinions are only based off the opinions of others and you don't have your own opinion? You think you're a good little choir boy, and the problem is that they have very good arguments because they have all this, it's like scientists naming this one, like they name this scientist and this scientist and this scientist, and it can sound kind of intelligent. And when you add in Greek words, combining them together, you can kind of sell the shit out of it, especially if people are throwing out different words. Like there were some words being thrown out. What am I? Whatever the word was, I took a note. But if you can get me to be thinking about new definitions of new words I've never heard before, then it's kind of hard to continue to talk about and express effectively my point when I'm here trying to fucking understand what homostasis is and all those other things, and all this shit. Oh, you don't even know what homostasis is. So I guess it's like, okay, and I don't. So what the fuck does that mean? So it doesn't, even though if I do. So the problem is the way it's applied. I've moved into the application of it. It seems like it's a group of angry guys that are really like kind of ortho bros, right? Like this weird frat boy of guys only clubs, and they hate women. And when they talk, there's not much faith in there. Like when this gentleman, who I completely agree with his perspective on Christianity, he, at least I can tell he has some faith, but he's leaning on that anger. So when you're trying to describe God as love, and Jesus was love, and it's all love, but then everything comes out of your mouth is fucking anger and judgment. A little hard to understand how you're speaking actually in the form of good faith. And they attack Christians. They attack Christians so bad. So anyone who attacks, you're supposed to be a follower of Jesus, but clearly there's no spirit. So, and for the last thing I'll say, any church or religious organization that doesn't allow men to have women ever, it's a little weird to me. So when I hear stories of, priest molesting children, it makes sense, because there's only two types of people who would go to a club where no women are allowed your whole life.
Damn you.
Well, I was
Yeah, it's not
asking.
like they do it at a clip that's higher than other pastors, though.
I was
asking that question because I agree everything you just said, especially with the Orthodox bros that be online, how they look down on other Christians, and it's like that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to teach your brothers and sisters. If you got some information that they don't have, you're supposed to teach it and not look down. And it seems like more of the tradition of the church that they care more about than they actually do the faith. And so I totally agree with you on that.
And it's those churches that supported all the crusades and the reasons why, like when you go to a new place and they're like, oh, okay, well, we didn't find, oh, well, those aren't actual humans because they don't know this, you know, they don't know God's word. So it's like they're like kind of like modern day crusaders, but they don't really have the courage. At least the crusaders had the courage to pick up weapons and actually like take over shit. These are like more like just like arguing behind the microphone type of guys, and
yeah,
they don't really have that. Like I at least respect like actual courage, not just
you don't
like,
see the faith in that.
There's not much
of a
difference
faith in
between
that.
Jane Dyer and Nick Fuentes, except the fact that Jay Dyer presents himself as a tough guy.
Yeah.
But doesn't Nick Fuentes do the same thing in his own little cute way? They're
Yeah.
both kind of like the same thing, you know? They're like, well, I
You
know
know-
more than you because I memorize shit. And the same thing. They're like Ben Shapiro, but they're like ortho bros. They're like American.
Yeah.
They're like Zionists.
Yeah, they are big,
can't wait till
big
people
ones.
Really,
But you know what real Christianity
not
is?
so much like Zionists,
Go to
more
a
like
Baptist
they're
church in
really much
Brooklyn on a
like
Sunday.
Talmudic Jews. They're
Yeah,
they're the equivalent to a Talmudic
kid.
Jew, where they
Perfect.
take the Talmudic Jew needs to have all the writings and teachings of all the
Agreed.
people before them, and it's the exact
Mhm.
same system, and they're
Absolutely
just as fucking
perfect.
crazy as the Talmudic Jews.
You want to know what
Yes.
Jesus said? Like, go read the God. Look, I don't believe in Paul, right? But take out Paul, go read the other ones, and read the Gospel of Thomas. Like, Jesus is a very distinct type of person, and everything that he spoke in all his parables has a very specific energy and a field, right? He didn't never said some shit out of left field. Everything he said, everything he did was for a very obvious purpose. Now, the extent
Right.
of where that purpose is, whether Jesus was the Messiah fulfilled, or whether you believe he was more and more and more, that's your choice. But on the earth of the evidence that we have, there was a purpose, and it was fulfilled clearly in his actions, deeds, and his words. But they are exactly like Balderson said. You know, Moses had 40 years to sit there and channel whatever he needed to channel, and he only put 5 books through which are law, right? But to go and later take those books and have all the extra prophets, and then the Talmud is 10,000 pages of rabbis' opinion since that was allegedly
Mhm.
written. And these ortho bros are doing the same bullshit because there was one church father that thought we should kill the world and make everyone Christian. If not, we'll send them to heaven either way. And there are others that say we should actually be pious. And so you can appeal to any church father and agree to kill or save any life.
So I have a question,
Mhm.
Omar. I
Meanwhile,
really
Christians follow Jesus on any direction and degree of that, and use scriptures to classify their thoughts, deeds, and actions, right? One of which is not
Yes.
passing judgment, one of which is helping the poor, one of which is calling truth to power, etc., etc. They don't give a shit about any of that. They just
So I
want to
know-
win the argument.
I know that you've said it in the past, and you just said it too. What is it about Paul or his writings that I'm imagining there would be more?
Well, I mean,
Oh,
let's
man.
start out with that Paul specifically disagreed with Peter, who's the rock of the church that Jesus built it on. And that's even in there, the famous argument that they had. Paul is absolutely a weirdo.
Barnabas too. But what is
I'll
it?
argue with everybody.
With what Paul said, not Peter, who Jesus specifically says is his rock.
Yeah. I understand that.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm gonna go to bed, but thank you so much, Mr. Omar, for clearing that up. I do
nice to
agree
talk
with
to
you,
you. Have
Miss
a good night.
Balderson. I agree everything when it comes to the Orthodox and the Talmudic and all that. It does match, but I thank you guys and love always, and have a good night.
Good
Thank
night,
you.
Britt. We'll see you next round, okay? We love you.
Thank you, Brett.
And shout out to Objective Ethics, you little fucker.
Love you too.
OE says with the big 20 Raiders, FYI, if you donate money, someone on the panel may or may not remove an article of clothing. Just saying. This is a blatant lie. Okay? This is a blatant lie. We all know that when you donate money, it does not remove articles of clothing, but
Here you go,
Hey.
ethics.
Mr. will show his pussy.
There you go, ethics.
But Clay will yodel for us on demand for a measly $20. All right, so but I will also add in, you haven't subscribed yet, but you are enjoying our chat. So I highly recommend you just go ahead and hit the button, okay? Do so, because this is where usually especially after the 3 a.m. hour for us, we get more.
Who's playing the dueling banjos? I love it.
Oh, that's the background music. Damn it, I should have.
I know. I was like, you really gonna ruin it right now?
I did. I was just so excited talking because somebody recognized it, but I should have been like, what music? But yes, you should go ahead and just hit the subscribe button because you like watching this kind of shit. You enjoy this kind of shit, and we have more kind of shit like this to present to you. So if you hit the button and then get the bell, you'll always know when we're going into DGen mode over here at the Gauntlet, because it is the after hours show. Shout out to Objective Ethics for the kind reminder to the raiders that they should just donate money anyways. All right, back to you.
So, Omar.
Yeah, Clay, real quick, just ask. So I asked Sarah, I said I wanted to do a debate where the claim was, and is aggressive, Paul is a fake apostle and a false prophet. And I got hours of it, man. And I would say, to start that off, I would say that I am defending Jesus.
Yeah, I would imagine that.
I would say that I would say that I'm pointing out specific components where what Paul taught is completely against what the other apostles said Jesus said and was written. So if you believe those apostles, let's grant Matthew, Mark, Luke, let's grant his actual apostles' gospels, grant all of it, right? I would say that what Jesus said as written by those apostles goes against what Paul said Jesus meant in significant, very important places that Jesus not only in his actions did, but also through his words pointed at where that came from in the form of the Hebrew Bible, and justified that eternally with saying, I'm not changing that. And I would say also further that his arguments against the Pharisees was because the Pharisees in their actions and what they were doing at the time was against also the Torah. Jesus was defending the Torah against the lies of the Pharisees of the time.
The law. Yeah.
Yes. So, and I would say Paul, as a Pharisee and a citizen of Rome, he continued the Pharisaical bullshit and inspired this later Christology that in no way ties into the fulfillment of Mashiach, according to 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 6 and 7, which is the only place in the Torah it's referred. And then later in the Tanakh, all the development of the Messiah to come.
Yeah, why do you think the Church of Rome made Paul their cornerstone apostle?
I mean, Paul was like protected by Rome.
Yeah, it was an elitist thing.
Yeah, well, that's why
Paul's writings are the best writings
here's the thing
ever of any book.
You keep saying it's because I just don't like the guy, basically, is what you're telling me. But I haven't. I mean, you did mention Samuel.
I think I'm defending. I literally, Clay, sincerely,
and I know you said
believe I am actually defending Christianity and saying, open your eyes to Jesus's Christianity, not what Paul told you Christianity should be.
It's all the same. It's all the same. Paul and Jesus, the same thing.
Did Paul meet Jesus?
We're in a new covenant. We
Did
don't
Paul
have
meet
the old
Jesus?
laws.
This is no longer my argument.
I just want to say,
I know he always changes his argument.
That's argumentative. That's an argumentative. That's just like that's what atheists do. They'll sit there and bring up a silly topic like that.
Meet Jesus, and that's my most important point.
look how big
That's irrelevant.
Opie's getting. She's a giant now. She's so uncomfortable. I'm like trying to. She's too big. She can't even fit in my lap anymore. Look at this.
That ain't no puppy no more for sure.
No, she's no puppy no more.
She's still a puppy.
Sweet.
She's got a lot of energy.
She's still a butthead. I'll say that. Aren't you? Yes, you are. You're still my little butthead. Mwah.
You should just keep the dog the entire time of the debate. It's just amazing.
Insert coin to see Opie.
Sarah, you're gorgeous. How did you come to moderate a panel like this?
By accident.
You sound like you're on radio frequently. You got the voice for
Aw. Yeah, we make the claim that I'll be the next Delilah.
She's got a
Just
great
sit there. Yeah, it was by accident. It was Andrew Wilson asked me to. Well, we were running the moderator Mondays first, but it was just kind of
more panel.
Yeah, it was just like open panel, and I decided one night that I'm just gonna pick a topic and then see what happens, and people just started joining in, and it was way more chaotic, and then I turned it into 2v2 Mod Mondays, and I started running those, which were, and then I had a hot seat, so instead of just a full debate, we actually had a rotating fifth seat. Which they like come on and they get like 7 minutes a piece to join in on the conversation and start chiming in or whatever. And then I wasn't even like really mod like the way I do now, but then Andrew Wilson asked me to host a debate with like a hater, one of his haters or whatever. And I was like, okay, so I picked it up. And then after that, it just kind of spiraled to what it is now. And so now it's like, it got to a point where, let's see, I think that first one was in July, 2 years ago. And by that September, I think I made the decision to become a full debate platform instead of running like 4 different types of shows in a week. And so, yeah, now we've been a debate platform ever since.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Or a year. Was it a year ago? It's been
a couple years.
Has it been 2 years?
Yeah, I've been around
I'm losing time, mentally.
Just after you started. I think the first one that I saw was Based Oracle. And I don't think that was the first one, right? That wasn't the first one that you had.
No, not officially. Close. I had the first one like the first 1v1 was Alex from Playing with Fire and Based Oracle. But we had been doing moderator Mondays, and those were for 2v2 debates.
Theo and Andrew was after that, right?
Yeah. So I think we were already, I think by like maybe that early spring, I had already started doing Mod Mondays, or maybe it was in the summertime, early, right? And then like a couple months or a month or so later.
Yes.
Yeah. 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 Oh my God.
So much has happened.
So many people. I need a wall of, that's what I need. I think I need a wall of pictures of everyone who's been on this panel. The entire wall behind, I could probably fill the entire wall behind me with little square pictures of everyone who's been here. That's how many people have come through this show. And that's
does this regularly go for 6.5 hours?
Oh, this is a breeze, honey. Like you want a crazy. Here's how late we'll go sometimes. Sometimes in the morning, my son will walk downstairs and he'll be like, "Mommy, it's time for me to get ready to go to school." And I'm like, "Yep, we got to go, guys." And I shut it down. Like that's how late we'll go sometimes. But that's why we run this all over on the Gauntlet, because it's kind of like the whatever, you know? So, but speaking of awesomeness, Fourth Wiseman is sending out some big time guru memberships. I hope you were all subscribed to get hit with that awesome freaking shit over there. Holy crap. He's sending lots of love. And congratulations to the lucky lottery winners. That's a big deal.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And he also sent 10 over on Mr. Balderson's show. Congratulations over on that end. I love how we always like are double dipping here in the world of audience members. I feel like they get lucky in both worlds and get a little. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Balderson does do members only live streams. So if you don't have one, you probably need to get one. Okay. But as promised earlier, Fourth Wiseman came through. And then Trib One gifting out 5 Gauntlet memberships as well, sending some more love. You gifted yourself. How did you gift yourself? How do you gift yourself? You did gift yourself.
What?
Wiseman actually did that on my channel once, where he was the first person to receive the gift of the member. He did 10. And
That's hilarious. Trib one sent out 5 gifts, and he was the first one to get hit by it.
Oh.
Oh, that's funny. And over here on over here on the Gauntlet, the show is public and live publicly, but once we shut the show down, it immediately goes to members only. And so there is no replay gang unless you have a membership. They're pretty cheap. You can get one, and then you can watch anything on the replay gang if you so choose. And then, yeah.
I wish I could, but I do direct deposits into my bank account, and I deal with cash only.
That's smart. That's smart. Very smart. Nunny sends a big 5, says, wow, Apostle Paul was for the Gentiles and for bringing them into knowledge of Jesus. Sorry, Omar. Hook 'em. What have you?
According to Paul, he was for the Gentiles when he was with the Gentiles. He was for the Jews when he was with the Jews. And he was for the Christians when he was with the Christians. Sounds like Paul was a chameleon liar.
Oh, shit.
You talking about yourself?
You're taking that out of
Shots
context.
fired.
But he hallucinated Jesus.
He's
and got
talking
all
about
the
himself. He's
information
just
from
making
there.
stuff up as it goes along.
He sounds
Hey,
kind of
Effigy,
like
say that
Murder
again.
on Braun.
I said, but he hallucinated
That's what
Jesus
just
and got all
made
the
it up.
information from
You
him that
just
way.
make stuff up as you
Didn't
go
need
along.
to meet him.
Paul's not part of Jesus. That's crazy talk. Do you think that we are under the old covenant, that we have to obey the laws?
Well, Jesus said, I did not come to fulfill the law. I did not come to change the law. I came to fulfill it. Jesus said, not a jot or tittle will be changed from the law until the day of judgment. So I don't know. What did Jesus
No,
say?
he didn't. He
But you're
did
going to
not say
say,
that.
you're going to, okay, so Jesus didn't say that. Okay. Got it.
He said that it will not go away until all is fulfilled. The whole heaven and earth going away, that's like saying when hell freezes over. And he fulfilled it on the cross. And he nailed it. The ordinances
You're
up on the cross.
misinterpreting. You're not,
And
you
he
don't
danced.
know that
He celebrated it.
your scripture, your recall is bad on the scriptures, buddy.
Paul got pushed
Thank
by
you.
the
That's
Romans, and
confirmation.
that way they
Thanks. I
drag
appreciate
in
it.
everybody else that wasn't in the crazy Christian cult, and then
You got anything else,
settled
Omar?
the whole thing, and they settled the whole thing down because you crazy.
Balderson, this gentleman,
And
move.
everybody
What
else.
is your name? Move. What's your name, sir?
I'm just going to
Can you
go
re-
about move today. I'm going about move
Okay,
right
can
now.
you also respond to other people, because Effigy makes a statement, you disregard it. Balderson makes a statement, you disregard it. You're like conveniently not hearing anyone else or anyone talk when you make your comments. So what? You're not listening to anyone?
I mean, Jesus paid for those sins, so forgive me.
So-
forgive me, Father, for I have
Effigy
sinned.
said Paul hallucinated Jesus, and you didn't respond. He said it 3 times. Balderson's talking right now. You're not answering him.
I don't hear anybody. What do you mean, in the comment section?
No,
I'm on my
right
phone
here.
right now.
So I want to ask you, Move, about the sins, right? You said that, you kind of have this once saved, always saved mentality. Now, is that accurate?
Everyone's saved and equal.
Okay, so is there any
That's
sin
why they
that
do
you
such
can
horrible
commit?
shit.
Is there any sin, before anybody else goes, I want to ask him this particular Christian
It's not
question.
possible.
Is
Not
there
possible to
any
go to hell.
sin? Hold on. Listen to the
Okay.
question before you answer it. Is there any sin that a person can commit in Christianity that at that point they are no longer saved?
No.
Okay, so then when it
This
was
is why
said
Christians
that
are so
if you
fucked up
work
nowadays.
against the Holy Spirit, if you actually
Mhm.
sin against the Holy Spirit, then
Mhm.
Jesus was lying.
No.
Okay, then was
He
Jesus
w-
telling the truth? There are sins that you can commit, or a sin, at least one, that you can commit that you can no longer be saved.
I'll answer that with another thing that Jesus said when he said, whoever denies me before man, man, I'll deny them before the Father. Peter
There you go.
Peter denied him 3 times and swore an oath on it, which is double. Like he said, he'll hold, if you swore an oath, he will
denied him
hold you
before the
not guilty.
Father
So you
or
got
before
double
men?
thing. Is Peter in hell?
Did he sin against
Hey,
the Holy
Clay,
Spirit? So
Clay,
I'm really referencing
Clay.
the one sin that
He
Jesus
denied
said.
Jesus 3 times.
Okay,
And Jesus
just
said,
don't
"You're
believe the
done.
Bible.
You're
You don't believe
done."
the
Hey,
Scripture.
Clay. Hey Clay, when Jesus said in Matthew, if you want eternal life, keep the commandments, he didn't mean it.
That goes back to what I was saying before about the pattern, starting with Adam. Adam, don't eat the fruit. Adam eats fruit. What'd you
Well,
do
this
that
is your
for?
own
And
Christianity.
then he goes to the Israelites.
Matthew doesn't even agree with you.
Israelites.
Now that the apostles agree
Come
with
on.
you, except Paul. That's the ironic
Israelites.
part.
Let's make a covenant. You and I. You'll be my special people. Just obey these laws. What, did they
Hey,
obey them? Absolutely
Hey,
not.
this is kind of old. Can we switch over to like a different subject just for a bit?
He can't as long as he's on the panel. Obviously not. When Jesus said, "You'll know them by their fruits," he's talking about faith or actions. I mean, it's just stupid.
Do you believe God would set up a system where consequences don't have to take place for the law which He has given?
Oh yeah, there's consequences. There's sowing and reaping. Yes, there is.
Okay, so there are consequences to the actions that you, as a person, decide to do, including sin. Otherwise, there would be no reason to have the word sin.
You're right. I agree.
Okay, so that particular trespass where it says that if you essentially sin against the Holy Spirit, which would be working against God and His purpose, then that would make sense that you are actually what they would call apocryphal, right? And then you are actually going to not be saved anymore. That it just on its face it makes sense, right?
No, because that's why I pulled the other verse. It's mercy.
So
it's always
mercy,
going to be mercy.
out of mercy alone, you can be saved. Correct. However, there are things that you can do that if you are doing these things, you are working against God. You are actually intentionally doing things that God does not want you to do, knowing good and well that these are not things you should be doing. So that for that reason alone, He can make the choice, and He does. In Christianity.
I'll tell you what the verse that you're talking about, I'll tell you what it means. It means this. If you do something really evil, the Holy Spirit's going to say, hey, whoa. Don't you dare go in that bank and rob that bank. You do, you will pay. You will pay. That's what it's talking about.
Hey, what?
Not if you have faith.
But Jesus,
Hey, what?
Hold on. But Jesus
Hey, what? Hey, what?
our salvation. Jesus reaped salvation. That
Move,
can never,
bitch,
it's a free
get
gift.
out of the
It can
way.
never
Seriously, let's change the topic because this
Please,
is
for the love of
My
God, Sarah,
God.
he's losing us all. Yeah,
This is
Well,
nuts.
change it. Go ahead. Change
I have
topic.
a question for Omar. You
Yeah.
brought up the Schofield Bible earlier. What were your
Yes,
thoughts on
sir.
that?
My thoughts of the Schofield Bible is a manipulation of the text, and it was created with the intention of turning American Christians, which especially during what we call the Bible Belt, into Zionist Christians. For example, I'll just give one example. It was in Genesis 49:10, I think, or is that the scepter? No, in Genesis, not 49:10 is where the scepter shall fall from Shiloh. In Genesis, which verses with Abraham? I mentioned it earlier. Hold on, just one second. Yeah, in Genesis, here we go. Zionism.
That's the one where he says that he can't walk, but he can talk.
No, it's in. So, for example, Genesis 12:3, right? In Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, when God El Shaddai, God the Father, is speaking to Abraham, and He promises him, and He changed the name from Avram to Abraham, Abram to Abraham, and He says, "And I will bless those who bless you, and curse those who curse you." In the Schofield Reference Bible, which later became in majority of the Bible Belt, or what we call Southern Baptist and Evangelical, it changed the word from speaking to Abraham and said Israel. The problem is that Israel is the name given to Jacob, as we all know, right? After he wrestled with the angel of the Lord or God, whichever one you want to say. And that's Jacob is the grandson of Abraham. He didn't even have a single child when he's speaking to God. God is talking to Abraham about through his faith and through his seeds, great nations will come, right? And one of those through the lineage of Isaac, then Jacob is obviously Jacob, which becomes Israel. And so when you hear people like Ted Cruz, literally with his actual believing that if he blesses Israel, he's going to be blessed. And if he curses Israel, he's going to be cursed. And truly believing that's what the scripture says. But all you have to do is read it in the Hebrew to English, like in the literal. You understand the manipulation that we call Christian Zionism. So whereas it appears in the modern day, what we're witnessing right now would be Israel only or Jews, the real problem actually is not Jews by themselves, although that's a very popular thing to say, because there's 16 million Jews allegedly on the earth, but there's over 60 million Christian Zionists in America right now. And the problem is, if you watch where our the neocons, and then now we have this like far right Zionism in the form of Jewish Zionists, which are pushing this narrative to this collective eschatology that is shared of a mutual eschatology between Christians of a certain type, as well as the Jews, all revolving around material objectives, getting the nation back, getting the third temple back, to bring back the Messiah. But the Christians believe that would be the Antichrist. So it's a wild times that we're in here. And that's all. And by the way, to make it even, just last thing, the variation of that in Islam is called Wahhabism, which is actually older. That's the mid 1800s. And it developed during the 1900s in a similar time, ironically. And so when you see people saying things like it's your responsibility as a Muslim to declare jihad against the infidels, that's not what the Quran says. The Quran says that jihad can only be fought in the space interior, because a jihad is the war you declare against your own ignorance, against your own darkness. It's an inner battle. That's why it's eternal. But they manipulate it into this external thing. And the collective problem there is what we're watching on the earth between all three of them.
And on its face, isn't like just Christian Zionism, isn't it kind of like contradictory on its face, basically? Like
yes.
Like
Judeo-Christian does it make sense?
Well, look,
like for
if
example,
a few
here's
Jews
the
want to squat on a mountain, I don't really care.
they're missing the point there. It's way bigger than that. But here's the thing, right? Because the fact is the Jews don't have to tear down the Al-Aqsa Mosque, because the Jews are all allowed to worship in a mosque. This is the funny part. A Jew's allowed to go to a mosque and pray, no problem. And a Muslim's allowed to go to synagogue. They're not allowed to go to a Christian church because they believe Jesus and the paganism from the depiction of Jesus as God, right? That's why they're actually against the Christians. The funny part is to build the third temple, all they have to do is use the exact building. They just have to go forward with the rituals of finding the gold, the red calf, and the sacrifices, so they can purify themselves and thus use the temple for sacrifices, which, by the way, is just killing animals. It's just killing
Have a good night, people.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night.
It's not that simple, Omar. They have to
keep
rebuild
real.
a building to a
Keep
specific length.
They got to
right?
do a bunch of shit, but it's all made up stuff. That's the problem, because the Messiah had
All
nothing
of
to
it's
do with
made
those
up.
things.
From top
I
to
know,
bottom.
effigy. I'm with you. We have to learn to speak other people's languages to wake people up, man. I know. Listen, here's okay. Final statement on this thing. Okay, the problem is it's when you're intentionally manipulating words to get people to do certain things, right? That faith is a very powerful thing, and when it's misdirected, because ultimately these religions teach you to go within and to be a better person, etc., right? Ultimately, if everyone was focused on being a better version of their own thing, they wouldn't be looking out for anything else. And so the problem with the Zionism overall is that is an ideology written by, I did one here with Sarah, you can go watch it. It's an ideology, not a religion. The problem is it has nothing to do with the religion of Judaism. And according to their book, the faith of the Israelites had to do with a covenant with God on a land, with a people, with a book. And the book had 3 books of laws and 2 books of the quote story. And so if you take the Torah out of the people, or take the Torah out of the land, or bring the people without the Torah, one of the 3, ironically, 3 parts of that Trinity is not there, right? And so therefore you can have atheist Jews, right? Because they're considering themselves an ethno religion. And the problem with ethno anything is that you see superiority. The ideology of Nazism was an ideology that took the German people for a certain amount of time. But it doesn't define Germany as a country or the people as their entire bloodline, right? And that's going to be the same thing you see with Zionism. They're going to try to burn down the whole fucking world for bringing the second or first coming, according to each of their eschatologies, not necessarily the books. And when it fails, hopefully, God willing, it'll be just a moment in time where shit hit the fan and everyone thought it was nuts.
Speaking of nuts, Sorry for the
Go
win.
for it. I'll go for it.
Fourth Wiseman says Clay. You want to read it?
Sure. So the fourth wise man for $10, thank you, sir, says, Clay, even though I do follow a reasonable sense of rules in regards to right and wrong, I still consider if a sign displays sign and I rewrote or thought of it as son, it's not blasphemy at all. And yeah, to go into that a little bit, I can appreciate that, right? So choices, mistakes, these things in reference to, what we intend to do, our heart condition, our views of what is good and bad. If there is a creator, and according to the scriptures, that decision would be his to make as to whether that intent was there, whether that belief of this is good or this is bad, and knowing what those decisions are and why somebody did a thing. And of course he did, in my opinion, give us a conscience to basically train us what is and what is not good. And our parents do a very good job, usually, not always. Some of them are downright shitty. And a lot of the people around us, depends on where we're at, also that can train our conscience. And also with that, our conscientiousness of what is going on around us and the world around us. So yes, no, I agree that there are mistakes. It's not blasphemy if it's a mistake, if it's poor decision making, even. But there is a point where, I kind of have to go with the higher, is it good or is it just fully outright evil? And then what degree of that? And I wouldn't be able to make that choice because I'm not the creator. And thank you again.
Very well explained. I like that, Clay. See, I like putting you front and center for years. Eddie, get the fuck out. I'm banning you backstage because you keep popping backstage just to comment in our private chat, and we don't give a fuck. And everyone who knows me well enough knows I hate it when people spam my fucking private chat with stupid shit. So you are officially blocked, sir. That was like your fourth attempt at doing that, and I finally caught you this time. Fourth Wiseman goes on again to say, if you remain in a ball or matrix of known and all you know is what's there, and someone comes by showing something else, this is a good thing because it breaks the interior of the ball. Mirror ball. Who's got a thought?
You shattered.
Not everybody loves having their worldview shattered. Some people react to it violently and quite angrily, quite often. Even if you attempt to poke or prod, as we've seen often on this channel, people will get extremely angry.
Man, where did we see that tonight? Yes, no, 100% Fourth Wiseman. And for the win, I want to hand the mic back to you because I interrupted you. My apologies.
So, Shaman, when it comes to like the mark of the beast, I've seen in different places people say it's like using the word on or the word in, and how it relates to the COVID vaccine and everything. What are your thoughts with that?
Book of Revelation is a very, very, very powerful writing, for sure. I don't think you have to be a Christian to recognize that. Very powerful prophetic writing. The only problem, and I agree with you, but with a caveat, the problem is all prophecies ultimately are self-fulfilling, because they only are understood when they've already happened and are too late to change. So when you have billion people or 2 billion people looking for this mark of the beast, the question is chicken and egg. Does the evildoers decide to create a mark based off of their understanding of prophecy and what will work? Or is it just the prophecy that makes that occur, right? Because it could be the mark, it could be the chip, it could be it could be any of that stuff.
Sure.
It could be something even more cynical that we don't even recognize yet. I mean, the barcode, I believe, isn't like the center of the barcode 666 of everything that we're buying and selling. Wasn't the original center of the barcode 666? Let's look into that. I think. Let's see.
But aren't they just going to keep saying it's the next thing? It's the next thing. I remember when I was younger, people were talking about the chip to use credit cards that they were talking about. They're like, oh, that's the mark of the beast. And then the barcode thing is the mark of the beast. And it's always now the COVID vaccine is the mark of the beast. It's always going to be something new when the context of the original statement is probably referencing Nero and things that they were actually experiencing in the time of the writing. So it means nothing. Like
that's actually
saying.
that's the historical. Yes. Yeah.
And to that point, how many people were killed by a credit card? Like, to me, like when I brought up this, I thought simply just because like it affected so many freaking people, dead, maimed, killed. You know, all of it. It's just wild.
Yeah.
No,
and
I
the symbolism
agree
of things, you know, with fake Jews and the synagogue of Satan and all of that as well too. It's like this stuff just pops off the page at me. It's like, well, it just seems like we're really in the end times right now. So
you know, there's one thing you should all of my Abrahamic faith brothers and sisters should look into and become very familiar with immediately. If I could recommend one thing that I would say is very important, is Erev Rav. It's referenced in Exodus chapter 12:38. EREV, second word RAV. Okay, just type in Erev Rav. It's very, very hard to find a lot of stuff. And there's one website that's one thing. It's so powerful. This is basically the concept of when very briefly, when Moses and Aaron first came to the Pharaoh and they had the battle with the staff and the serpents, right? And then proceeding 10 plagues after the warnings and not heeding until the angel of death came, took their first, and they were released. According Exodus 12:38 is referring to the Erev Rav, which translates to mixed multitude, but what it means is the different people, the not Israelites, the not Hebrews. And so the story goes that that the Pharaoh took his dark sorcerers and his magicians, and he injected them into the exodus of the Hebrew people for them to go find the source of the magic, right? These, according, by the way, to all the biggest rabbis in the history of Judaism, which is the history of these faiths, you can find it. And the ones that oppose each other diametrically, the Baal Shem Tov and the other guy, the Vilna Gaon, disagreed on every single possible potentiality, except they all agreed in all the writings about the Erev Rav. So the Erev Rav were the ones that kept getting everyone to worship the golden calf, to do this, to do that, etc., etc. And so these Erev Rav are exactly who Jesus was warning about. So when you go read about the Erev Rav, and then realize that then what Jesus said to these Pharisees and Sadducees, you will understand very clearly what and who he was talking to. And so when you see the manipulation of any of these Abrahamic faiths, as far as I'm concerned, and the manipulation of mistranslations on purpose, ideologies based in whether perspective or ethno-perspective of religion, and using them to do what we would all consider as evil upon the earth, you will understand that the Erev Rav, which are the embodiment of the evil, some rabbis go further and say that these were the Nephilim that survived the flood, and their spirit merged into these, and they continue through these. There's 4 types of error there, and they go deep into the stuff. But when you have someone like who writes the Zohar, Rabbi Yochai, who writes the Zohar, which allegedly he didn't also, but if you grant it to him, 30% of this damn book is warning the Jews about the Erev Rav. As a matter of fact, the thing that the Jews have been warned the most about are those who claim to be Jews and are not. Moses said they're supposed to get stoned, the evil ones who don't believe in God and don't keep the Sabbath and so on. But today you witness that the majority of the Jews today don't believe in God. And as a matter of fact, the entire ideology of Zionism is based in the exact principles of the Erev Rav, which you could call the Satanists, which would be the adversaries of what you would think biblical God's supposed to really say and do. That's the funny part.
So when it comes to the Christian Zionism stuff, like, make it make sense, you know, when these people just like, they believe things almost as blindly in a way. And I always just ask my friends that believe this, and I'm like, well, take a step back. Like, why do you believe that? Well, that's what it says. Well, what? And to your point with the manipulations of things, like, are we right to question these things at the end of the day? I mean, we shouldn't just be blindly accepting everything just because it's here on this paper, right? And some manipulations.
Are you speaking in terms of Christianity? Like, are we right to question that?
No, I'm talking about, like, I mean, Effigy does, but I mean, specifically the Zionism stuff. Like, you know, I believe in Christ, but then when it comes to the Jew side of things, they don't. So it's like, well, why are we believing what they want to believe, but it doesn't make sense for us? Like, it just seems like a fallacy in a way.
Materialism. It really comes down to those that are the quote unquote Zionist Christians. You know, they really have fallen into the trap of materialism. And you see that based upon literally what is happening right now. Right.
Hello.
Yeah, we got you.
And like, I see a lot of this stuff that's almost like there's this hook, line, and sinker thing for all this hate for Israel in a way. And they push that narrative right now, get it front and center. And I'm like, this thing's bigger than that, dude. It's just completely bigger than that. So why they're like putting that out as like the low hanging fruit, you know, that's the thing I personally question right now, what we're witnessing. So,
well, I mean, there is the thing where the freaking Jews think that they have to always be a sacrifice and everything has to get destroyed before they get what they want. But I would also question where you're saying this getting pushed by the mainstream, because it's not. In fact, the whole reason that TikTok got taken over and given to a small hat is because they were releasing the shit that Israel has been doing on TikTok. And now that's never going to happen again because now it's small hat owned. So guess who's going to get censored?
Speaking of censoring, Fourth Wiseman loves how the super chats censor him sometimes, but not tonight. He's been doing great, unless he's had to make adjustments. But he says the majority of the time, the answers are not wrong. It's the question which is wrong. Know this adamantly, and you do go far.
That is wisdom. That right
I
there.
love it.
Yeah. And you know, I even went a step further for him as well. Even the question a lot of times is wrong, but what does that mean? That the questioner is wrong in his question. So yeah, I mean, a lot of times you'll ask a question and you'll be seeking a specific answer, and it's like, did you hear what you wanted to hear when the explanation was given prior, or were you actually listening? And then in which case you would actually ask the right question. So as a questioner, ask the right questions.
Well, you know, the best advice I ever got was from one of my English professors who, when I was writing, like I wrote a thesis and everything and turned it in, and he gave some feedback. Right. And the feedback I didn't think was very fair, because when I write, like you write how you speak. Right. And I write where I say all of the words that I intend to mean. Whereas he was trying to shorten my sentences down in such a way where I'm like, but I don't talk like that. That's not how I talk. That's not how I write. And it's not, I don't want to. Right. So it could be something as simple as like removing a word. Instead of I'm going to go to the store, he would say, you need to say, I'm going to the store. Right. That's the kind of dumb shit he was just marking me on and marking me on and marking me on. Well, in the midst of that, I sent an email, a very nice, long, lengthy email, because I was really, listen, I don't get anything less than a fucking A+ on a paper. Right. You're not going to fuck me up. Now, this was just in like editing, like your drafts and stuff. So it didn't like count towards your final paper, but it still pissed me the fuck off, because I'm like, why are you editing my words out that can be there grammatically? So I wrote this long ass email, just fucking angered keyboard typing about why this irritated me. And he writes back to me and like kind of put me in my place in a sense, but at the same time, I was like, well, fuck you too. This is your job. But he said to me, Sarah, before you sit down and type something out, before you sit down and say something, know your audience. Know whether they want to sit there and read this lengthy email. Know whether they X, Y, and Z and X, Y, and Z. Know your audience, you know, or maybe ask the question first, or make the claim basically first. Make the statement, hey, I don't think your thing is correct with your edits. And then if I come back and say why, then go further and explain why, right? But the same thing happens when you ask questions as well. You have to know, one, are they willing to even like in good faith answer the question? But two, do they even care to have this conversation? Do they care about your curiosity? Do they care to do, you know? And before you answer a question, ensure that you are understanding what question is being asked. A lot of us, sometimes we think we hear the question, but most of the time we're in defense mode. So when we hear a question, we may already feel personally attacked by the question. So we hear something completely different than what's actually being asked. But I'll also say with that though, oh fuck, I had a whole thought here.
You were on a roll.
I know, and I just
Yeah.
completely lost it. Who is responsible for ensuring that the question is understood? Right? Is it the delivery of the person asking the question, or is the person receiving the question responsible for asking to ensure they understand? So, and here's what I say to this. A lot of times, especially working with panelists now, I could even relate this back to corporate world. But when I ask somebody, okay, do you want to do next Tuesday? And they say something like, oh, not this one, but the next one, or something like that. I will write back and say, confirming Tuesday, the 19th or something. And they say, no, not the 19th, the 31st, right? Oh, okay. So Tuesday, the 31st, you want to do this debate? Yes, confirmed. Okay. I'm asking a question, but the answer I receive is mixed up, right? And I could say, yeah, some people speak next Tuesday this way, but they also might mean this, you know, whatever. But it is my job to ensure we're both on the same page. Just the same, it's the questioner's job to ensure that the person answering is on the same page as well, based on how they're interacting and engaging. Right. So a lot of times I like to repeat back and say it in the way that I understand it back to them. So I take what they say and how they mean it, but I respond with how I understand it to ensure correct, like we're on the same page. And I think that you both have a responsibility as communicators to ensure you are delivering, but you are also receiving.
If you're both in good faith, yes, exactly. If you're not in good faith, you intentionally don't understand, and leave out the part that you don't want to answer, take 2 of the 3 points and then lean on that, or, you know, but that's good faith. Like Jed and I were in good faith. I think there was a couple, I misunderstood.
I was thinking of that now too. Yep.
Yeah, I misunderstood some shit he said, he misunderstood, etc., you know, but it was not, you know, it was not, but again.
I will say you guys did a really awesome job. However, the thing that I did notice with Jed, and it's not a hit on his character or anything. I think it's just convenient for him.
It is
that because it's agnostic atheist.
Yeah,
that's the label that he gives himself. It makes it possible to lean agnostic when it's convenient.
Yeah, you get out of everything there, because I was setting traps and he's like getting out of it, but. Again, it was a good conversation. I wasn't, you know.
Yeah, it's not a hit on his character. He was completely good faith.
Yeah, the problem is with comparative religion. It's not actually comparative religion. It's blood sport, aggressive, competitive religion. So I just wanted to be able to have a conversation with someone about God and keep it not. That's why I didn't want to, because I can lean in that. Look, the majority of the world believes they have some kind of soul, and you know something happens after, regardless of all this science bullshit. 80% of the world thinks in something like that. Okay, so I could just lean in the whole time. Well, hey, listen, if you don't know you have a soul, it's not my fault. If you think you don't have a foot, then is it my job to prove that you have a foot? Like I could just kindergarten that shit, but I'm not. But I wasn't trying. You know what I mean?
Wait, You have toenails too?
You know, if
I don't
you, I'm not, and I say like, I'm not necessarily trying to get you to believe in Santa Claus here, sir.
Santa's real. You shut your mouth.
I know.
Yeah, we saw him tonight.
Hey, can I read you guys something powerful that may spark some conversation?
Ooh, hold on. Let's make this dramatic. Let me get the right music. Yes, you have to look smart too.
This is from a book called The Corazon. This one is called The Death of Deception. Into the pain we go, deeper and deeper. Is there an end to suffering? The wise man says yes, a Buddha and a Christ. With all of these lessons taught, why has the suffering not sufficed? So many teachings, which one should you choose? To define your existence in words is the errand to fool. Books, tablets, and scriptures all created to teach, or is the goal control? I ask you, what emotions do they open in that which they preach? Only when you do not understand life can you truly fear death. Humanity is disconnected from our very own breath. If we do not listen to the voices of the living, we will always feel the screams of the dead in our hearts, yes, and the pain and suffering within will weigh ever so heavy within our chest. All life is eternal, the only death being in perception. Perspectives must change for humanity's resurrection. Why do those who help the most suffer the hardest consequences, while the ones who do harm wield pain without regret? Humanity is disconnected. Mental separation is the key to our misery. Our history created by those who would do us harm, yes. Lies taught in books and handed out by crooks. Fear is the key used to keep your mind locked, and the waters will never be replenished so long as the well remains boarded shut. In poisoning nature, we poison our future. In harming our earth, we disrespect our blessed birth. The result of a poisoned mind, yet the heart beats on. The result of a broken home, yet the earth spins on. The result of a divided family, yet the mother carries on. This disconnection comes from within, yet the soul will always live on. These children of Abraham arguing over who is less wrong. When you look up at the sky, tell me, what is it you see? Where are all of these angels sent down to help you and me? Billions of people suffering, living only with their faith, waiting to leave this space and go to an invisible place one day, or so they say. Whosoever calls upon thy name in vain will feel thy wrath, yes. This was the first promise made to us, yes. And this was the only promise kept, and the fee will be paid in the blood of the innocent. Blood sacrifices have always been its favorite prescription. Mankind killing itself to please a force that remains hidden, abandoned children. The only thing we have lost is the only thing we are truly searching for, ourselves. Fallen from grace, yet created of earth. Is this not a part of the wisdom taught in your good book? Fallen angel am I, fallen angel are you. No matter what your belief, God is always within you. So look to the sky and await a sign, all the while standing upon the divine. Balderson, you're gonna love this part. The mother who holds you through deeds good and bad is always in forever. The sacred mother where all life you can touch is derived. To understand God is to understand self. To experience life as one through understanding. God the Father, the seed of universal life. Yet in the womb of the eternal mother is where the spirits and atoms are combined. Here the soul is created in the temple that houses the divine. Close your eyes, because the only place you can ever truly see is inside.
Aww. And Balderson had to take a call, so he stepped away. I don't know if he'll be back or not. And Effigy's probably off to bed. So we bid you both adieu, at least for now, because we still got another panel tonight. But in the midst of all of that beautiful, lovely poetry, number one, Fourth Wiseman came in to say, Sarah, well explained. I too have succumbed to answering inappropriately or loosely to a question myself. This has passed up many important opportunities that latter I became aware. Yes, understanding, and the saying, you must first learn to understand before you can expect to be understood, or something like that. Like I live by that. Like probably over the last 5 years, most likely, I think about probably 5 years, I've like implemented that mantra in my life that I first have to understand before they can't understand me if we're not on the same page, right? So if I take the time out to figure out what they're saying or understand them, then and only then can I better communicate to them what I'm trying to say. And then you find common ground. It's beautiful, isn't it? Objective Ethics with the big 20 says, Sarah and Omar, I always say that effective communication requires listening to understand, not just listening to respond. There's been a lot of panels here where people are just blowing hot air, and they don't actually want to communicate or
Liar.
They don't want to learn anyone. They don't want to teach anything. They just want to come on, blow hot air, get their like, oh, I tore them up and I destroyed their worldview and I blah 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 blah. I annihilated that person. That's all. They're just here for the points. They're not here to actually have the conversation. And I'm very thankful that especially our panel tonight came out really strong with the I want to learn more conversations. And it's really exciting. And fourth, Wiseman has guaranteed me yet another cup of coffee. I'm going to have to run upstairs here in just a second. And he says, smashed. Fuck your goal, Sarah. Have the vampires regained the power of defeating the sunlight? Have they? Have they? Gosh, I'm not going to see sunlight tomorrow. That's for sure. That's for sure. When I do eventually go to bed, I'm going to be knocked the fuck out and it's going to be good. It's going to be a good night. Thanks to this. I do like it when we stay up so late that I'm so tired that as soon as I'm done, I get the dogs situated. I go, I give the kids like little kisses and tuck them in and, make sure they're sound asleep. And then I lay down and I'm out. I'm out like a light bulb. That's night. Yeah, that's a good kind of night that you want to have. So works out very well for me. All right, let's get this sad music out of here. Go back to jungle mode.
Was what I said sad, or was it a big warning?
No, it was
story time.
It was story time.
It was a warning. There's a
Story
prophetic
time.
warning. 1,000 years from now, if someone finds this book, they'll make a whole fucking religion about this.
They will. You know what's funny is I actually did you ever see what's that movie? I want to say it's called AI.
Look, I just roll around like this. I have my hair long, and then I just go like this. What is this thing?
But the boy is a robot.
The triquetra.
Huh?
Oh, okay. It looked like the Orin from just at glance.
Oh yeah, but it's similar. It's almost
like never-ending story.
Yeah, it's called a triquetra.
Falcon.
Now they're bringing that back, by the way. Hold on, here we go.
All
I have to do is just have my hair long, grow this back out, and that's it. Game over. I could easily have 10,000 people in the first year without question, and before I die, I would have millions of people. But only if I do one thing. I have to tell them how to live their life. You can't just liberate people, because if you just liberate people, you don't give them. You're not in charge. That's why a religion, like for example,
purpose.
No one knows it. There's certain things
People
no one
need
knows.
structure.
Yeah,
that's true. But you know what? The highest level, I've come to learn that the highest level of respect you can give any soul, including my own daughter at 6, right, is to let them find their own answer. You can guide people to an answer, but if you tell that every religion has an answer, you say, at what point does the soul merge into the seed that's in the womb of the mother? Nobody fucking knows in reality what that is. But every religion thousands of years ago had the answer. You know why? Because if you don't have the answer and they do, everyone goes over there because that's the true religion.
Isn't that what science does now?
Yes. And I just the long play is being radically honest with people and not feeding.
You know what's funny? And this is actually the point too, is that science does it in a weird way, because they don't say we have the answer. They say we don't have the answer, and that's the answer.
Yeah.
It's the negative positive claim.
Hey,
That's
we
what
don't
they're
know.
doing.
We don't know the answer, but we have a theory, and the theory is agreed upon by these 16 or 9 guys, and then therefore you believe it as a fact because we're
Right.
smarter than you. We're behind. We're the Wizard of Oz, but there's not just one. There's a lot of them. You know, it's just an approved narrative.
Well, we observe tens of thousands of years within, you know, 50
I'm gonna go
days.
refill my coffee. I'll be right back.
You know, we can actually tell you what happened 100,000 years ago by watching something for
Easy.
2 days.
Oh, easy. Easy, Clay.
But isn't it also in our nature to want to have an answer? Like,
It is.
you know, like, can we just accept, you know what, we're just not going to have an answer for this. It's okay. Like, that's not okay to us. Like, we have to have some sort of rationale or something to it to answer something.
The scriptures actually do speak on the pursuit of knowledge as well, and they say that it says that it can be dangerous. That might even be Paul right there.
Brother, I'm just planting a seed, and I'm telling you, you will.
Yeah, but ultimately he's not wrong though, because it can be dangerous if you're just like pursuing knowledge just for knowledge, and there's no purpose to it. Like, I just need to know it. I need to know it. I need to know it. Like, I mean, at some point it becomes lustful, I guess.
Paul taught a very different version of, I would say Judaism. Paul taught a very different perspective of Judaism than Jesus did. Okay, very different.
Because it's just a few of us up here now, so yeah. So specifically, what? I mean, I don't find any fault with the letters. I don't find any fault with the correction that he was offering. Yeah, he argued with folks, but I mean, didn't everybody? And literally everybody does this still today. Nobody's perfect in that way for sure, but to say was because he didn't agree with some of the others that were Christians, but was his advice for correction outside of Jesus' teachings?
Yes, and he should know better more than most of them because he was actually a Pharisee, and so for him to go. So let's just think of it like this, right? Paul, he sees this vision in the sky, right? He never met Jesus. We all know. Not meeting Jesus alone should be more than enough reason to take Paul and put him at least at minimum on the bottom of the list of where you put your faith in the apostles' words. You have two things. You have timeline and you have closeness, proximity to the Messiah, right? So he chose Peter, right? So you could say because Jesus handpicked Peter should be the first. But then you could say Matthew because it was the early, whatever your guidelines of perspective is. Paul should be at the end for several reasons. Number one, he never met Jesus. So ultimately, if you accept Paul's teachings as teachings from Jesus, what Jesus meant, although what he said and Jesus pointed to is very different. In essence, you're accepting Paul because he never met Jesus, his direct experiences from a single vision of Jesus and his interpretation of everything he hears about Jesus in real time, which means he's a prophet. So you have to accept Paul as your Christian prophet because he's not an apostle. And so he's a prophet. So now
I don't have a problem with prophesying. That's never been an issue for me.
Someone can, after everything I say, someone can be like, I don't see the problem. Paul is a Christian.
Well, let me ask you then, what would be your issue with the prophesying as far as the teachings? You know, because there were prophecies and prophets before Jesus, and then even John on the Isle of Patmos with the Book of Revelation, that's a prophecy, and then you've got others giving prophecy in the first century as well. So what makes Paul's prophecies stand out to be wrong?
Because his prophecies are in essence his own interpretations and guidelines and moral judgments and what should be done and what shouldn't be done. And instead of just saying them from himself, he categorizes in order for you to, if you believe, you have to follow this. Circumcision no more necessary because I said so. And by the way, if you don't believe this, then you don't follow Jesus. What if Jesus wanted to end the circumcision and you have a circumcision through the heart or any of that stuff? Pretty sure Jesus would have very eloquently explained these things to us. I don't think Jesus left out something that's pretty important like that, and somehow only Paul understood it.
Well, I mean, if you really understand what Jesus came to do, then you know that he came to fulfill the law, right? And then past that, there were really only 2 commandments. It's love your God and love your neighbor as yourself, that sort of thing, right? So essentially, it's treat people. It's the golden rule: treat people fairly, treat people right? So
Sure.
essentially, what Peter essentially brought to the table, specifically by I do believe it was a dream, was that the Gentiles would be accepted in, right? And then Paul later even stated that it was Peter, right? Peter's the one who was given the dream.
Yeah, but that's what the Mashiach was supposed to do. The Messiah is supposed to come, and when he called him the King of the Jews, the Messiah is the King or the Anointed One, right? Which is interchangeable, because many people are called Messiah, many people are called King, and David was called a Messiah too, but that meant King, right? So it's kind of an interchangeable Hebrew word. But the Messiah, in the form of Jesus, there was a fulfillment of a prophecy that is not actually in the Torah, it's in the Tanakh with later prophets, and that were saying that he would come and he would open up Judaism, in essence, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to the world. And Jesus did that.
Right.
But it was never in any way talking about changing that law. And Jesus specifically was stating that law is eternal. And the Messiah's prophecy, that the biggest argument for Jesus being the Jewish Messiah is the fact that Christianity is everywhere, and that Islam also says that's the Messiah, and that's also the other parts of the world where Christianity isn't. So you got 4.5 billion, 5 billion people saying that's the Messiah, and that's the role of the Messiah, was to bring it to the Gentile, the Goyim.
The Samaritan at the well, she's like saying, I know that Messiah will come. And then he's like, guess what, bitch, I'm here.
Again, that's the best argument for Jesus being the Messiah.
But to go back to the point about why Paul.
Jesus was big on works, right? Jesus was very big on works. And Paul said, don't worry about the works. The only thing that matters is your faith in Jesus.
So Luke did write about that. Well, I believe it was Luke that wrote about that in the letter to the Hebrews. So he actually defined faith and explained that. Was it him? No, it might have been
Paul's all over in Galatians.
Said faith without works. That was actually Jesus. Jesus is the one who said faith without works is dead, right?
Yeah, that's my point.
That's Jesus, right?
No, that's Jesus. That's my point.
Where is Paul saying that you have to practice works? I don't.
In Galatians 2, 15 through 21, he says, a man is not justified by works of the law, but through faith in Jesus Christ alone. If righteousness comes through the law, then Christ died in vain. It's very hard to
the law don't say that. The law don't say.
Right. So are you saying that Paul said don't follow the law, but rather have faith in Jesus?
Well, Jesus was very serious about the law and his interpretation, to the point that when Pharisees were accusing him of breaking the law,
Galatians 2 what?
He expanded. Well, I'm pull it up right here. Galatians 2, 15 through 21. Let me pull it, make sure I'm correct.
Okay.
I'm just make sure I'm correct. I mean, I got a whole, and I asked Sarah to give me the argument on this. Again, I'm not, in my opinion, I'm not attacking Christianity, and I'm not attacking Jesus. I'm attacking Paul the man, his intentions of, see, if you look at the historical context of Paul, a lot is understood of why he said certain things. For example, the problem with the circumcision in the Greek style bathhouse for the elite is if you were circumcised going into this bathhouse, they could see you were a Jew. So he was trying to bring Christianity into high society and to redefine it. The circumcision is a surrender to the covenant a father makes on a son, to the covenant, initiating him into the covenant of Abraham. That is the entire point of that. It's not a mother deciding, it's a father to his son, right? That's the covenant. And again, I'm not saying that I think that's the most important thing in the world. I'm simply stating that Jesus accepted that. When Jesus said, don't eat the pork, it was for the same reasons why Muslims don't eat it now, and the same reasons why the Jews in the first temple period didn't eat it. But when Paul told you, don't worry, everything's kosher now. Why? Jesus didn't eat that shit because Paul said so. These are huge things, man.
No, Christ fulfilled the old covenant. He kept all the law. He's the only one who did it. And because of that, he can be our redeemer. But the Old Testament, we don't live in it. We have a New Testament. Christ fulfilled the law. Therefore, the law never saved you. It never did. It was always by faith.
I'm not arguing with that. We're saying the same thing. Let me clarify. So make it.
Paul didn't change anything. He was an apostle to the Gentiles. And he told it, you don't need to be circumcised because it was never
Messiah to the Gentile. That's the premise of the Messiah. He brings the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to the entire world.
You said that Jesus never that Paul never met Jesus, but it specifically says Paul met Jesus on the road to Damascus.
Yeah, in a fucking vision in the sky.
Yeah. And you don't believe the scriptures, but yet
you don't understand the scriptures you're saying. He didn't meet him.
And then Paul was missing for a while. And all that time he was missing, Jesus was explaining the gospel and all that shit to him. You just don't believe the scriptures.
Dude, you don't know the scriptures. Clay, did Jesus meet Jesus?
Say what?
Did Paul meet Jesus in the flesh? Did he meet Jesus?
Yes.
No.
On the road to Damascus.
In a vision. It's a vision, dude. Look up your own Bible. I cannot argue with people who claim to be something they have no fucking idea. You're literally a Pharisee.
He was blind, so
he was blind.
He met him.
You said he met Jesus. I said a vision. You said no, he met him.
Were you there? Do you know you were there, right?
That's the argument. Were you there? Yeah, I was there at the resurrection. Were you?
I got a question.
I hope you're joking, Rocky, because you're pretty serious with your Christianity. Paul never met Jesus, bro. I can't believe you're serious. Are you serious?
What the hell? It specifically says he did.
What are you talking, Clay?
He met Jesus on the road to Damascus.
Jesus was dead for 3 years, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
He converted. All converted from I guess you would call the Pharisee.
You can call Judaism. He was a Jew. You can call it.
And he met Jesus on the road.
No, he didn't.
Jesus converted him. If you met Christ, you'd be converted too,
Bro,
you idiot.
You don't know what you're talking about. Paul never met Jesus, man. He had a fucking vision. You're absolutely outrageous. What? Show me the verse.
That's when he learned the food laws. The food laws and the sacrificial laws no longer apply to the Gentiles because he fulfilled all of them. He fulfilled all of them. There's no more physical sacrifice necessary, even though some of them still did practice it. It was not taught that you had to stop doing it.
How long were Jesus and Paul talking? It
was a transition time, transitioning from Old Testament to New Testament.
I want to get back to the point.
Hey, when wasn't Jesus on the road to Damascus in the Bible? Tell me. Where was Jesus on the road to Damascus?
I mean, he did.
Never went to fucking Syria. When did Jesus go to Syria?
I think he was born in like Bethlehem or something.
Yeah, that's not Syria. That's called Northern Kingdom Israel. When did Jesus go to Syria? Tell me.
Okay. It was after Jesus had already risen and he appeared to Paul.
3 years after
in
he
a
rose,
vision.
buddy.
I don't know if it was a vision or what, but
Yeah.
He became blind.
Oh, so now
He
it's a
taught
vision.
Paul.
Isn't that what I
He
said?
taught
Didn't
Paul
you-
the new
didn't you
gospel, which
say,
was
quote, you're a
you no
fucking
longer need
liar
to be
to me? And now it's a
circumcised.
vision. Now
You
you're
no
Googling
longer
it.
need to eat special foods. You
Yeah.
can
Have
eat
fun
whatever
with your
food you
Paul
want to.
religion. Have fun with your Paul
It's
religion.
not a new religion. It's just
You-
fulfillment of the Old
Have fun
Testament.
with Paul's.
Jesus fulfilled the Old Testament,
You're a Pauline
and
prophet.
Jesus was the New
Just
Testament.
repeating
Don't
yourself
call
at
yourself a
this
Christian
point.
anymore. Don't call yourself a Christian anymore. You're a
Hold on,
Pauline.
hold on.
Testimony.
Okay, so I wanted to get back to the point that we were on, that you were talking about the law, and so the law was fulfilled with Jesus. Okay,
That's perfectly fine. But Clay, if you actually thought also that Jesus and Paul met each other in reality, then you haven't read the book either.
it wasn't exactly like they were meeting. That's not what it says. It doesn't say they met each
guys, Paul's first letter was 8 years after Jesus had already died. He converted. He said 3 years before, 3 years after Jesus already died.
So-
He was persecuting Christians for years before he became a Christian.
But
Jesus was already dead, guys. I can't believe you don't know your own fucking Bible.
That's right. It doesn't matter.
It wasn't exactly like that. Okay.
Yes, he was persecuting Christians after Jesus' death.
Oh my God. I'm talking about what you said prior to this, man. So what Rocky's saying, I'm not on board with what Rocky believes. Rocky believes that the earth is flat. So obviously I'm not in the same camp as Rocky. Now,
Well, it may be. No, I'm joking.
I am in a Christian camp, but I don't know if you noticed my subtitle there. It says I serve my God alone. That part should be a dead giveaway that a lot of these Christians, quote unquote Christians, just simply don't believe what I believe.
Well, my logo is a olive tree. Do you know what that means?
Your logo is a question mark out of confusion. Paul had a fucking revelation. He's called Paul the Revealer.
You know what a testimony? You know what a testimony means? Do you know what a testament? You know what a testament is?
We were talking about
An Old Testament, a New Testament. You know the difference. You know what a testament is.
Yeah, a testament is telling, and you can't have a full testament from, I don't know, 40 people being the same exact testament. That's 40 different fucking testaments. So you can't call it Old Testament, New Testament.
Jesus.
Scriptures and Aramaic.
Testament of Jesus. A testament is something that happens after you die. You give a testament.
Book of
The
little
testament
books.
comes
It's a
after
bunch of
Jesus.
books. They called it Old Testament and New Testament for the school children. Are you a school child?
All the books of the New
child?
Testament were written after Jesus was dead.
Bro, he thinks Jesus. He thinks Jesus and Paul sat
Otherwise, it
down.
wouldn't be a testament.
I'm a different person. I'm a totally educated, well-knowledge person at this point. Hopefully,
Clay, if you didn't understand that,
Yeah. I know. The earth is a
Jesus
ball.
left when he entered the Holy Land and Passover. He actually decided to leave in the middle
I
of the
know.
battle.
We went to the moon. We went to the moon.
Syria. He went to Syria and met Paul real quick, and then came back to the Holy Land. Remember that story? Remember when Jesus left Israel and went to go meet Paul in a different country, and then came back to fulfill the prophecy? Remember
they
that?
were holding hands, swinging on the old front porch swing. You know, the old front porch swing. Him and Jesus, they were hanging out. They were best buds in high school. And once they did this one thing at bank, no, do not do that. Do not. Okay. Anyway, back to the law.
I don't know you guys talking about.
Hey, remember the story where Jesus
Before you start again, I just got
days to walk to Syria to talk to Paul, the Jew. He didn't have enough Jews. He had to go find a special Jew.
No, you don't believe that, but you believe we. You don't believe that, but you believe we shot a rocket up and landed on the moon.
No, I don't believe we went to the moon. I don't fucking believe we went to the moon, straw man.
Clay does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
It makes sense to me. It's not impossible.
You guys don't believe in miracles or nothing like that. That's okay.
No, Rocky is just over here telling us what we believe and don't believe because he has the revelation. You're like Paul. You're like Paul. You're just telling us what we believe.
Bro, tell us about the ice shield that sunlight, Rocky.
Let's go back to that false revelator, Paul.
Oh my God!
Fallen off the edge of the earth yet, Rocky?
Never mind. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah,
Poor Rocky. Fourth wise one says, I can tell you all the things about Jesus, but not in a way of religion. I can tell you what Jesus does in mind demographically, although I can adamantly orate Christ, which is not Jesus anointed. Dun, dun, dun.
Jesus, the Gnostic version of Jesus, is a very, very, very powerful story of a Christ in the form of like a embodied consciousness, right? A Christ or a Christos, Christ, a what's the other words Buddhists use?
Anointed.
Christ, new age, new age.
Like
It's a new age.
Yeah,
we are in a new age.
The one who.
What age are we in?
Buddha, a Messiah, a prophet, Christ, a Christos, an anointed one.
Are we in the age of Christos?
In this case,
you're in the age of confusion.
No, I agree. We're in the age of deception. You've hit it on the word.
Why are you so deceived?
Well, I might be living under a rock here, but I got to ask the question. The idiom robbing Peter to pay Paul, where does that come from, guys?
Sounds like usury.
I mean, it sounds like Paul Paul tricks.
I mean, it's just a saying I've always heard, and you guys brought up Peter and Paul, and I'm like, well, maybe this is where stuff.
Well, Paul was
to be the leader of any church.
He was an apostle to the Gentiles. Peter was the apostle to the Jews.
Can you not hear me when I begin to speak?
No, he can't.
I was talking before you jumped.
You literally
in, bro.
start to speak every fucking time I start to speak.
Literally jumped in when I was talking, man.
Fuck you, Rocky.
You literally jumped in when I started talking.
Tell us firmament, how that glass ice shield ain't falling yet down on your fucking
mic up, Clay. It's a little low, honestly.
Well, actually, I turned you down earlier because when you first came on I'll turn it back up on my end. When you first came on panel earlier tonight, that shit came in hot.
People be playing with my mic sometimes.
Hey, I just looked it up. In the Church of England, there was a split between St. Peter's Church and St. Paul's Church. And so the churches were diverting funds between the two and basically finding ways to steal money from each other by bringing people with changing.
So here's a question for you, and this one's for you, Rocky, too. What is the only
talking and you interrupted me again?
Structure. I'll actually back up Rocky on that one. He was
I'm
talking.
the author of the subject we're talking about, and you won't even let me get another word in.
Even consider
Peter and Paul were the two witnesses. One witness, Peter was a witness to the Jews. Paul was the witness to the Gentiles. Two witnesses had already been fulfilled.
Incorrect.
144,000 are dead.
Incorrect.
Revelation is over. We're in Revelation.
Jesus was the Messiah to the world, buddy. Jesus was the Messiah to the world.
The millennial reign is over.
Are you saying that Jesus has come back, Rocky?
Jesus came back.
Oh,
already.
So when Jesus said, when any man
tribulation
says,
is over, Rome fell.
I should
The
listen to
temple
you
was
Jesus.
destroyed.
When he says that
Rome
do not
fell.
believe, Rocky.
Christ reigned for 1,000 years.
He said Jesus
We're
came
living
back.
in Satan's
Jesus
little
said,
season.
I think I'm gonna believe Jesus.
Jesus said he was coming back soon. He didn't say he was coming back 2,000 years later. He says, "Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass before the tribulation comes." I told you that. Jesus said he'd come back to hello.
I don't believe
Amen.
you because Jesus told me not to believe you.
He told you to listen to your elders.
Yeah, he told me not to believe you. Yep.
The Hebrew prophecy is called Or La Goyim, which means light upon the nations. Jesus, if you believe him to be the Messiah, was the fulfillment of the Jewish Messiah, which is the Or La Golim, which is the light upon the nations, which is the whole fucking world. Okay, so
no, the world at that time was the Roman Empire. It was completely worldwide empire.
It's
and it completely was destroyed. You got Roman Empire all over the fucking world.
1,200 years
There was a
before
great
that.
mud flood. The mud flood buried the old world system.
Change the subject. You just changed the
We
subject.
now live in the age of Tartaria. You heard of that?
Yes, I
That
have.
was the
Are you
age
looking for
kingdom
signs,
of
Rocky? Are you
Jesus.
over there looking for signs?
Jesus
Exactly what
is
Jesus
at the
told us
North
not to
Pole
do.
right now,
To look-
waiting for you
not supposed to be looking for
morons.
Jesus
signs.
in the
Yeah.
North Pole.
He
I'm
gave you
sorry,
the
Yeah.
sign
you're
of the
talking
time.
about the
You
North
guys are
Pole.
waiting on aliens. You're waiting on aliens to come
You're
down,
looking for
and you're gonna
signs.
think
You
that,
believe the
oh,
earth is flat. You
aliens.
don't hear Jesus' words when he says, "Look at there. There's
You
Jesus."
will believe in
and
aliens,
I'm
Clay.
supposed
I
to believe
guarantee you. When the aliens come, you will accept them as your savior. and
No,
Jesus.
I don't
You know
believe
what? I gotta give this credit
Come.
because
You will.
we didn't.
You will.
We
You
didn't.
guys are all gonna. Oh,
We didn't.
space is real.
Hold
So
on, hold on,
therefore,
hold on, hold on.
aliens could be
We didn't
possible.
go. We didn't go full tard mode until after 5 a.m. I'm impressed. Okay, this would have normally happened like I don't know 4 hours ago, but you guys held on well until 5 a.m. So kudos.
Didn't know I was
Kudos
gonna have
to
to
all
tap
of
into
you.
my
Yay.
Abrahamic faith. I thought we were talking about.
All right.
Haters
You
in
guys
the chat
did a
for
good
Rocky
job.
bringing us to
Yeah,
full hard mode.
tomatoes in the
Throw a
chat
couple
for
donations
All
Rocky.
you got is ad hominems and shit. Call me a
Our
retard.
full hard mode. This is awesome.
There you go. Gotta call
No,
me
he
a
said
retard.
retard mode. He didn't call you a
You
retard. No, I don't.
Getting ball people. You people that
Take it
believe
so
the earth is a
personally,
ball.
Rocky.
You just make me
We
laugh.
love you still,
Hey, I just had
bro.
a question. Oh my
Rocky,
goodness.
whether the
Paul,
Earth
Paul
is
told me
round or
you're
flat,
retarded.
who
The retarded
cares?
doesn't hurt anyone's feelings because he fulfilled it. I just
Yeah,
saw
it doesn't
Paul's
matter.
vision.
It
Paul
doesn't
revealed
matter.
himself to me.
Well,
I
if the
know.
shoe
You're
fits,
gonna wake up, the sun's gonna rise, and tomorrow the sun's
It's
gonna
not a
set.
salvational issue. Just like
That's Isaiah 14:12.
eschatology. You guys think we're waiting for, the
I'm
temple
not
to
waiting
be
for
rebuilt
anyone to come. I'm not waiting for shit.
and the Messiah.
I'm not waiting for a
I'm not
Messiah.
waiting.
I'm
Not
not
Still
even
waiting
worried
on
about it.
Messiah is the light inside of us. That's called the eternal soul.
Rocky's
inside
like
of all of us.
The
projecting.
time is that we're at the
Called
end of
confessions
time.
with projections. He actually
Yeah.
believes.
88,
He's telling us
88
his fears and
means
blaming us for it.
end of time.
Yeah.
88.
He's
end
waiting
of
for
time.
something to happen, and he's like, "You guys are
End of
waiting.
time comes
Or you're just
after
waiting
Satan's little season.
for the cows to
Not,
come home."
after the millennial reign, there's a seasons.
home, guys.
After the millennial reign, there's a
You
Satan's
left
little
mine
season.
overnight, didn't you, boy?
And you're living in Satan's little season,
Sure to open that gate up,
and
now
you're
they
not
keep-
waiting for the
The little
tribulation. That's past history.
Here we
Nero
go.
was the anti. Caesar Nero
Where
was
is
the
he?
anti.
Where is he?
You know what's so funny though?
Nero.
We could like all just get up and walk away, and I could just say, "Go ahead, Rocky, tell them all," and I could let Rocky sit here and talk, and he would tell us about the Statue of Liberty, about the little season, about the statues that there. No, I'm sorry, like the
Statue of
pillars. There's the
Liberty.
pillars, like 7
250-year
pillars.
anniversary.
I have
1776.
listened to Rocky give this whole thing enough times. Like I could almost tell you the direction he's going, but we could definitely just all get up and walk away and let him talk, and he wouldn't even know.
It'll be him, and I now have received Peter's message.
Did he show up to you in a flash
Now
of
you
light?
fucking listen to me. Paul revealed himself to me. You will listen, Rocky. Now we go back to circumcision because Paul said Jesus said it.
You heard
Are
that? Chop your dick off, Rocky.
Rocky,
No, don't.
circumcise yourself now if you're a believer. If not,
God will not be mocked.
We're not
I'm
mocking God. We're mocking
I'm-
you, Rocky.
I'm telling you what fucking Paul, right? I'm telling you what
I'm
Paul
coming
just told
from
me in the vision.
Spirit of God,
I
the Holy
I went
Spirit
over there. Where
lives
do you
in
think this
me.
came from?
I am the temple of the Holy Spirit.
What do you think? I just pulled this out of my
I
closet or
rebuke
some
you.
shit?
rebuke
I just
you.
received
rebuke
this in a
you.
revelation.
I rebuke you.
True. You've heard of the Shroud of
I
Turin?
rebuke you.
You don't rebuke shit. You've heard of the Shroud of Turin? Now I have the shroud.
What are you? Is that a rat? Oh, it's a.
No, this
I was
is-
like, what the hell do you have, Clay?
No, you're not used to this. This is the way you're used to seeing this.
Wear it around my neck when I go out doing the.
You're sitting like this.
It's
is what it goes.
Well, that because I'm in New Mexico. Sometimes I actually do have to cover my face. So
It's
Why?
a woman's scarf.
Sand kicks up.
Oh, that makes
It's
sense.
a woman's scarf. It's a woman's
Stiggy,
scarf.
Stiggy Paradox says that the Big Five, Paul contradicts Christ on eunuchs. Is that eunuchs?
Eunuchs.
And women speaking. Then, since women couldn't sing, the church manufactured the. Oh, I just saw a video on this the other day. That shit
Paul
was
gay.
sick.
Paul was gay.
The castrati for 1400 years, cope, Rocky. So the castrati, and somebody tell me if I'm wrong, but I just watched this video the other day. I'll tell you what. So they basically, young boys who had lovely voices when they were young boys, they'd go and they'd castrate them.
They never hit puberty.
Yes. So they never hit. So and there was actually a
Catholic Church did that too, by the way.
Yes. And I watched
The Greek oracles were male prostitute whores.
That's different.
So the
Greek
castrati,
oracles were male prostitute whores, which means they had their
We
thing cut
understand
off.
they had sex with men in the
And
poo-poo.
So the castrati,
and the Greek philosophers who were all gay, and they would go there and oink on those male prostitute whores. And you guys think that philosophers are so smart and shit. Fuck them philosophers.
Yeah,
Those
you guys.
Dumbasses.
Anyway,
F-word.
that guy right there is dressing up like a male prostitute whore.
I'm dressed up like Jesus, you idiot.
So,
You just
hold
think that.
on.
Arab women
This-
dress like that. Women
Hold on.
cover their face.
For fuck's sake, Rocky.
I'm dressed like Jesus. What are you wearing right now?
I just got my shirt on.
You're wearing a Nike hat. I'm going biblical. Look at you.
I'm retired.
Look at you.
So much for the olive branch.
If you're wearing a Nike hat, I feel bad for those starving.
You know who wears Nike hats?
children in
China
China
head like Jesus? Paul.
that made that hat.
So, anyways, the castrati. I invested my brain into this after I saw this very long historical thing on it. But they have one recording of a castrati. I think it was like 30s or 20 or something, where it was the final. It was like the last castrati left, and they were able to record it. But here's what their voices sounded like. I thought this was the gayest shit I ever heard in my life. By the way, I don't know why anyone in their right mind would be like, "Oh, that sounds fantabulous. It's lovely." A grown man sounding like a girl. But here, it's a man. It's a
There's
grown
a lot
man.
of pain in that voice, dude. A lot of pain.
It's a grown man.
Yeah, that's been a bottom slave for a long
It's like
time.
Michael Jackson.
Pain.
It's what they did to Michael Jackson.
Well, the funny thing is that if they weren't good, like if they didn't become like big famous castrati, they would obviously sing at like local churches for money. But if they still couldn't get gigs at local churches, they sent them actually to the brothels, and they were male prostitutes for other men.
Yeah, no, that's right on. That's right on par. You know, the Jews have a version of it.
Michael Jackson was castrati. His father
That's what they
castrati.
say.
him.
Yeah, no, that's what they say. They say Michael Jackson. No, that's what they say. They say Michael
When he
Jackson's
was 10
father.
years old.
chemically
His
castrated.
father castrated him.
Yeah.
So he sing like that for the rest of his life.
That's the rumor. I've heard that as well. That's a story.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Michael Jackson is the exact same age. Same month, same year I was born.
Yeah, but I'll tell you a story that I saw it happen, and there you have Paul.
He's not dead either. He's somewhere hiding somewhere. Probably came back as his.
Well, he spoke against the people who.
Janet Jackson is Michael Jackson. Janet Jackson. That's a fake thing. Anyway, yeah. It's a.
Clay's taking notes. Keep going.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm looking.
Man, I'm
still interested in the Rocky.
Epstein files.
Rocky.
Epstein.
Can I speak for like 2 seconds without you?
Go ahead. Go
Damn it, Clay! You just interrupted him again.
The Statue of Liberty is they sent the Statue of Liberty.
Loud noises, Clay.
It's on the Statue of Liberty, and that's where they're gonna send.
Paul told you no longer even have to have faith.
To the earth, and then when the moon crashes to the earth, it's tomatoes everywhere. So you're gonna make it pitch up, and there's gonna be a lot of sugar.
Oh, you guys are stupid.
So, so what I was going to say is I actually want to understand Omar's view, whereas Rocky, you just want to argue with the man and tell him that he's wrong. I just want to know what he actually how he actually used this stuff.
But again, 45 minutes later, so you got to tap back into that.
Well, I was in Kuwait, and I was in Qatar.
My views,
and I remember how they used to dress up.
Propose his views, but we can't do that if you just.
I bought them scarves.
Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. You don't understand. The Earth is flat. And it's
I'm trying to understand. I'm not even talking about the flat Earth. You're the one that brings that shit up, Omar. I was just saying that when I was in Kuwait, I used to buy them kind of scarves for my wife, bunch of them. But the Kuwaiti men, they usually had like a white.
Yeah,
rope, black thing around.
The Arabs wear something called a kafia, which is different. Pashtuns, we wear a shamal, which is our own thing, and they have the tassels like the Jews on the fore, and it's a square. It's not a rectangle like that. These are our own thing. Theirs is called a kafia, but they're cool. This is a Pashtun scarf.
That's from where is that from?
Afghanistan.
I was in Afghanistan. I never saw them wearing that shit. Oh, they might have wore that shit around their neck or something, but they didn't. The men were like hippies. They're like hippies. Afghanistan were like hippies. I remember them.
Well, it depends on where you were there for, because
mountain men, they didn't really seem very warlike.
Well,
passive.
The history would show a little different reality.
That's all made up bullshit. It's all made up.
Oh, yeah, it's all made up. Afghanistan only started with the 2001 invasion. Before that, it didn't even exist. There's no history of war. Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, the British 3 times. None of that happened.
I was living in those very caves in Afghanistan. I remember living in the caves right outside a graveyard.
Well, I wish you would have told me you were there.
Alexander the Great died or something. Troops and shit. Yeah.
You could have visited my family, and they would have fed you.
When I was in Iraq, I was at the. I went to supposedly the oldest ziggurat, and Abraham's supposed to be where Abraham. Oh, we were at the
Yeah, that's right. Abraham.
Abraham was. And there was like a pyramid there with giant steps.
Yeah, ziggurat. Yeah.
Ziggurat. And right next to it was, I guess you'd call it like a memorial to Abraham. And it was like, the roof was missing, but it was like a stone place that Abraham used to live. And it was kind of.
I'm not seeing the contradiction. What specifically was that super chat referencing? Because I was looking at, I mean,
which one was it? I don't remember.
The women and eunuchs speaking one. I don't know what the contradiction there was.
And I saw a lot of Afghans had red hair.
Yeah, there's a specific tribe that they come from.
In Haditha, there was a tribe of redheads.
Are you trying to prove ethno?
And the Marine Corps went and blew the shit out of them.
Trying to prove.
Yeah, you were in specific areas. You were not. You were in different parts. You were not in Paktia. You were not in very tribal.
No, I was a driver.
You guys weren't in certain areas. You guys were in like.
No, I was a driver, so I drove from Kuwait to Mosul.
Yeah, that's not. Those are not where I'm talking.
I don't see the contradiction.
And in Afghanistan, when I was in Afghanistan, I flew from base to base because I was a special mechanic that we put cages on the MRAPs. And so I would go from base to base in Afghanistan, and I was at the base where Tillman was under friendly fire. He was going to go back and tell everybody the war was all fake. And so they friendly fired him. And that's where I was almost killed. When I was on that base, I was almost mortared because I figured the fucking shit out. And so, anyway, yeah, it was a fake.
Well, I hope you enjoy your time in in Afghanistan, and that's, you know, I hope.
Yeah, we didn't really have a problem with the locals. They were on our base, and I bought shit from the locals. They'd sell me like a little Honda from China, because China was on the border of Afghanistan. There's a small sliver of China that's on the border of Afghanistan.
How was their duct tape? Was their duct tape good?
They would sneak shit over from sneak shit from China across the border.
It was.
Well, our country snuck shit. It's called opium and heroin. We also snuck shit out of there too.
Yeah. So originally the Taliban were anti-heroin and anti-little boy things. So when we went in, we opened up the poppy fields again, and we started smuggling drugs. And then we supplied little boys for the new regime that we put in. So,
that's incorrect. The only people.
No. I was there, man. But I don't know how it is now. That was like 20 years ago.
He was in Vietnam.
The boy lovers that you're describing which I agree. Yes, for sure. The difference is that those are the sellout the F1s that helped America try to fight Afghan people, because they were never allowed to be in public society. They were off in the offskirts. So when America came, they're looking for who can help us. And they're like, we will just allow us to, F little boys, and there's your allies. So the only allies for America were those dudes. So it's funny to me when veterans go and be like, there was all these gay guys having sex with boys. They're the ones helping you. They were your allies. They were fighting Afghans. So you're describing your Afghan allies were touching boys.
I remember when the Marines
sounds right.
Executed one of those guys, the translator.
Yeah, sounds right. Yeah, after they helped you for 9 years.
Yeah. I know the scam, man. Don't have to tell me about it.
That's not an Afghan thing. There's those type of people everywhere. It just so happens America's trying to not only help them, but also put them in power. Now you understand why people fight forever. Maybe Iran doesn't want to have drag queen story time. Perhaps they're going to fight to the death because they don't think that they want to have a gay pride parade in Tehran.
Yeah. If I was to go over there, I'd jump the other side and go.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people are fighting for their existential creation.
There's one guy who jumped base, and he was going to join the Taliban.
No, Taliban's bad. I don't agree
with
Taliban either. Taliban are Wahhabist, is like, they're Islamist extremists. That's the problem. But what people fail to understand,
it's not Americans' business to go there.
What people fail to understand is when 6 million Afghans got killed when the Soviet Union invaded and left no longer Soviet Union. It's called Afghanistan. That 6 million people were killed and another 8 million were left. Let me finish my sentence. You mentioned Afghanistan for 30 minutes, telling me little stories. Let me tell you the reason. Okay, it's important, Rocky. No, Rocky, it's important. So what happened was,
Rocky, shut the fuck up.
We had 1.5.
Jesus criminy, dude. Seriously, shut your mouth and let Omar speak for 20 seconds. Give him a minute. Just shut your mouth.
Thank you so much. This is important, because what happens is when you have 6 million people get killed, it left over 1.5 million orphans. When we, America, stopped helping them, the Mujahideen Afghans, fight them, the Soviet Union, we left. And we left them in the hands of the Arab Saudis, who fed them food and fed them Wahhabi Islam. So those 1.5 million orphans in 91, in 2001, they're not 10 anymore. They're 20. That's the Taliban. We helped it happen through Islamic extremism by the Saudis feeding them that ideology. And now is only 30 years after that. That's the problem. So they are victims.
Guys, excellent.
I heard they caught a
Great
red-headed giant over there.
job going down the road of history that was just recent and not
Can we
really
move on from Afghanistan because I don't understand
the law. Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
what-
the
let's go
law
back to-
stuff was much more interesting. Yeah, that militard shit is great. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
So, Mark, you're in Iran right now.
Yes.
Militard. It's not a
Come on,
not an
man.
actual slur, but no,
I'm in
in all
Iran for the CIA
law,
right now.
the law. Okay, so I want to get back to the law. I don't find any contradiction, not even with what the super chat said. I don't find the contradiction. What you're telling me is something that I'm not saying you can't show it to me, but you haven't. You haven't shown me the contradiction. What is the contradiction with specifically your statement about the law? Because I was going over that scripture, and from what I understand, that scripture is a reference to the way that those Jews in Galatia were treating the law and not believing in the saving power of Jesus, which was the idea behind Jesus being sacrificed, that fulfillment of the law. So if the Galatians were doing all these practices still, which was the idea there that Paul was correcting, is that they were just continuing along this idea that they needed to continue the law and not to believe in Jesus. What's the issue there?
But I don't think it's one or the other. What Jesus was the Messiah, right? And at the same time, he's pointing and upholding the law and arguing the Pharisees about what he would say is their incorrect interpretations of the law. And his corrections were his interpretations of those very laws. He didn't change the subject and go, no, actually, it's different now because the Messiah is here. No, he pointed to the exact scriptures and corrected their bullshit explanation and interpretations, which generally speaking were like, expansions of the actual text. That's the way I see what Jesus was arguing with the Pharisees. He never said, no, it doesn't matter anymore. Never. He always pointed and gave the actual definition of the law that those Pharisees were accusing him of breaking, and posed a question. For example, about breaking the Sabbath. Is it breaking the Sabbath by doing a good deed for another soul? I don't think so. And all those things. But when Jesus said, "I did not a jot or tittle will be changed in the law until like the day of judgment," in Romans 10:4, freaking according to Paul, Christ is the end of the law. When did he say that?
Well, so again, like I'm saying that what he was doing is he was correcting the Gentiles, because if you actually go back a couple of verses, it actually references that they are Jews, those Galatians, yet they were living like Gentiles, right? And then he says that he was expecting the Galatians were expecting the Gentiles to follow Jewish customs, the law, the customs, the law, right? And then he's pointing out to them, saying that law that they continue to try to force upon the Gentiles, which has been done away with, it's not done, it's not gone, it's fulfilled. Excuse me, let me correct that. It's fulfilled. They're holding them to this standard of the law while they themselves are living not according to the law. And then now I'm telling you that because your lack of faith in Jesus, it's not even really about the law at this point. It's about your lack of faith in the fulfillment of that law. It's not even about the works of the law.
Yeah, that's in Galatians. Yeah, that's in Galatians. But then in Romans, he says the law is holy, righteous, and good.
Right. Yeah.
He contradicts himself the entire time.
Because it's correction for a certain person. So if I'm giving you correction, right, then you need a certain type of correction. You need the right thing. I need to point out the thing that you're flawed with. But if you're not that person that has that particular, like, okay, let's say that you are going around just red rumming people, right? So I'm going to tell you at this point, it's about the things that you're doing, right? But if there's someone who's just killing, but then it's not red rum, at some point, Jesus tells Peter put away your sword, right? So not even to defend yourself, right? So at
Sure.
some point, not to kill, right? So at that point, it's about your faith in Jesus Christ. It's not about the action anymore. It's not about the law. It's about your belief in Jesus' words. So depending on the correction that you need, it might be about the law and the fulfillment of that law, but then
No, but when did Jesus ever say anything? That's my point. When and where did Jesus ever say anything that contradicts Torah law? Ever?
I mean, he didn't.
Exactly. And he specifically said the law is eternal. Go by the law. When did Jesus keep the Sabbath? Did Jesus keep the Sabbath? Yes. Did Paul keep the Sabbath?
Yeah. He held himself to the
Did
standard.
Paul say you have to keep the Sabbath? No.
Right, because again, he's correcting people. I mean, what about the Sabbath? So
Okay, so I guess I can say it like this. The Messiah was supposed to be a light upon the nations. So
Yes.
when Jesus came, whether or not he even said he was the Messiah, point is the Messiah is supposed to point at the laws of the God of the earth, the God of through Abraham, and supposed to come and be the light to shine upon those very laws that are eternal and covenant on this earth. That's what the point, right? And so Jesus kept all those laws, argued with the rabbis who were taking their own liberty, kept the Sabbath, kept everything, and pointed, and then also said, never change these things. So anybody technically who ever goes and tells you, by the way, all those things don't mean anything anymore because Jesus came, I think that Jesus would say that himself. So we really have to question anybody.
That's not what Paul said.
The Sabbath was not meant. The Sabbath was
not meant for man. It was meant for God. Not meant for God. Meant for man. Got it. I know. I know every single argument that you're going to say.
Jesus was the Sabbath.
When did Jesus ever tell you he was the Sabbath?
Jesus walked through and the Jews said his disciples were eating from the wheat, and so the Jews had a law. Yeah, you can't harvest on the Sabbath, but Jesus' disciples ate from the wheat, and so the Jews said he was not keeping the Sabbath, but the Sabbath was made for man. Man was not made.
And was Jesus the Lord of the Sabbath?
Our Sabbath is we rest in Jesus now. Every day is a Sabbath because Jesus would be the Lord of the Sabbath.
Therefore, the Sabbath would also be honoring him. And you're telling me that the Sabbath, if you believe Jesus is the Messiah,
and the Pharisees accused him of not keeping the Sabbath because
of an act, not because of an act. I already talked. I mentioned this 15 minutes ago. I even gave you the verse.
And so,
speaking of 15 minutes, we're going to go for about 10 or 15 minutes more, and then I am going to head off to bed. But Fourth Wiseman says, do you now see the meaning of Sodom and Gomorrah? After the fact, apparently the sky sent stones. LGBT and the cohort is far more reaching, i.e. Apophis is not far away.
This is along the lines of apocalypse, I would imagine. He's very
that one up. Apophis.
I have to look that up.
Oh, it's asteroid.
Oh.
It's an asteroid.
Interesting.
Apophis, a massive near-Earth asteroid, roughly size of the Eiffel Tower, that will safely pass within 20,000 miles of Earth's surface on April 13th, 2029.
Rocky doesn't believe it, so it's not true.
I think that might be the New Jerusalem coming down.
Is that the rock?
Maybe the new heaven that comes down after Revelations. It's Revelations 22, I think. New Jerusalem, and people will probably think it's like the mothership of
that city has dimensions, right? There's an actual literal measurement for that city, right? So you can, if you need to, you can actually do the measurements to see if it actually matches the size.
1,500 miles by 1,500 miles.
No, incorrect, wrong. It's 1,478 or 78, I believe. Close enough.
Yeah, but anyway, so it's length and width are the same, and its height are all the same. That could either be a cube or a pyramid.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Hey,
It could either be a box or a pyramid, because that's the way it could be. And
Right
so
behind.
they've got every religion like thinks that that's an evil symbol. Like the pyramid is like the Illuminati, and the box is like the Arabic. So
They're symbols.
and so everybody will think it's like
Everybody.
well, I'm saying the world system.
The world, the whole world, everybody.
I don't believe in this eschatology. It's the
It's
self.
the mothership. It's the alien mothership is going to come down.
Everybody's gonna believe it.
You should write this book, and then if it comes true, you'll be the new prophet. Everyone, it would be very powerful.
Yeah. No, I'm not. It's just a theory. It's just a conspiracy theory.
In your view of Christianity, do you believe like how they say like Christians are like the new Israel, or like I asked Clay the question, Clay, because you're gonna fucking give me your answer anyway. And it's gonna be some left field shit about baseball and the triangulation of the pyramids to the fucking the Saturn eye. Nah, it's all good, Rocky. I'm just playing, man. I'm just
okay.
I have a legitimate question. No, but let me ask you the question.
Let him ask me a fucking question. Just like I need to ask him some questions.
You know how
like you don't let us ask questions.
You know how like a lot of the Christians say that in the fulfillment of Christ, it was like the new they say New Jerusalem. They're saying the church, the Israel is the church of Christ, right? Like that's a, you've heard this before or not?
Yeah, it's the Schofield shit.
No, I don't know. No, they have their own. No. I'm not. It's not.
Rocky, you're fucking annoying.
So the concept of in the fulfillment of Jesus as the Messiah, like when it goes to like Peter, they didn't have to do temple worship anymore. Now it was the church of the church. So it was an expansion of the church going around the world, right? That was the concept he tasked Peter with.
Well, before Rocky went down this weird flat earth diatribe, I was actually going to ask you, what is the original arrangement for mankind? What's the original structure?
Well, hold on, just answer my question first, because I can explain what I was talking about with in a single like one train of thought about Paul. Yeah. Explain it better.
What's the question?
So the Jews had the temple worship, right? And then Jesus anointed Peter to have the church, right? And so I guess the overall concept of Christianity is that the new temple is the Christian church. Like the new temple is through Christianity, through Christ, and therefore it's the new Israel, right? But I don't think that's
you're actually speaking to the original congregations. So congregate, right? To congregate.
Yeah, the church is wherever you congregate.
To congregate. People don't understand what congregation really means. They think it's a building, right?
No, now, it's not. That's the point. That's my point.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah.
Okay. So that's why the Christians don't give a shit about second or the 15th temple, right? Because it has nothing to do with that. Because okay, great. That's my point. And so if in Exodus, Yahweh told Moses that the children of Israel will keep the Sabbath forever, right? And the new Israel and the new church is through Christ. And Christ also told you about keeping the Sabbath, right? And the day for man and all the stuff that Rocky mentioned. Who is anyone to later go back and say, by the way, both Jesus and Moses, not only with what they said, but what they did is irrelevant now because any reason.
I don't think it's irrelevant.
Isn't that suspect?
I think you're misinterpreting what occurred with Paul. I think that
not just Paul. Not just Paul. I'm giving an example of the teachings changing between Moses, Jesus, and then all of a sudden Christianity goes on this left field of Sabbath, Sunday Sabbath, etc. And not Paul necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's other Christian congregations, right?
Yeah. Yes,
they're believing in some magic. I'll go to fucking Jed's original point. It's some magical power because all of a sudden you built a fucking church.
No, forget the temple. I'm agreeing with you about the congregation. There's no
Okay.
need for the specific building or one specific magical building. I'm agreeing.
Right.
I'm saying that's Christianity. It's spread
It's
to
the
the world
people.
through congregations and not through the temple worship controlled by the Pharisees, correct?
Oh my God, hold on. Marathon Kev just raided to me. It's funny because I had already set up a raid to send to him. So I will go find a new group to send to. But shout out to Marathon Kev and his peeps jumping in on the conversation. We are going to shut down here in probably 5 more minutes. But don't worry, hang tight. I will go and find someone else to send you guys to. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm just giving an example of the law supposedly being eternal through in Exodus to Moses, all the way fast forward to Jesus, keeping those same law in the Sabbath as one example, keeping it, living it, and then referring back to what Moses said, saying, don't change this, and later it changes. And so isn't that suspect to you as a Christian?
No, because it's essentially changed by the one who gave it. Now, the one who gave it is more than welcome to change it if he wills. I mean,
Jesus never changed it.
I don't believe that Jesus is God.
Jesus said, oh, you mean, well, then you're saying God changed the Sabbath from the...
Rocky, no.
Jesus God
explained it. He
God
explained
changed
the
the
Sabbath.
Sabbath?
Rocky, no. Stop it.
Rocky, no.
Bad boy.
Rocky, bad Rocky.
5 minutes here.
Yeah.
Me and Omar are actually in a deep, definitely good conversation, and you're destroying it. Stop it.
Well, we do the first day of the week because Christ rose on
Can
the first
Omar
day.
ask his fucking question to me, Rocky?
I was kind of more trying to give an example. It's fine. It doesn't. We'll dive into it. We should do the Paul debate. I'll actually have like
I will consider it. Look. Here's the thing.
look
about
into
it.
what I'm saying. I'm not
normally.
in good faith.
I don't normally debate. I just like the open panels because the discussion is there, and also I kind of get to shit on people every once in a while, like Rocky. But I don't like to do it necessarily. you know, have the conversation, whereas the debate structure is really formatted. You guys did a really awesome job, by the way, around trying to get a gotcha on folks, and you didn't do that. You really actually had a great fucking debate today, and that's why I don't do the debate, is because you have to do debate bro bullshit, and I just can't bring myself to do it.
Now, you and I could have a debate on several, I'm sure, many subjects, and it would be a beautiful conversation.
The Paul one is great. I think that's a great one, but like I said, I mean, it's tough for me too because, like, I don't have formal debate experience, much like Mr. What was it? Eli Nix. Where the fuck is Eli? God damn it!
Oh, Eli won't come back here anymore.
That was my first formal debate. This is the first time I ever wrote out it. Well, I didn't even write. I just talked it in an Uber. That was my first time trying to read an opener. I can't even read. It was the worst part of the debate, me reading a pre-written script. I don't do script.
I'll say I'm getting better. I'm getting better.
Yeah,
with
not everyone's opening statements are pre-written, or like not necessarily pre-written, but like they don't read the script entirely. Like they have bullet points they want to hit, but they'll openly say what they're gonna say. But let's get the fuck out of here, guys. I just went and took a peek out the window and daylight has come. So the vampires need to make their great escape into their coffins. I am being one of them. Fourth Wiseman, thanks to you. I thought tonight was a most perfect show. We had everything accounted for as far as wonderful panelists, amazing conversations. The IQ level was superior, and we only had one asshole pop in, but we filtered him out very quickly, and I like that. So shout out to all of you who joined this evening. Shout out to Shaman Omar and Flying Spaghetti Auditor for their debate this evening. They set the pace for what the rest of the night was going to look like, and they did it very well. If you want more debates, don't worry, we'll be back tonight. Not long from now, but we'll be back tonight for a capitalism versus socialism debate. It's going to be a good one. We've got Admiral Gibbs, average debate enjoyer. We've got Civics Toolkit, and we've got Mojo Ryzen all coming back for a 2v2. Now, anything with Gibbs is fucking entertaining. Okay. That man knows how to put on a good show. I love it when he's here. And so I highly recommend you all tune in for that one. And if you want to join Open Panel to further inquire and or join the gauntlet later, you know what to do. You hit you get ready to hit the StreamYard link when I drop it to the chat, and you can get backstage and join just like they did tonight. Then Monday night, Sunday, I think I might do a Sleepy Tomato. Just if you're Sleepy fans, make sure you have your bell on. Monday night, we're bringing back the Overton window and saying fuck you, Overton window. We're doing an abortion is immoral debate. That is another 2v2. That's our classic moderator Monday. We've got Taylor Fogarty, Vibe, Team Fatty, and Alishness hitting the screen for that one. And I will say anything with Team Fatty on it is fucking blissfully entertaining, especially when he starts getting irritated with stupidity. It's beautiful. Thursday night, from the reschedule from this last Thursday, my deepest apologies to all of you, but we have cringy leftists coming in with illegal immigrants for illegal immigrants benefit America. So if you are a right-leaning MAGA conservative, I would like you front and center for our open panel shit show on that one. It will be fun, especially with cringy leftists. He's a pretty funny little guy. He's our Steve Urkel of the panel. Then Tuesday, the 26th, we've got Wick TV and Kai Schwimmer for a birthright citizenship debate. This will be Kai Schwimmer's first appearance here on the Rage. Well, first official appearance. He dropped by one night for open panel, but it'll be his first debate here. That'll definitely be a great conversation. And then we move into June, and I already got stuff scheduled for June. But I have more on the books to be put on the tabs. Okay, so make sure your bell is on. I just haven't put everything in yet. Marathon Cat with the big 20 said, whoops. Appreciate the thoughts, Sister Sarah. Yeah, I was totally going to rate them over to you. What we're going to do, everyone's going to give their final thoughts. As of now, I've set up the raid to go over to Rezi. It looks like he's still live and kicking. He's got some kind of game going on over there. I don't even know. But you guys, it should be 5 something in the morning or maybe 3 something in the morning for you. So yeah, it's almost 6. So watching someone play a game should be enough to make you fall asleep. For the win, with your final thoughts, please.
Great panel, great show, great everything, guys. Learned a couple new things tonight, as usual. So thanks again, everybody, for staying up late. It's 5 a.m. here, too. So I'm going to do like what you said earlier, Sarah. We're going to crash hard. So thank you.
Very hard. Thank you for the win. I appreciate you coming up here too. I've been really enjoying your thoughts that you've been adding to the panel. I really love it when new people pop in and then they bring quality. So thank you. And of course, Rock E, the little devil's little season. Give your closing thoughts, sir.
This book is first in time where they trap you in your this is about how life begins at fertilization, and they trap you with your birth certificate being born. When you're born, you're really not, I'm really not 67. I'm 67 plus 9 months. At fertilization is when life begins in the womb. At fertilization, they snatch your birth date, and the stuff that comes out, they monetize. Anyway, this is a good book. Check it out.
I'm sure this book sales are gonna fucking fly through the roof now.
It's how they trap you. They trap. You're
Do
born
they have
on.
that fucking big Latin?
Today, Junior.
Mm-hmm.
I'm joking. I know.
You're born in the water. You're fertilized in the water.
My kid, natural law.
In your mother's womb. In your mother's womb, you're fertilized, and then you come out in your birth at the dock, and your birth certificate is the date you were born, but you really started when you were fertilized by your father's 23 and your mother's 23 came together. The father's DNA determines your genetic code. All your genetic code is when those two come together in fertilization. All your DNA is determined at that one moment in time, not when you're born. You're not when you're born, not when you're birthed.
I love how
That's
it's got
just the date.
pictures.
That's just the date that they monetize. That's how the system works.
I mean,
When
just
you're
think if this
born,
was a pop-up.
you get a birth certificate, and that certificate is
Bro, I'm
what
reading everything you're reading, man.
the human man that comes out has nothing to do
Clearly
with the leftover placenta. The leftover placenta is then taken. They get 1 inch of your umbilical cord, and they.
Is that one of them boats that got replaced by like every plank of wood or whatever?
The next picture is going to be Noah's Ark.
No more pictures. All right. Clay, your final thought. Thank you, Rocky. Oh, by the way, we got matching glasses. Mine's just cuter. Yeah. Clay, your final thoughts to the panel, please.
Fantastic show all the way through, from the debate to the gauntlet and the shit show at the end. Thank you, Rocky. I actually do agree with some of what you say.
Wasn't even a shit show, even.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. He did all right.
Nobody likes Spurg tonight. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it was good. And again, like I say, Sarah is the 100% absolute best moderator in the Panelverse. And you, as an audience, have won tonight. You made the goals. You made the donos. Thank you so much. And just because the show is not here doesn't mean that you can't still send money. You can still send money. That's not a problem. But also, quick shout out to the older gentleman that I work with in my role is press as a First Amendment auditor. We have a series coming out, or he has a series coming out. He's got full narration on his channel. That's Let's OTVO on YouTube, LETZ OTVO. If you like government accountability, if you like to see people hold the government accountable on the small scale, especially, this is one of the greatest stories. We got 24 episodes, starts with a prelude, and then it ends with a conclusion. So that's technically 26, but you cannot miss this. This is really great. This is this nut shaker, crazy person at the Family Advocacy Center. He thought he was cool. He thought he could lie. He thought he could unlawfully trespass us. Now, eventually, there will be action, but for now, wanted to bring you the story. Let's is a great person. He's a veteran. He swore his oath. He signed it, and he does support you and your rights. And he goes out there to defend them along with me. We do as much as we possibly can on the small scale within the city we live in, Albuquerque. So want to show you as much love on that one, my brother. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. I know he's not watching right now because he is actually asleep. And I'm going to let you guys get to sleep. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Clay. Shout out to Let's OTVO. And James, of course, comes in with a big 5, says, good morning, Sarah. I hope you are doozing well. If you were watching Sleepy Tomato the other night, you'll know that I said he doos, or I said we doos, or something doos instead of does. And I've been in full tard mode since then, and my Discord has been memeing the shit out of it. And that's exactly why I fucking love you guys. Meme it. Make it hot. I love you, James. And Mr. Omar, last but certainly not least, you're he's yawning. I know, I was over here like closing my eyes while Clay was talking. I'm like,
Some of
I'm
that
just
stuff at the end was frying my brain.
your final thoughts, please.
Thought I was in the middle of a Paul-like revelation when the dude told me. Anyway, it was great. It was great. Clay, we got to jump. I'm completely down if we want to do like a 2v2 on something that we agree, if you want to, like,
I got your number now.
we can break loose on a 2v2 if you want, I also appreciate your version, like you're strong in your faith. Like it doesn't matter when you respond to someone's insult on Christianity, it's our principle. It's not because you're injured or you offended your morality. I don't think you give a shit about that. You're pretty foundation, concrete in your perspectives on that, which I like in speaking to you about Christianity. Because even anybody I say Paul, they go, "Oh my God, how dare you?" I'm like, how dare I? You can make a question about anyone that ever lived ever at any point. What are we talking about? That's otherwise we're a slave. But anyway, it was great, Sarah. Amazing. This was the lowest amount of racial attacks I've ever experienced on this channel. It was surprising. I wonder how that happened.
Can't figure that one out.
What was missing that reduced the racial activity down by 99.7%. I'm sure. But that's because he that was out of respect, I'm sure, for your channel, because he loves you. But it was great. I mean, look, we'll get more of these. I'm down. I was getting attacked crazy by the Christians at first. I was like, hold on, guys. I was saying God's real. Why was I getting attacked for the first?
I know.
minutes?
They were
Makes
all
no
coming
sense.
at you, man.
Omar, but you don't really think that doesn't matter. I said God, yes. You said God, yes. So what are you talking about? Anyway, it was fun. It's always fun. I appreciate it. And for the win, nice to meet you. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Yeah. 100%, Clay. Always. Sarah, thank you.
Oh, you'll be back for more. We got more for you.
Yeah.
We got Shaman's cooking up some more debates on his end. So expect to see him up here a lot. And that's very exciting for all of us, because we're gonna keep Shaman busy. We're gonna keep Flying Auditor busy. We're gonna keep a lot of you guys busy.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on the schedule. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm fucking tired. In honor of Clay and his amazing questions tonight, you just always make me so proud, Clay. His amazing questions. We're gonna play out the song that he made for you, fine, amazing maters here in Mater Nation. Go raid Resi, send him tomatoes. Now fuck off.
We're gonna see if the moon is made of cheese, and if it isn't past the master, please. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Well, we're a little bit messy, but we're gonna go far. A pinch of chaos, yeah, a few more scars. Maters and wine to the stars. For the aromas, the cherry, the early girls, yeah, the money makers. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around, there's a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. We got a spaceship full of matters. It might be silly to you, but we're headed together.